Chapter 1. Eleanor Norton's earliest memories were of hurricanes. As a little girl she had seen Rita and Ike and Jacob rip Houston apart, their winds shearing off her neighbors' rooftops and sending them sailing away like kites. She remembered her family huddling like frightened animals in the hall closet, her mother trying to be brave but still squeezing her so tightly she'd left bruises on Eleanor's skin. Then, in high school, she'd lived through Brendan and Lewis, storms that carried shrimp boats 10 miles inland and blanketed the city with ocean water that dappled like molten copper in the morning sun. She still carried memories of water moccasins gliding past the top of the swing set in her backyard, and pickup trucks floating like rafts down her street, and grown men on their rooftops crying without shame for all they had lost. She never outgrew that fear of storms. Even now, at 35, a mother of a beautiful 12-year-old girl, a wife to a wonderful man, a looming hurricane could still reduce her to jelly. The wind and the slashing rain and the overwhelming floodwaters touched some deep atavistic impulse inside her to run for shelter. Cataclysmic storms were a fear many Houstonians lived with, though most never talked about it. But now, as she stood in line at the Walmart, she could sense her own terror mirrored in the scurrying anxiousness of nearly everyone around her. Like her, they just wanted to buy their water and batteries and cans of sterno and get home to their families before the storm made landfall. Waiting in line like this was maddening. Eleanor had been doing fine in the days leading up to Hurricane Hector. She was working in the Houston Police Department's Emergency Operations Command, attending all the briefings, and bringing home what she learned to her family, making sure they were ready. The ritual of getting prepared had helped to keep the fear at bay. But that morning, when she left for work, the sky had been a bloody red, and all the terror she'd felt as a child came back in a flood. She'd gone to work, and tried to work, she really did, but she was distracted and irritable. Captain Mark Shaw, her boss, had noticed. He noticed everything, and, in truth, it hadn't been hard to tell what was going on with her. She kept returning to the main window, the one that looked out over the green lawns of the University of Houston. Outside, the sky was changing from a horror movie red to a windy, sodden gray, and she couldn't take her eyes off it. Captain Shaw, who, despite his reputation, was not without mercy, sent her home. "You'll do more good with your family anyway," he told her. "We got this. Go on home."
"Really? You're okay with me leaving?"
she asked. "It's no big deal. Everything that can be done has already been done. Nothing else to do here but ride it out. You can do that at home just as easily."
"I really appreciate this, Captain."
He dismissed her with a wave of his hand. "I'll see you in the morning," he said. "Worst comes to worst, and we get some bad flooding, I'll send a boat by for you." And so she'd gone to Walmart for a few last-minute things, her fear mounting as the wind picked up and the sky grew darker. When she finally made it through the checkout line and walked outside of the parking lot, the gray sky above her was limned with an eerie chemical green. The air was dense as a wet towel against her skin. She swallowed nervously, ducked her head against a gusting breeze, and rushed to her car. She hardly remembered the drive home. But once she was home, she and Jim and their daughter Madison still had so much to do to get ready. She could hear Jim with his power drill out on the front porch putting up plywood over the glass, and, looking out the little window above the kitchen sink, she mouthed a silent plea for him to hurry. It was getting really scary out there. Part of Bay's Bayou ran through the green belt behind their house, and Hector's storm surge had caused its waters to rise significantly. Already there was an inch or so of brackish water covering their lawn, and a sharp, howling wind sent lines of lacy silver waves through it. They were surrounded by cottonwood and pines and giant oaks, and the same wind was tossing their branches back and forth, filling the air with leaves. Earlier that afternoon, Hurricane Hector had been upgraded from a Category 3 to a Category 5 storm, meaning that it would blow inland with winds over 155 miles per hour. And though she tried to suppress the thought, she kept having visions of a sustained blast of wind breaking off tree limbs and shooting them like arrows through the sides of their home. It had happened before, during Rita and Ike, when she was a little girl. She shook the memories of those storms from her mind and focused her attention out the window. From where she stood, she could just see a corner of Miss Hester's house across the street. The woman was 84, and struggling with what Eleanor suspected was incipient Alzheimer's disease. But she was a sweet old lady, and, with both Jim and Eleanor's parents dead, had even filled in as the grandmother that Madison had never known. There had been several years, right around the time Madison was starting school and Eleanor was still slaving away as a detective in the Houston Police Department's Sex Crimes Unit, and Jim was working at Gulfport Petrochemical, when they hadn't been able to afford child care. They were working all the time, but still miserably broke. Miss Hester had come to their rescue. She took care of Madison during those years, cooked her dinners, taught her to paint, even picked her up from school on early release days, and in so doing had earned a special place in Eleanor's heart. In all their hearts, actually. And so it was with considerably more than neighborly concern that Eleanor watched the wind thrashing the pecan trees that surrounded Miss Hester's little one-story white house. Madison had spent the last 6 summers collecting pecans from those trees, she and Miss Hester shelling them and turning them into pecan pies and candied pralines. The trees were beautiful, even useful in their way, but they were notoriously ill-suited for bad weather. The wood was soft enough that the weight of the nuts alone could cause limbs to snap off in late summer. A strong Category 5 hurricane wind would blast the trees to bits. How long would it take, she wondered, before one of those bits lanced through the roof or a side wall, sending shards of glass through the house like birdshot from a 12-gauge.
"Mom, you okay?"
Eleanor half-turned from the sink, but said nothing.
Mom, hello."
This time Eleanor turned around. The thick note of sarcasm in Madison's voice was something new, something she'd picked up, Eleanor suspected, from Susie Tyler and Brandy Moore, 2 girls who had just recently become Madison's closest friends. The 3 girls spent nearly every day that summer running around together, sleeping over at each other's houses, learning how to be teenagers together. It was natural behavior, Eleanor knew, but that didn't mean she had to like it. Susie especially seemed like a bad influence, always so loud and disrespectful to the other girls' parents. She had an annoying habit of making everything a competition between her and Madison, never missing a chance to gloat over some small victory or rub in some awkward moment on Madison's part. And at 12, Madison was having plenty of those. Still, Eleanor backed off from actually telling Madison she couldn't hang out with Susie. Her own mother had been a shrew when it came to Eleanor's friends, and had taken an almost sadistic delight in pointing out how much she disliked the girls Eleanor ran around with. It had made her afraid to have friends over, and Eleanor promised herself she wouldn't be the same way, even if it meant swallowing the urge to fire a broadside here and there.
"I think it's full, Mom,"
Madison said, nodding at the sink. Eleanor glanced behind her and saw that the 5-gallon plastic water jug she'd been filling at the sink was indeed running over. She turned off the tap, poured off a little, and then screwed down the cap. She lifted it from the sink with a grunt and put it on the floor next to the other 4 jugs she just filled. "That's the last of them, anyway," she said. Madison was sitting cross-legged on the linoleum floor, putting cans of soup into a cardboard box. But she paused long enough to study her mother.
"Mom, are you okay?"
"I'm fine, honey."
"You sure? You kind of zoned out there for a second."
Eleanor smiled, but didn't respond. There were times, certain moments when Madison had her head turned just the right way, when Eleanor could see how much her daughter really looked like Jim. It was in the profile, mainly. They had the same little upturn at the point of their nose, the same tapered chin, the same little tiny ears. Madison was the adolescent girl version of her father. But whereas those same features gave Jim an intelligent, studious aspect, especially when he wore his glasses, in Madison they became stunningly beautiful. "That girl is going to break 1,000,000 hearts one day," Eleanor thought, and it was an idea that both terrified and delighted her. "Why don't you take those upstairs, okay?" Eleanor said, nodding at the box of soup. "I can't lift it." "What? Sure you can." "No, Mom," she said, the sarcasm oozing back into her voice. "I can't. It weighs like a whole ton." "No, it doesn't. And don't say 'like.' You know I hate the way that sounds." Madison sighed and made a dramatic show of rolling her eyes. "Fine," Eleanor said. "We'll get your dad to do it. In the meantime, find something else you can carry. What's next on the family list?" Madison huffed indignantly, then picked up a yellow, coil-bound notebook that Eleanor had prepared to guide the family during a hurricane. She called it their family disaster plan. It contained nearly everything they would need to know about the contents of their supply kits and evacuation routes, plus contingency plans for getting the family back together again after the storm, should they get separated. Each member of the family also had a backpack that contained an individual 96-hour supply kit, a personal version of the yellow disaster plan notebook, family photos, important numbers, and a couple $100 in cash. The backpacks were already upstairs. What Eleanor and Madison were doing now was checking off the family supply kit for sheltering in place and carting the contents upstairs, just in case the floodwaters swamped the first floor of their house. Madison read from the list, pointing to items as she said their names. "Next up is sanitation. Toilet paper, soap, lady-time stuff." Madison's eyebrows raised slightly at her mother's euphemism for feminine hygiene products. "Disinfectant, bleach, garbage bags, and ties." "Why do you have those on here twice?" "What?" "Garbage bags and ties. You've got them here and in the miscellaneous section." "The sanitation section are for when you have to go to the bathroom. There should be a bucket with a tight-fitting lid there, too." Madison's lips parted slightly, her nose crinkling in disgust. "A bucket? Mom, that's gross." "No, that's survival, kiddo. You've never been through one of these storms. You don't know how bad it can get. I remember when I was a girl, the water was off for 2 weeks after Hurricane Ike. What do you think happens when the toilets stop flushing?" "Well, yeah, but—" Madison trailed off, her gaze shifting to the box of plastic trash bags, as if she was suddenly too grossed out to touch them. "You'll live," Eleanor said. "If it's all there, just take it upstairs." The smile disappeared from Eleanor's face as she watched her daughter cart yet another cardboard box of supplies upstairs. They were rough times ahead, and the girl was in for one hell of an education on the fury of nature. The thought sent Eleanor even deeper into her own head. She had talked with Jim an awful lot lately about how fast Madison was growing up. Her 13th birthday was only 2 months away, but the changes had already started. She and Madison had had the talk about the lady time, and it had been a lot harder, a lot more embarrassing than Eleanor had expected it to be. But in a way that talk had prepared her to think of her daughter as a woman, something that Jim was having a much harder time doing. Perhaps it was Madison's smile, that giggly little smile of hers that so perfectly recalled the way she looked as a toddler. Or perhaps it was just Jim's stubborn streak. Eleanor wasn't sure. But whatever the reason, he seemed determined to avoid the issue. He still called Madison his little girl, and in fact had started using the phrase more and more in recent months, which indicated to Eleanor that he knew the truth, at least on some level, but was unwilling to face it. She couldn't blame him, not really. There were times, plenty of times in fact, that she didn't want to face it either. Jim's electric drill had gone silent as he moved to a new window. The wind, too, quieted for a moment. And in that lull, Eleanor heard the sound of arguing from across the street. She craned her head out the window, and what she saw there made her chest tighten with both pity and rage. Miss Hester was standing in the front yard, looking smaller and even frailer than she had earlier that day when Eleanor had passed her on her way into work. The wind was billowing her house dress out to one side, and her arms were crossed over her chest in a gesture that made her look completely helpless. Rain rings formed chain-mail patterns in the water at her feet. Standing at the edge of her lawn, next to a beat-to-hell red pickup, was her grandson, Bobby. When the guys at work mentioned meth heads, Bobby Hester was the image that flared up in Eleanor's mind. He was tall and lanky, so skinny his clothes fit him like a potato sack on a flagpole. He wore his filthy blonde hair down to his shoulders, and there were tattoos all up and down his arms, where the veins stood out like electrical cords beneath his skin. He was the one Eleanor had heard yelling, and as she watched, he opened the passenger door of his truck and put Miss Hester's TV inside. That manipulative, thieving little bastard, she thought. Though she couldn't hear what Miss Hester was saying, she could figure it out without any real difficulty. Miss Hester was scared. She wanted him to stay with her during the storm. She was probably begging him to stay. But Bobby Hester would never agree to something like that. He had miraculously reappeared in her life about 2 years ago, at the same time she started slipping a little from the Alzheimer's. To Eleanor it was no coincidence. He was a wolf sensing an easy meal, nothing more. Certainly not the long-lost grandson he had no doubt claimed to be. Eleanor had tried to say as much, but Miss Hester wouldn't listen to a word of it. She adamantly refused to see Bobby as bad news. She welcomed him into her home, and he repaid her kindness by robbing her blind. Now he was telling her to stop her whining, that he'd be back, that he just wanted to take her electronic stuff someplace safe. She wasn't holding back, was she? There wasn't a TV someplace she hadn't told him about. The fucking bastard is going to pawn everything she owns so he can get cash for his meth, Eleanor thought. And suddenly, the image of her putting a bullet in his brain was very strong, and more than a little satisfying. A knock on the window made her jump. It was Jim, looking in on her, his knuckles still poised at the glass. She undid the latch and opened the window. "You're seeing this, right?" he said. "Yeah." Her pistol was upstairs in her backpack, and she couldn't help but wonder if she'd be able to hit Bobby from here. One good headshot would be all it'd take. "That man's a slimeball." "That's true," Jim said. "You want me to go over there and tell her to stay with us?" "I tried that this morning. She kept saying Bobby was going to stay with her tonight. That's all she would say. Bobby's coming. It'll be okay. Bobby's coming over." "Yeah, well, I don't think that's going to happen." "Don't you think I know that?" she snapped, and then instantly wanted to pull the words back. "Sorry." He nodded. "It makes me angry, too." "Yeah." He had a hand on the windowsill. He was filthy from putting up the plywood screens and cleaning up the stuff from the yard that might blow around during the storm and cause damage. But she didn't care. It was good to be home with him. She put her own hand on top of his and squeezed. He looked past her to the kitchen. "Where's Mattie?" "Upstairs. We're going to need you to carry the food boxes." "Sure." In the distance, lightning flashed across the sky. A roll of thunder followed along close on its heels. The air smelled ominous, heavy with the scent of salt and sea. "You can smell it, can't you?" he said. "The storm's getting close." "Yeah." Across the street, Bobby's pickup fired up with a loud snarl, and he sped off, leaving Miss Hester standing in her front yard. Miss Hester watched him go, obviously frightened, then slowly turned and went back inside her house. "What do you want to do about that?" Jim asked.
"She's family. We'll take her in. As soon as we're done loading all this stuff upstairs, I'll go over there and get her."
"And if she won't come?" "You can't make her leave if she doesn't want to."
"She's family, Jim. I won't let her ride this thing out alone."
"Okay," he said. And with that they closed the window, and Jim dropped the last sheet of plywood into place over top of it. The first heavy band of rain came about 30 minutes later. It slammed into the side of the Nortons' house in enormous wind-driven blasts, beating against the roof and the exterior walls, roaring like a passing freight train. It lasted less than 2 minutes, and then slackened off to a steady, needling patter. They were in the game room upstairs. Madison's room was next door, but they had tacitly decided that the whole family would sleep here. Now father and daughter were rolling out sleeping bags, the two of them laughing over some stupid thing Jim had said. They seemed to be having a pretty good time of it, Eleanor noticed. She hadn't heard Madison laughing like this in a long while. Not even the wind and the rain outside seemed to bother her. At least not yet. She had her daddy with her, the two of them too absorbed in being goofy to be afraid of a little wind and rain. Jim was treating this like a big adventure, at least in front of Madison, and Eleanor was glad for that. It would help Madison to remain calm when things got really bad here in another few hours, and perhaps it would also help Jim to hold on to his little girl for a little while longer. A crisis like this, it would be terrible for the great, wide world outside their house. But here, inside, the Norton family was in a good place. Eleanor and Jim had met 14 years before, back when she was a brand-new patrol woman working every extra job she could find just to make the rent on a rat-trap apartment on Houston's Lower East Side. She was working security at a flogging Molly concert the night he came into her life. He was with a group of his friends from his college days. He was cute, she thought. A little nerdy, maybe. Certainly more of a nerd than the cops she was used to hanging out with, but cute. He kept coming up to her, using really weak excuses to strike up a conversation. And as much as her cop training told her to disengage so she could watch the crowd as she was being paid to do, it was a very human part of her that liked the attention. During a break between songs, he worked up the nerve to ask for her number. "No way," she said. "Not while I'm working." "Not while you're working? What does that mean?" "It means I don't give out my number to strange men while I'm working." "I'm not strange." "You know what I mean," she said, smiling despite herself. "You can trust me," he said. "I'm a good guy. Come on, I don't bite." Her gaze shifted from the crowd back to him. He was leaning against a wall next to a dartboard, trying to look cool, but only managing a barely contained nervousness. He was cute, though. She couldn't deny that. "I'll tell you what. How about you give me your number, and I'll think about it?" His smile grew even wider. He hurriedly scribbled down his number on the back of his business card and handed it to her. "I usually get off around 6, he said. "I'll think about it," she answered. And she had thought about it. For 2 days she thought about it. She hadn't realized it going into the job, but dating options for a female cop are few. She could date other cops, and a lot of girls did, but there wasn't a sewing circle anywhere that could gossip like a bunch of cops. And the girls who did date their fellow officers quickly developed reputations as sluts, or bitches, or psychos, or whatever, whether it was deserved or not. The other option, dating a guy from outside the department, a civilian, was harder than it sounded. Most of the men she met came into her sphere because they were in the process of committing some kind of crime. And even if they weren't doing something illegal, finding time to go out with them around the demands of a rotating police schedule was nearly impossible. Plus, and this wasn't obvious, but it was something that nearly every female officer she knew had experienced, most men who weren't cops were intimidated by a girl who walked around with a gun in her purse. and who knew how to use it. But Jim Norton wasn't that way. He didn't seem intimidated by her at all. He'd made her feel special from the first moment he'd tried his dorky lines on her. And in the end, she'd called and asked him out. They were married 8 months later. Memories of those early days together always made her smile. But unfortunately, her reverie didn't last long. For just then, the shutters started to rattle. Another blast of rain and wind swept over the house, carrying with it a train wreck sound and the horrible feeling that God's shadow was passing overhead.
"I need to go get her,"
Eleanor said. Jim, who had rocked back on his haunches, a corner of Madison's sleeping bag still in his hand, nodded. "Wait for this one to pass first," he said.
"Mom."
Eleanor looked at her daughter. The smile and the giggle were gone. For the first time there was fear in the girl's eyes. The knowledge that something big and angry had them in its sights was finally starting to sink in. Eleanor crossed the room and put her arms around her.
"I'm going to bring Miss Hester here with us,"
Eleanor said.
"Mom, you can't go out in that." "Sweetie, we can't leave her to face that alone. It'll stop in a second. I won't be gone long." "Promise?"
Eleanor pulled her daughter close.
"I promise."
5 days earlier, a Category 3 hurricane named Gabriella had zeroed in on Matagorda Bay, just south down the coast from Houston. Houston was expected to get the dirty side of the storm, and all the newscasters prophesied a Katrina-like disaster. A massive evacuation was ordered. Nearly 4 million people fled the Houston area, turning the highways that led to San Antonio and Dallas into parking lots. For 2 days, the city of Houston turned into a ghost town. But Gabriella didn't cooperate. She fizzled to a weak tropical storm while still at sea, and when she made landfall, all she'd been able to muster was a good soaking for the grass and a couple of broken windows along the coastline. Houstonians returned home, resentful of the ordered evacuation. It was why so many had ignored the current order to evacuate, now that Hector was on the way. In the back of her mind, Eleanor had hoped that Hector would blow itself out the same way Gabriella did. But when she stepped out her front door, all hope of that disappeared from her mind. Even the biggest trees were tossing wildly back and forth. Trash and leaves filled the air. Ocean-scented rain moved across the lawn in silvery, wind-blown curtains. A rainbow-colored canopy from a child's backyard swing set tumbled down her sidewalk. On the other side of the street, the pecan trees that surrounded Miss Hester's house were slamming against her kitchen wall, stray limbs raking across the roof, kicking up shingles and sending them airborne on the wind like playing cards. "You stay here," Jim said. "I'll go get her." "No," Eleanor said, barely aware that she was using the harsh, clipped tone of her cop's voice. "Let me. You stay with Madison." He looked indecisive, as though he was torn between his male instincts to take the risk and his knowledge that she was the one trained for this kind of thing. "I'll be okay," she assured him, but without softening her tone. It was best not to give him a chance to finish the debate, so that he wouldn't talk himself into doing something stupid. There was no time for that. "You stay with Madison. Keep her calm." And with that, she ducked her head and stepped off the porch and into the wind. The rain needled at her skin. Standing upright was harder than she expected. She had to tense the muscles in her thighs just to keep her balance. The ground was spongy beneath her feet. An inch of water stood on the ground, and everywhere she looked she saw the crawfish that had washed up from Bay's bayou, scurrying through the grass. To the south was a bank of black clouds that stretched across the horizon like an angry, roiling cliff. Charleston Street stretched a good half-mile out in front of her, before curving out of sight. Beyond the curve was the flat, greenish-black surface of Bay's bayou, now flooding the areas adjacent to its banks. And beyond the water was an industrial park of concrete and glass buildings. From where she stood, she could just see a line of those buildings disappearing beneath the bottom of the storm wall. To Eleanor, it looked like they were being eaten. She was too stunned to move. She stood there, mouth open in awe, watching the approaching monster. A loud crack to her right snapped her out of the moment, and she turned just in time to see a large limb from one of Miss Hester's pecan trees come crashing down on the corner of the house. It twisted in the wind, sagged, then scraped down the side of the house, ripping the plywood covers Jim had put over her windows from their brackets. The glass behind the plywood exploded with a series of muffled pops. But the tree didn't stop moving. Its dense cluster of leaves caught the wind like a sail and pulled it down the length of the house, tearing down a section of the wall as it tumbled away from the approaching storm. "Oh, my God!" she said. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. In a crazy, terrible, unreal way, it looked like the house was being zippered open by an old-style can-opener. The pecan tree shredding the wooden siding with unbelievable speed. "No!" she shouted. The tree tore free of the house and sailed down the street as though it were being dragged behind an invisible truck. Eleanor watched it go, then ran to the house. She pounded on the front door, kicked it with everything she had, even threw her shoulder into it. "Miss Hester! Betty Jo! Open the door! It's me, Eleanor!" Nothing. She threw her shoulder at it one more time, then ran for a damaged section of the wall, shielding her face from the wind with her arm as she searched for a way inside. The gash left by the pecan tree had torn the kitchen wall in half. Shredded electrical wires extruded from the lath, their jagged ends reaching for her like dangerous fingers. The wind was roaring in her ears. The air around her smelled of musty insulation and ocean rain and crushed vegetation. "Miss Hester!" she called out. "Can you hear me?" Nothing. She was really scared now. Her face hurt from the pelting rain. "You got to get inside right now," she thought. "There's no time. Go, go, go!" Eleanor climbed over the jagged fragment of kitchen wall. Inside, the house was a mess. Water was already pooling on the living-room floor and dripping down the walls. Debris was strewn everywhere. A large recliner was upside down against the back wall of the living room, papers and pictures swirling around it. Eleanor ran for the hall closet. Back in May, when all the literature about hurricanes had first started appearing in the papers, Eleanor had told Miss Hester to take shelter there if she was trapped at her house during a hurricane. She threw open the door, but the closet was empty. A sudden surge in the wind threw her against the wall, yanking the doorknob out of her hand. "Miss Hester!" Her only answer was the wind ripping into the house, tearing the walls apart. From somewhere behind her she heard a loud snap, followed by the sound of walls breaking apart. "No," she thought, shaking her head. "That is not possible." But it was happening. The house was buckling, the timber inside the walls snapping like bones as the floor shuddered beneath her feet. "Where are you, Betty Jo? Come on, damn it!" And then a memory surfaced in her mind. In the academy, they taught young police officers how to handle calls for missing toddlers. Abducted children, her instructors had told her, are rare outside of the movies. You get a call for a missing 4-year-old, the first place you look is under the beds. The parents will tell you they've looked everywhere, but they're too scared to focus on the obvious. Chances are you'll find the kid there, under the parent's bed, playing, hiding, maybe even sleeping. A small table along the hall wall began to sway and dance. All the pictures along the wall fell to the floor. A few blankets floated on the air, buoyed by the wind. Everything happened so fast, all she could do was stand still and gawk at the destruction. Then the floor shifted beneath her, and she ran for the back bedroom. The wind had blown debris into the doorway, but most of the room looked the same as it always did, neat and tidy. A flash of lightning filled the room, spilling light across the quilt at the foot of the bed. Eleanor got down on her hands and knees, lifted the bedskirt, and saw Miss Hester curled into a fetal ball. She was trembling. "Betty Jo, take my hand. I'm going to get you out of here." No response. The woman was in shock. Her eyes were open, glittering like coins caught by firelight, but they were unfocused and vague. Eleanor could hardly believe that the woman had made herself so small. "Betty Jo, please, take my hand. I have to get you out of here." Eleanor tried to reach for her, but Miss Hester had wedged herself deep under the bed, just out of reach. "Please," Eleanor said. "There's no time." Not gonna happen, Eleanor thought. She stood up, grabbed the wooden bed frame, and tried to lift it. If she couldn't pull Betty Jo out, she'd throw the bed off her and scoop her up fireman style. But it was a huge wooden sleigh bed, impossibly heavy. She strained against its weight with everything she had, but only managed to raise it a few inches off the floor. Her fingers were slipping, the muscles in her arms and back and neck screaming at her to drop the weight. "Come on," she said. "Please." "Eleanor, where are you?" It was Jim's voice, coming from somewhere in the living room. "In here," she answered. "Help me." The next moment he was by her side, his hands next to hers under the bed frame. She heard him grunting, felt his body tense next to hers, and the next instant the bed was rising, coming up above her head. "Get her out of there," Jim said. "I'll hold it." Eleanor dropped to her knees again and scrambled under the bed. Miss Hester's body was curled so tightly into a ball, Eleanor had trouble moving her. "Hurry," Jim said. "Betty Jo, come on," Eleanor said. She slid an arm under the woman's trembling body and pulled her out from under the bed. "Clear!" she yelled to Jim. He let the bed fall, then reached down and scooped Miss Hester up from the floor. "Find us a way out," he said. "I'll carry her." The wind had blown a pile of crushed furniture and tree limbs and trash into the living room, and Eleanor had to climb over it to reach the front door. She kicked it once, twice, and it burst open as the wind caught it and ripped it from its hinges. In disbelief, Eleanor watched it slide across the yard and down the street. But there was no time to wait. The roaring wind in the doorway created enough suction to pull her out, and she had to grab hold of the frame just to keep from getting carried away like the door. Beyond the doorway, the sky had grown impenetrably dark. Rain was slashing sideways across her field of vision. She steadied herself against the wind, then reached in and took Miss Hester from Jim. "You got her?" he asked, yelling to be heard over the wind. "Yeah, come on." He scrambled out of the doorway after her, and together the two of them carried Betty Jo Hester across the street and into their house. Madison was waiting for them. She threw a towel over Miss Hester and helped Eleanor clean her up. Miss Hester started to come around after they had her dry and wrapped in blankets. She looked at Madison and tried to smile, but couldn't. Her gaze shifted to Eleanor, and the sadness in her eyes nearly took Eleanor's breath away. "He didn't come back," she said. "Bobby didn't come back. He said he'd be right back for me. Why didn't he come back?" Eleanor didn't know how to answer her. She leaned forward and kissed the old woman on the forehead. Only then did she realize how much she ached, how every muscle in her body was trembling. She looked around the room, taking in the sight of her family around her, and then she let out a heavy sigh. They spent the next 13 hours huddled in their game room like scared animals, as the hand of God passed overhead. The next morning they stepped out onto their front porch and gazed at the destruction. Where before there had been a suburban neighborhood of well-paved roads and wide green lawns, there was now only water. Every house was an island, every one of them missing shingles from the roofs. Eleanor stepped to the edge of her porch and looked down. She could barely see the grass down there, beneath a foot of brown water. Out in the street it was deeper. She could see the roofs of cars poking up above the level of the water, which was flowing sluggishly to the south. She watched a large mattress float down the street. It hit the roof of a pickup and turned a slow pirouette before continuing on its way. Somewhere off in the distance a dog was howling. It was a lonely, frightened sound that sent a shiver across Eleanor's skin. She and Jim had debated about getting Madison a cat or a dog for the last several months, Eleanor saying no, absolutely not, and Jim, wishy-washy as he always was when it came to saying no to their daughter, willing to give in to just about anything Madison wanted. She had hated being the bad guy when Madison asked, pleaded with them for a pet. But now, listening to that terrified animal's howls, she was glad she'd stuck to her guns.
"Oh, wow!"
Eleanor looked back at Madison. The girl was wide-eyed, looking at all the water.
"It's something, isn't it, kiddo?"
"Yeah." "Oh, my God, Miss Hester, look at your house!"
Madison pointed across the street. A large pecan tree limb was jutting out of the house, the gash in the kitchen wall packed with green leaves and garbage.
"Did that happen while you guys were over there?"
"No," Eleanor said. "After."
She chanced a quick glance at Miss Hester, who was staring at her house with an empty, shocked expression on her face. Eleanor put a hand on her daughter's shoulder and made a silent gesture for her not to say anything more about it. To her credit, Madison picked up on the signals immediately, and the fascinated smile slipped from her face.
"Good girl,"
Eleanor thought. A motorboat came into view. The pilot eased back on the throttle and let it coast up to the curb in front of the Nortons' house. "Sergeant Norton," he said. "Good morning, ma'am."
"Good morning, Hank,"
Eleanor said. The pilot's name was Hank Gleason. He was a member of SWAT Team 3, on loan to the EOC for as long as the city of Houston was in Phase 3 of the disaster mobilization plan. Gleason was wearing green SWAT fatigues with a day-glow green safety vest over top of his shirt. On his head was a floppy, boony cap, pushed far back, away from his sunglasses. "How y'all doing?" he called out. "Everybody all right?" Eleanor couldn't help but smile. He had that effect on most women.
"We're doing fine, Hank. You come to pick me up?"
"Yes, ma'am," he said, tipping his hat to Miss Hester and Madison. "Captain Shaw says if it ain't too much trouble he'd like you to come back to work." Jim caught the bow of the bass boat and guided it up alongside the porch. "Thank you, sir," Hank said. He and Jim shook hands.
"How is it out there, Hank? It got pretty rough here last night."
For the first time that Eleanor could remember, the smile disappeared from Hank's face. His shoulders sagged, and, in that moment, the unflappable SWAT veneer dropped away, and he looked utterly exhausted. And then, just as quickly, the smile was back again. "Ma'am, I don't envy you folks over at the campus. You're going to have your hands full."
"Why? What happened?"
"All the evacuees from Galveston, Texas City, Dickinson, those places," Hank said. "A lot of 'em was stranded on the freeway by the floodwaters. Captain Shaw decided to open the campus to as many people as it could hold. People have been coming in by the thousands since before sunup. The place looks like its own little city now."
Eleanor didn't know what to say. Captain Shaw was the incident commander for the entire region for the duration of the crisis, but he didn't have the authority to throw open the doors of a university to a bunch of stranded motorists. Something like that would take an act of Congress or an order from the governor or something. What Hank was suggesting was crazy. It was career suicide on Shaw's part.
So what? He just opened up all the dorms and let anybody who needed a place to stay come on in?
Yes, ma'am. That's about the size of it. The school's got restaurants, a hospital, its own power station. Captain Shaw opened it all up to the public.
I can't believe that, she said. That's nuts.
It's no joke, ma'am. I ain't never seen anything like it. Most of the folks they're taking in are the ones who aren't strong enough to continue on their own. Old people, families with young kids, sick people, you know. But they got folks everywhere, wandering around like they've just been dropped on the moon. Nobody knows what the hell's going on.
Eleanor nodded, but she was still trying to imagine the scope of the gamble Captain Shaw was making.
I can't believe this, Hank. Did the campus agree to let Shaw do this?
Ma'am, I don't know. Captain Shaw told me to come and get you, and here I am. All I can tell you is it's going to be a mess when you get there.
Yeah, sounds like it. Well, I guess we should get going.
Yes, ma'am, I think so.
Eleanor turned and kissed Jim and Madison, and climbed onto the bass boat. It would be 3 more days before she made it back home. Chapter 2. Captain Mark Shaw, head of the Houston Police Department's Emergency Operations Command, had slept in his uniform again. He'd been doing that a lot lately. Groaning, he sat up on the side of the bed and tried to stretch, but a sharp pain in his back made him flinch abruptly. He closed his eyes and waited for the pain to subside. Instead, an acid burn climbed up his throat. "Looks like it's going to be aspirin and Rolaids for breakfast again," he thought bitterly. He'd been doing that an awful lot lately, too. How in the hell had he let himself get to this point? He was only 58, for Christ's sake. It hadn't been that long ago when he could do a week's worth of 24-hour shifts standing on his head. But these days, there were too many headaches, too many backaches. Heartburn was getting to be a daily companion. And he knew why, too. That part wasn't a mystery. It was the job. A police career wears down every cop who takes the oath. Good man or crooked, a hard worker or a slug, it just doesn't matter. Sooner or later, the job eats you up and shits you out its backside. The thing was, and it hurt more than a little to finally admit to himself that it was true, Shaw honestly thought it would never happen to him. Lesser men, sure, but he had somehow sold himself on the idea that he was made of iron. Good God, he thought, were you ever wrong? Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he looked over at the clock. 8:15. That meant he'd been asleep for just under 2 hours. Since Hurricane Hector 7 days earlier, he'd been working non-stop, managing only a cat nap here and there, and there had been very few of those. Now, his exhaustion ran bone deep. With a heavy sigh, he rose from the Red Cross cot he'd moved into this little storage closet off the main floor of the EOC's temporary headquarters, pulled on his gun belt, straightened his uniform, and walked onto the main floor. Sergeant Eleanor Norton, his XO, was standing with a few other members of his staff, going over a map of the Houston ship channel. They made eye contact. Then she excused herself from the huddle of officers and walked over to him. "Anything new?" he asked. "Yes, sir, a bunch. What do you want first, the bad news or the really bad news?" He smiled tiredly. "Break me in easy." "Okay. I got another call from the ATF just a little while ago. They're starting to get really uptight about the Santa Fe." Shaw nodded. He'd seen that one coming. 7 days earlier, Hurricane Hector had sent a 16-foot storm surge up the mouth of the Houston ship channel. That wave had wrecked countless offshore oil rigs and cargo freighters and homes, and stripped massive amounts of trees from the landscape. It had also created a public safety nightmare. Every evacuation route out of the area was blocked. So, too, were most of the ways into the area. That left 2.5 million people homeless, screaming for help, with no power, no sanitation, no way out, and no way for rescue workers to get in. Then, 2 days ago, while they were still trying to recover from Hector, they got hit by Kyle. Kyle made Hector look like a rainy day in the park. That storm had sent a 34-foot storm surge right up the same course, almost as if it were on a set of rails. And this time, the waters came in to stay. Though Kyle was only 2 days in the past, the experts were already saying that the 1-2 punch of back-to-back storms had changed the shape of the Texas coastline forever, with most of the land between Galveston and southwest Houston now permanently underwater. And the storm surge had done something else, too, something the experts had never predicted. It had created a secondary wave that kicked up all the debris and floating chemicals and topsoil and dead animals and houses and sewage and leaking oil from the offshore drills, and turned it all into a wall of liquid mud that pushed inland as far as the 610 Loop, nearly 45 miles. Everything that wall of mud touched was now buried in the muck and irredeemably polluted. And that included a Venezuelan cargo freighter called the Santa Fe. According to the manifest her crew had forwarded to authorities at the Houston Ship Channel, she was loaded with some 1,200 tons of ammonia gelatin dynamite, an underwater explosive used primarily by the oil companies to dismantle offshore drill rigs. She was currently beached on a vast, muddy plain near the suburban community of Deer Park, completely unsecured. An ATF special agent named Vernon Laidlaw had been crawling up Shaw's ass for the last 2 days trying to get the cargo secured. "Did you tell him it's on our to-do list?" Shaw asked Eleanor.
"Yes, sir, I told him."
"And what did he say?"
"Same thing as last time. He reminded us of the Homeland Security guidelines concerning unexploded ordnance. I've heard it enough I can quote the whole regulation chapter and verse if you want to hear it."
"No, thanks."
"Captain," Eleanor said, "I don't think he's going to quit calling. He sounded pretty pissed off."
"Yeah, well, maybe he ought to come down here and lend us a fucking hand if he wants it done so bad."
"Actually, he did offer that."
Uh-oh, Shaw thought. "He did?"
"Yes, sir. He said he could send an FBI SWAT team down here to handle the demolition in situ if we couldn't do it."
Shaw barely heard her. "In situ?" he muttered.
"Yes, sir. It means where it sits."
He looked at her. "I know what it means, Eleanor. Were those his words or something you came up with on your own?"
"That was him, sir."
"Thank God. I don't want any of my people to start talking like that." He shook his head. "Fucking feds. Give a cop a grad school education and you turn him into a dickhead without the common sense God gave to the ass end of a goat." Shaw watched his staff working over the ship channel map and figured he couldn't wait any longer on the Santa Fe situation. He hadn't wanted to act on this now. They had a list of other problems so long they'd probably never get through them all. Plus, they had another hurricane, Mardell this time, forming out in the Atlantic. And, considering the way things had been going, he was willing to bet Mardell would be coming their way too. No, he couldn't wait much longer. "Okay," he said. "This is what I want you to do. Call Laidlaw back and tell him we'll use our own people on the Santa Fe. Last thing I want is the Federal Bureau of Ineptitude rooting around my backyard."
Captain?"
"What?"
"Sir, with all due respect, I don't see how we're going to be able to do that. We're buried under projects right now."
"We'll find a way to make it work."
"But, sir, I mean, if they're offering help, shouldn't we—"
"I said no," he snapped. She drew back, her eyebrows going up in surprise. Out of the corner of his eye, Shaw could see some of the officers on his staff watching them. "Look," he said, lowering his voice, "if the feds want to help,
Let 'em keep their sorry asses north of the city handing out sandwiches or something. The last thing I want is a bunch of SEAL Team wannabes blowing up cargo freighters while I'm trying to rescue civilians. Tell Laidlaw to keep his people out of my way. Understand?"
"Yes, sir," she said. Her tone was withdrawn, chastened, and he was sorry he'd snapped at her. She didn't deserve that. It was just that he was so damn tired. Really, really tired. "Anything else?" he said. "We had 3 more deaths this afternoon in the shelter over at the rec center."
"Damn," he said. "How many is that now? 18?
"Yes, sir."
"What were these last 3? The salmonella?"
"That's what Dr. Bailey thinks. He told me all about it, and then he went on a very long tirade about how bad conditions were down there. He reminded me, several times in fact, that you promised him something would be done about the porta-potties." He scanned the room, watching his staff at their stations. Hector had done so much damage to southwest Houston, they'd been forced to appropriate the campus as a forward dispatch point for relief efforts. They now occupied a large meeting room in the M.D. Anderson Library, the library's cozy armchairs and lamp fixtures hastily tossed aside to make room for laptops and maps and phones. Originally, the university had given permission for Shaw and his staff to move in here for the duration of the disaster. But that was before Hector caught the 2.5 million people in the evacuation zones of Galveston and Harris County flat-footed. Within hours of the storm, Shaw found himself the only functioning police authority in the affected area. He had an empty campus, built to house 30,000 students, equipped with its own hospital and sewage plant and dormitories and restaurants, and even a grocery store, that was situated right next to the only major highway leading out of the disaster zone. He had tens of thousands of injured, sick, and starving people stuck on that same highway. And so, acting far beyond his authority to do so, Shaw made the only decision his conscience would allow, and opened the entire campus and all its facilities as a shelter for any of the evacuees who could get there. Within a day they had swollen the campus to a population of more than 80,000. But what began as a decision made for mercy's sake quickly became a nightmare of filth and disease. They had, within a few days, run out of medicines and food and clean water, and especially places for people to go to the bathroom. Staph and strep had already made an appearance. So, too, had salmonella. They had dialysis patients they couldn't care for, broken bones they couldn't set, cuts they couldn't keep clean. There was even ominous talk from the few doctors they had of an imminent cholera outbreak. "I'll call Bailey back later," he said. "Maybe smooth a few ruffled feathers." "Good luck," Eleanor said.
Shaw nodded. Sheltering all these people here had been a bad idea. He could see that now. Never mind that it had been done for all the right reasons. Never mind that he would have been crucified in the national media and probably in the history books had he failed to do so. All that really mattered was that someone was going to have to answer for the mess it had become, and that person was going to be him. "Thank you, Eleanor," he said. "Hey, by the way, how's your family? Your daughter? Margaret, right?" She brightened.
"Madison. She's doing good. I'm proud of her. We've got this older neighbor whose house got hit by a tree during Hector. She's staying with us, but she's not doing so hot. Madison's been really strong, though. You know, helping out, taking care of her. I almost hate to say it, but I think this experience has been good for her."
"Well, times like these make us grow up fast."
"Yes, sir, they do indeed."
He excused himself and went over to his desk. In days gone by he had always kept a clean, orderly desk. Once a Marine, always a Marine. But like the city outside his command post, his desk was now a wreck. He had to push reports and maps aside just to find his BlackBerry. And because he hadn't had enough misery today, he checked the missed calls screen and saw the number had climbed to 324. Fucking wonderful, he thought. He dialed his youngest son's number, and Anthony Shaw answered on the second ring. "Hey, Dad, what's up?" "I'm up to my ass in headaches. Where are you?" "We're bringing the boat in now. It was rough out there tonight. There's a lot of bodies floating around. A lot of people in shock." "Never mind that. I need to talk to you. How soon can you be here?" "What, you mean at the EOC?" "I don't know. We got a lot of gear to offload. And these survivors we found, we need to get them to the infirmary. I guess I can be there in about an hour, maybe?" "That's not going to work. I want to talk to you now. Let Brent and Jesse take care of the boat and the survivors. Get here in 10 minutes. He paused for a moment, then added, "It's about the Santa Fe." Anthony was silent for a long time. Shaw could almost see his son's lips pinch together, his brow crease. The boy was the very picture of his mother when he concentrated on something. 10 minutes, Anthony said. "We finally going to move on that?" "Just get here, okay? I'll talk to you about it in person." "Sure, Dad. On the way." Shaw hung up, then fished into his shirt pocket for his pack of smokes. Like everything else, Marlboros were in short supply these days, but he had been smart and stocked up before Gabriella. He had 3 unopened cartons underneath his cot. He went out the front door of the library, lit a smoke, and turned to the south to watch the oil rig fires burning along the horizon. They lit the sky a dusty shade of orange. In the heat of the day, the smell of the burning oil was so strong it made his eyes water. But at night it wasn't so bad. He inhaled deeply and let the smoke out through his nose, savoring the cigarette and the slight head rush that came with the first bullet after waking up. It was a good night. Cool, no clouds, and a mild breeze out of the west was carrying the smell of the dead bodies away from him. Thank God, he thought, for small favors. When he came back inside, his city-issued cell phone was ringing. He stood there, watching it, knowing exactly who was on the other end of the line. Shaw looked up. Eleanor Norton was watching him, a half-smile on her face. "Evan Robinson?" she asked. "Yep, I'm afraid so." He let out a groan. Trouble, he thought, is like a magnet. All it does is attract more trouble. He picked up the phone and hit talk. "This is Shaw." "Captain, this is Evan Robinson. I've been trying to reach you since last night." "Yes, sir." "You don't return your phone calls?" Shaw sighed. He pinched the bridge of his nose and tried to imagine how nice another cigarette would taste. "Well?" "Councilman Robinson, my cell phone has not stopped ringing for 10 days now. I have no idea how many calls I've missed, but I'm sure it's a bunch. So tell me, what can I do for you?" Robinson huffed indignantly. "Look, I'm sure you people are real busy down there." "You have no idea," Shaw said. "Yes, well, things are rough all over the city. Do you know what we're dealing with out here?" Maids who can't make it to work, probably, Shaw thought, and smiled for the first time in 10 days. Councilman Evan Robinson lived in the River Oaks subdivision, Texas's answer to Beverly Hills. It was, Shaw had heard, the wealthiest zip code in Texas, and the second wealthiest in the country. They had mansions there bigger than the elementary school where his wife Grace had taught for 25 years. Old Texas oil money at its most decadent. River Oaks was built well beyond the flood zone. Shaw searched his memory for the last action reports he'd read on the area, and couldn't come up with anything beyond the common nuisances that came with any bad weather incident. "I guess you've got a few down power lines, water service interrupted, roads closed, some property damage from airborne tree limbs. That about cover it?" "As a matter of fact, no, Captain. That doesn't about cover it." Shaw didn't have time for the other shoe to drop. "Okay," he said. Robinson huffed again, and Shaw had to smile at the mental image playing through his mind. Robinson was an effeminate man, delicately built, prissy, hardly what you'd expect from a family that grew out of Old West pioneers and wildcatter stock. Shaw could almost picture the man pushing the gold-rimmed glasses back up his nose while trying to hold on to his patience with both hands.
"Look here, Shaw. You know what a lift pump station is?"
"Yes, sir."
"So you know what happens when a lift pump station gets its electrical power knocked out?"
"Yes, sir, I do." The city of Houston had been dredged from a swamp back in the early 1800s. As it grew, it was forced to come up with sophisticated ways of disposing of its wastewater and sewage. Over the years, a vast network of sewage lift pumps had sprung up around large developments. The lift pumps moved sewage out of the neighborhoods and into treatment plants owned and operated by a company called CenterPoint. When the power was off, the pumps couldn't work. Sewage backed up. Stinking brown water bubbled up from manhole covers. Backyards turned to rivers of filthy, muddy slime. The air thrummed with a collective murmuring of vast clouds of mosquitoes and flies. After Hurricane Ike back in 2008, the same problem had led to 12 reported cases of West Nile virus. The answer, of course, was to get power back to the lift pumps. And to do that, relief workers had to physically climb into each station and connect it to a generator. They would then pump the station until it started yielding clean water again, and move on to the next station. But it was a monumental task, maybe even an impossible one under the present circumstances. CenterPoint had given him 24 generators, which was all they could find. Most of their equipment was still underwater, and probably would be for a very long time. And with those 24 generators, and the 20% of their workforce they could locate, CenterPoint was setting out to do the impossible. Of the city's 3 surface water treatment plants, 2 were currently underwater. The third was so badly damaged it would take months to bring it back online. Of the 75 core groundwater plants, all were currently offline. Of those, 52 would have to be completely rebuilt. Nothing was salvageable. None of the city's 6 pressure-boosting repump stations had survived. And the list just kept getting longer with every new report coming across Shaw's desk. Thinking about that lengthening list, Shaw almost missed what Robinson said next.
"I just got off the phone with Jason Weeks over at CenterPoint," Robinson said. "He tells me that you have appropriated every single one of their generators."
"Yes, sir, that's true."
"It is?"
"Yes, sir."
"And who, may I ask, gave you the authority to do that?"
"I'm not following you, sir."
"You're not?"
"No, sir, I'm not. What seems to be the problem?"
"The problem? The problem? Captain, are you trying to be obtuse? Is that what's going on here? Do you think this is funny?"
"Sir," Shaw said, his voice heavy with exhaustion, "last night I was on a bass boat touring the lower Second Ward, and I saw this dead little black baby caught in the branches of a pecan tree. Poor little guy wasn't wearing a stitch of clothes, his little arms just swaying back and forth in the floodwater. I could hear trapped people screaming for help in the attics of flooded houses. Everywhere you look, you see the bloated bodies of people and animals floating on the current. So to answer your question, no, I don't think any of this is funny." Robinson was quiet for a long moment. "Look," he said, and his voice sounded more subdued now, the anger gone. "All I'm asking is for you to release one of those generators. I know what you're up against, and I—" "You know?" "I'm sorry, sir, did you say you know what I'm up against?" "You have no fucking clue what I'm up against, Councilman. I'm sitting on an 80,000-person powder keg here. We're starving. Not hungry, mind you. Starving.
I've got people dying because they can't get fresh water. I've got people dying of diseases that aren't even supposed to happen in this hemisphere. I'm up to my fucking chin in major league death here. And you've got the balls to try to take a generator away from me just because your $20 million mansion smells like shit. Is that really what's going on here, Councilman? Now, hold on a second there, Captain Shaw. I understand that you're under a great deal of stress, but that does not give you the right to— I'll tell you what it gives me the right to do, Councilman. It gives me the right to tell you to go fuck yourself.
Silence. It went on so long, Shaw almost hung up. But then Robinson answered, his voice seething with barely restrained hostility.
"My next phone call," Robinson said, "will be to Chief Harper. I have known your boss for the last 15 years, and I guarantee you, Captain Shaw, that you have just cost yourself a job. You'll be replaced by the end of the day."
Shaw actually laughed.
"Seriously?" he said. "Is that a promise, Councilman? I'll tell you what. If you find somebody stupid enough to do my job, you send them down here and I will personally hand them the keys. But until then, do us both a favor. Next time you get a case of the ass, save your phone calls for somebody else. Got it?"
Shaw hit the end key and threw the phone down on his desk. He stood there looking at it, aware that his staff had gone silent. They were all watching him. He took a few slow breaths, forcing the anger back down where it couldn't be seen.
"That might have gone better,"
Eleanor said.
"Like hell."
Shaw let out a long breath. "I shouldn't have baited him like that."
"Yeah, but it made you feel better, didn't it?"
He laughed. "A little, yeah."
"You don't think Harper will really listen to him, do you?"
"About relieving me? No. Or rather, he will eventually, but it won't be for a while. And he definitely wouldn't do it while we're still working this situation. Afterwards, yeah, he'll probably find some way to make all of this my fault."
"You don't sound too worried,"
she said. "Fuck them," he said. "Let 'em bring it if they can." He swept the room with an angry gaze. "And you know what? Fuck it. I'm going out for another smoke. Keep an eye on things for me."
"Okay," she said. "Oh, what about Dr. Bailey?"
"Fuck Bailey. If he calls again, tell him I'm busy." Shaw went out to the front steps of the library, lit up another cigarette, and listened to the sounds of dogs baying in the night. Their cries were lonely, frightened. Most were starving. Perhaps a few had even realized the fate waiting for them. To Shaw, it was the sound of loyalty betrayed. It was a feeling he understood intimately. 6 years back, he was commanding the Special Operations Unit, a division comprising all 5 of the department's SWAT units, the negotiators, and the bomb squad, while waiting for his appointment to deputy chief to finally come through. He'd been on top of the world. With one son on the job already, another in the academy, and his appointment to the command staff all but assured, he was creating a legacy, and he was going to be a patriarch. And then Grace got sick with breast cancer. Shaw's world slipped off its rails. He went from the hectic, high-powered world of city politics to the waiting rooms of doctors who were specialists in things he couldn't even pronounce. And for the first time in his adult life, Shaw found himself completely out of his depth. He took Grace to endless doctor's appointments. They did everything the doctors said to do. But in the end, the chemo and the drugs failed. They had caught the cancer late, and it moved through her hard and fast, relentless as an approaching winter. Utterly baffled by fate, Shaw turned in the only direction he could. He'd been brought up to believe the police department was a family. His fellow officers were his brothers and sisters, the department their mother and father. Even if the rest of the world was going to shit, an officer could always retreat inside the family that cared for him and preserved him, and loved him. The fraternal brotherhood of police took care of its own. It was the core belief that had sustained him through 30 years of police service. It was the gospel he had preached to his 2 sons. It was the solace he sought now. And yet the brotherhood failed him in his time of need. Faced with the demands of competing for the appointment to deputy chief, and taking the time off to be with Grace as she slipped into the final stage of the disease, he'd done the only thing his conscience would allow him to do. He had friends on the command staff, and he tried to get them to go to bat for him. But it didn't work. Everybody felt sorry for him, sure, but if he wanted the appointment, they told him, he would have to slug it out with younger captains, all of them with graduate degrees, and the willingness to snuggle up in the embrace of the Houston political machine. That meant going to parties, playing golf with councilmen on the weekends, being seen, none of which he could do. He watched, from Grace's hospital bed, as first one and then another younger captain moved into the command staff. And soon his only friends and supporters were the dinosaurs, all of them nearing the end of their careers. Their stroke with the city council and the puppeteers in the political machine all but dried up. When Grace died, Shaw found himself a wreck in more ways than one. The woman who had devoted her life to loving him and raising his sons was gone. She had been his rudder, and now he was floating without direction. In his youth, he had seen the department close ranks around officers in times of grief like his. But to his dismay, he found that times had changed. The brotherhood was not what it had once been. And in his floundering confusion, he was left feeling bitter, disgruntled, openly antagonistic toward the administration. They soon lost patience with him. Over the next year he was pushed farther and farther from the inner circle, until finally he was placed in the Emergency Operations Command. It was, perhaps, the cruelest blow imaginable, as it placed him under the direct command of the fire department's chief. It still rankled him, a cop working for a firefighter. The family, Shaw realized, had kicked him to the curb. They wanted him gone. Part of Shaw died with Grace. Not just his heart, not just his career, but his sense of worth, his sense of value. All of that was gone, and he was left standing in the wreckage, nursing his pride, and too bullheaded to admit he was beat. And now, as he stood on the stairs of the M.D. Anderson Library, listening to dogs bay in the night, he looked at his hands and realized his cigarette had smoldered down to the filter. He dropped the butt to the concrete and rubbed it out with the toe of his boot. Then he took another from his pack and lit it. Anthony showed up midway through his second cigarette. "You got another one of those?" he asked. Shaw handed him the pack and lit the cigarette for him. "Thanks," Anthony said. He was dressed in a green T-shirt, tucked into battle-dress uniform pants. A floppy, boony hat pushed high up on his forehead, the way all the younger officers wore it these days. His shirt was snug enough to reveal his well-muscled, wiry frame. He carried himself with the easy confidence of a veteran SWAT officer, full of the knowledge that on the male hierarchy, he owned the top rung of the ladder. Back in his youth, Mark Shaw had been a founding member of Houston's SWAT unit. He recognized the swagger, the confidence in his son's body language, and it made him smile. But the smile didn't last long. He couldn't think of Anthony without thinking of his other son, Brent. Anthony had gotten his mother's small stature. He was only 5'9", and her striking good looks. Brent, on the other hand, was the spitting image of Shaw, a big bear of a man, several inches over 6 feet, with a barrel chest and a round face and a deep, clear voice. But that was where the similarities ceased. Anthony had gotten his father's drive, his mental toughness, his ability to make decisions under pressure. But not Brent. Brent, the older of the two, was a gentle giant. He rarely asserted himself, and lately had taken to drinking far too much. Shaw hadn't confronted him about the drinking, not yet anyway, but he had seen the signs of incipient alcoholism. The absences, the mood swings, the weak excuses for bad performance. Shaw knew it was yet another problem lurking in the wings, something he would have to confront as soon as all this other crap went away. Shaw pointed east over Anthony's shoulder. "Did you know your mother and I built our first house about a mile that way?" Anthony glanced back at the darkness, but said nothing. "It wasn't bad for a policeman's first house," he said. 2 bedrooms, a little yard with a garden. Your mom grew strawberries back then. I remember those things. Not like you buy in the store." He sighed. "I saw it last night. The house, I mean. It's under water mostly." Anthony blew out twin streams of smoke through his nostrils. "Nearly everything's underwater, Dad. This city's gone." Shaw took a drag of his smoke and nodded. For Mark Shaw, those flooded ruins out there weren't just houses. They were homes. Lives had been lived there. Houston, for all its corruption and faults, was a place where men could raise their families. They could live quiet lives, not of desperation, but of honor and integrity and devotion to the ones they loved. And that was it. Family. Everything grew out of the family. That was the concept that defined a man, and ultimately decided if his life had value. He wondered if Anthony understood that as well as he should. "You okay, Dad?" Anthony asked. "Yeah, I'm fine." "You sure? You look tired." "I am tired." Shaw took a last drag on his smoke, jammed it out on the handrail, then dropped it in disgust. Sometimes he hated cigarettes, even though he knew he'd be lighting up again in 10 minutes. "You're not going to have to worry about what's going on here in a few days," Anthony said. "We get that dynamite and we're home free. I've already scouted out the bank. It's perfect. The whole building's underwater, just like Brent said. Once I get that dynamite, Jesse and I can be in and out of that vault in no time. Give me an hour, and we'll all be $7 million richer." "Yeah," Shaw said. He looked east into the darkened ruins, thinking about the house he and Grace had built all those years ago. Brent just a baby. But so much had happened since then. His sons had grown up, and Grace had died, and now he was facing a murky future. Without Grace, without his rudder, he'd fallen back on the one pillar that had never failed him. Duty. The father was the provider. That was his duty. His job was to carve out a future for his children, by force if necessary. But provide for them he must do. To fail was not an option, even if it meant breaking his oath to the law. The day before Hurricane Hector, he had been talking with Brent about Brent's extra job as a security officer at the Republic of Texas Bank. Brent said that $7 million in cash was being stored in the bank's vault. Shaw had thought little of it until the day after Hurricane Hector, when he happened to read an action report that stated all of Southeast Houston's banks and jewelry stores and museums were now underwater. "The property loss," the report's author had written, "will total in the trillions, maybe even the hundreds of trillions." Shaw had nodded in agreement. But the thought of $7 million waiting down there in the bowels of that flooded bank, already written off by the insurance companies, had started his mind working. He had 2 sons, both of whom had joined the police department because he had led them to it with his talk of honor and brotherhood. It was a good job, he promised. No matter how bad the economy gets, you'll never get laid off. But Shaw could read the writing on the wall. Houston would probably never recover from the twin scourge of Hector and Kyle, and if Hurricane Mardell hit them like the folks at the National Hurricane Center were saying, the city would be down and out for good. All his promises of good jobs forever would turn out to be a lie. And then, like a sign from heaven, the ATF delivered the Venezuelan freighter Santa Fe and its shipment of dynamite into his hands. The decision made itself. Shaw lit another cigarette, and it focused him back into the moment. "Are you and Jesse ready to move on the Santa Fe?"
"Well, we can be. Not at this second, but we can be. We've still got a lot of planning to do."
"You have 24 hours.
24 hours? Dad, holy shit, that's too soon.
You have 24 hours, Anthony, or the operation's a no-go. Got it? We wait any longer, and the feds are going to call in an FBI SWAT team. We've got a narrow window of opportunity here. I want you and Anthony to get your gear together and move out tomorrow morning with first light. Can you make it happen?"
"Yeah,"
Anthony said, grinding his smoke out on the pavement.
"Yeah, we can do it. But—"
"That's all I wanted to hear," he said. "Get it done, Anthony. Just get it done." Chapter 3. The next morning, Brent Shaw sat behind the wheel of a small ski-boat, watching the flooded houses in the distance, trying his best not to think about the dead bodies he kept running over. His dad and his younger brother had promised him this little excursion was going to be quick and easy. So far, it had been anything but.
"Okay, hold it up here,"
Anthony said.
"Why are we doing this?"
Brent said.
"Dad said for us to get this done fast." "Just hold up. We'll get there."
Anthony pumped his palm in Brent's face like an angry traffic cop.
"Right here. Stop."
The boat slowed, and Anthony leaned over the gunwale.
"Oh, okay," he said. "No big deal. It's just a dummy."
"A what?"
"You know, like at the mall. A mannequin."
Anthony reached into the water and scooped up a white arm with a limp plastic bag hanging from the wrist. Anthony pointed it at Brent.
"See?"
Brent stared at his brother, not the arm.
"That's great, Anthony. Can we go now?"
Brent didn't do well around dead bodies. That was no secret. Though he'd been a cop for close to 10 years now, the smell of decomposition could still make him vomit unexpectedly. And since riding out from their temporary HQ at the University of Houston's campus, they'd seen hundreds of blackened corpses floating in the water. Brent was in hell. But of course, Anthony was loving it. They'd run over several floaters already, and every time something thudded against the hull, Anthony would be ready with his one-liners.
"Nice! 10 points!"
Or Anthony's personal favorite,
"Hey, go back! I think you missed one!"
Brent, meanwhile, would simply close his eyes and groan. The dummy's arm that Anthony was now holding up so proudly was just one more excuse for his younger brother to needle him. Anthony stuck the dripping arm around the side of the windscreen, the hand inching toward Brent's crotch.
"You want me to jack you off?"
he said, speaking in a falsetto Vietnamese hooker voice.
"Me got kung fu grip. Jack you off long time."
Brent swatted the hand away.
"Jesus, cut it out."
He wiped the water from his pants.
"Quit laughing, asshole. What are you, like 6?
He sat down again, his big hands draped over the top of the wheel. He was trying his best to look tough and pissed, but only came across as rattled.
"You got problem with your wee-wee, big boy?"
Anthony said, still in his hooker voice.
"You no like me? Come on, you not too buku for Rosie."
"I said cut it out."
"You sure? Rosie here's about as close as you're going to get to a woman for a while."
"Throw it back in the water," Brent said. "Please."
"Fine,"
Anthony said, and threw the mannequin's arm away. "But you need to learn to have fun once in a while. Being with you is like having Eeyore for a brother." Anthony got up and went to the back of the boat, where Jesse Numeroff was giving their dive gear a final once-over. Brent watched him go, then hit the throttle and got them back on their way, trying his best not to think about the dull thuds he kept hearing against the bottom of the boat.
"Hey, Brent, what's that?"
They had just rounded a thick copse of trees. Ahead of them, a perfectly straight white line stretched across the floodwater. Brent killed the throttle and scanned the water ahead.
"Shit," he said.
"What is it?" Jesse Numeroff was coming forward now. He looked left, then right, following the track of the white line. "No way around it," Jesse said. "Looks like we're going to have to swim from here." Like Anthony, Jesse was short and slender and fast, built like an infielder. He and Anthony had been best friends since high school, where they'd played baseball together. Now he was a member of the Houston Fire Department's elite high-water rescue unit. When they were planning this operation, Anthony had suggested bringing in Jesse because of his dive skills, and their father, who had always liked Jesse, agreed without hesitation. And just like that, the three of them had fallen into the old familiar pattern. Anthony and Jesse were the Wonder Twins, the ones in charge. Brent was the chauffeur, the guy who carried the heavy stuff, the butt of their jokes. Anthony was standing beside Jesse now, looking at the white line in the water. "Okay, I give. What the hell is that?" "That's the retaining wall for the Beltway," Brent said. "The top of it, anyway. I can get you right up to it, but there's no way to get the boat over that without tearing up the hull." "Just go around it?" "It's too far," Brent said. "It'd take us an hour either way to get around it." "Be quicker to swim it," Jesse said. "The Santa Fe's about a mile that way, through those trees." "I guess we don't have any other choice, do we?" Anthony said. "Not really." Brent turned the boat to their right and followed the retaining wall until they came to a purple charter bus up to its rear-view mirrors in water. "I can tie off here pretty easy," he said to Jesse. "Will this be a good landmark for you to come back to?" "Yeah," Jesse said. "This'll work fine." Anthony and Jesse went to the back of the boat and donned their gear. As they climbed over the side, Brent said, "How long do you think this will take?" 5 to 6 hours, I'm guessing," Anthony said. "You going to be okay hanging out here?" Brent nodded. "You sure?" Anthony said, smiling wickedly. "All those dead bodies? You're not going to get too spooked?" "Fuck you," Brent muttered. He grabbed a pair of AR-15s and handed them to Anthony, who passed one to Jesse. "Lighten up, big bro. I'm just funning with you. You shouldn't have any trouble. But just in case, like if a Coast Guard team shows up or something, have them call Dad at the EOC." "I know what to do," Brent said. And then, almost below his breath, "I can take care of myself." Anthony slid his goggles down over his eyes. "I know you can. I'm just telling you because the old man told me to. Oh, and steer clear of the trees. Water moccasins like to get up in there during floods." Brent glanced at the nearby oaks and swallowed. Anthony was still messing with his head, he knew that, but he couldn't help it. Snakes, like decomposing bodies, were one of his phobias. He turned back to Anthony and tried his best to sound confident and in control, like their father. "I got this, Anthony. You just do your part, and I'll do mine." Anthony laughed, gave him a thumbs up, and then he and Jesse slid away from the boat, gliding silently through the murky water. They dog-paddled most of the way to keep their legs out of the rubble that lurked just below the surface. Once they got out of earshot of the boat, Jesse said, "Hey, how did Brent's internal affairs case work out?" "Which one?" "There's another one?" Jesse asked. "I was talking about him being AWOL. Which one are you talking about?" "He wrecked his police car again." "No way, really? What is that, like 3 this year?" "The Crash Review Board gave him a 15-day suspension right before Gabriella. But my dad put it on hold until we see what's going to happen with Mardell." "That was cool of your dad." Anthony laughed. "He wasn't happy about it, that's for sure." "No, I bet not." They paddled on in silence. This close to the ship channel, they had a clear view of the damage Hurricane Kyle's storm surge had caused. Vast fields of garbage were strewn across the flooded landscape. Billboards were little more than skeletons, with only a few scraps hanging from them. Telephone poles had been upended and tossed like driftwood against buildings that had every window blasted out. Nothing moved, and there was no sound but the splashing of their feet as they dog-paddled on and on. They came to an 18-wheeler, and Jesse climbed up on top of the cab and looked east.
"Not too much farther," he called down to Anthony. "There's a trailer park up ahead. Should be just on the other side of that."
He climbed down and dropped into the water next to Anthony.
"Hey," Jesse said, "listen, I gotta ask you something."
"Shoot," said Anthony.
"It's about Brent."
"Yeah?"
"Your dad's been covering for him a lot lately."
"Yeah, so? You've known my dad long enough to know he's not going to let his kid down when he's going through a rough spot. That's not the kind of man he is."
"I know that. I wouldn't have agreed to get on board with this little operation if I didn't know that."
"So, what are you trying to say, Jesse?"
"Well, it's just that it seems like Brent's been going through a little more than a rough spot. Seems like it's more serious than that."
Anthony didn't answer. Though Jesse hadn't said the words out loud, they were back to Brent's drinking again. The subject had been coming up a lot lately, at work, at home, all the time. Brent had always been a heavy drinker, even back when they were in high school. But over the past year or so it had gotten way out of hand. From what Anthony had heard, Brent was calling in sick a lot, burning up his accrued leave bank. And there were other warning signs of bad things to come. Brent was obsessed with drinking. He talked about drinking all the time. He was irritable. They had grown apart since Anthony joined the SWAT unit, but on the few occasions they'd hung out recently, Brent had gotten really blitzed, followed by blackouts the next day. It was troubling to watch him struggle, completely unwilling to talk about what was obviously going wrong in his world. And Anthony didn't even want to think about the sudden rise in Brent's on-duty police car crashes. In the 7 years he'd been a policeman, Anthony had known more than a few cops who pickled themselves in booze. It was a common enough thing, considering all the shit your average street cop sees in his career. But even though it was common, and tolerated to some degree because nobody wanted to cut a fellow cop out of his pension, it was never cool. Drunks were taken off the street, pushed into some meaningless job where they didn't interact with the public, where they couldn't fuck anything up. Cops like that, they became pariahs, the department's black sheep. They were snickered at behind their backs. Eventually, they were forgotten. Anthony bristled at the idea that his own brother was on the verge of becoming one of those kinds of cops. It stirred a vague sense of hostility somewhere down in his guts, coiling like a big snake.
"You think he's going to be able to do his part in this?" Jesse said.
Anthony kept his eyes straight ahead.
"He'll be fine," he said. "Hey, don't get upset, man. I'm just saying. I mean, I signed up for this because I trust you and your dad all the way. I respect you both. You're capable, but your brother... I mean, let's face it, Anthony, he's a drunk. I like him and all, but I don't want him to...
It's not open for discussion, Jesse. He's in this with us. He's my brother, and I'm not going to leave him out of the money."
"I don't begrudge him the money," Jesse said. "That's not what I'm driving at. He gets a share just like the rest of us. I'm cool with that. I'm just saying that, he might not be able to do his part in the operation. That's all I'm saying." "He'll do fine. Now drop it."
Jesse looked at him, then nodded slowly.
"Sure," he said. "Okay."
A short distance away they came upon the ruins of a trailer park. The destruction they had seen up to that point was incredible, though most of it was still under water, only the tops of buildings and cars still visible. The worst of it was left up to the imagination. But here, in this trailer park, which was at a slightly higher elevation than most of the surrounding area, the water had, for the most part, receded, and what was left was far worse than either of them had imagined. They rose to their feet as the water grew shallow, clipped their flippers to their belts between their legs, and walked through knee-high water, their heads on swivels as they scanned the wrecked trailer park. Several trailers were on their sides, tumbled together like a child's blocks. Some had been crushed by fallen trees. One was split nearly in half by a shrimp boat. Everywhere they looked, they saw endless piles of lumber and roof shingles. There wasn't an unbroken window anywhere. Tree limbs and leaves and brown sea plants clung to everything. And there were bodies. Lots of bodies. Mud had poured into one of the trailers and set like a lava flow. Inside, Anthony saw a mother with her arms still wrapped around a child, partially buried in the muck that had invaded their living room. Anthony looked upon the desolate scene, on the ruined trailers, the toys and lawn chairs, and the piles of gray, warped lumber, the broken windows so like eyes, the damp piles of leaves covering everything, and he felt a depression more complete than any he had previously thought possible. Those who knew him would never confuse Anthony for a deep thinker. Since boyhood, when he discovered that both baseball and girls came easily for him, little else occupied his thoughts. And so it surprised him to encounter such a complex web of feeling upon seeing this place. He was at once sickened and afraid. Turning his head slowly from one wrecked trailer to the next, he wondered what it was that was making him feel such dread, such loneliness. But he couldn't quite grasp it. Whatever it was that rattled him so was just out of reach. An elusive thing, a half-resolved and ominous it lurking in the darkness, waiting to put a cold hand upon his shoulder. With a tightness in his chest and the stench of rot and open sewage seeping into his mask, he continued on. They saw a mangy black dog eating something that looked like a human leg. Anthony didn't hesitate. He raised his rifle and dropped the animal with a single shot. And after the sound of that shot died away, Anthony stood watching the animal. Despite all he had seen, this was the worst. That dog, eating on a human corpse, somehow brought everything into focus. And in that instant he realized that he was witnessing the end of the first half of his life. Just like that. Abruptly, a strange memory surfaced in his mind. He remembered riding in his father's boat out on Clear Lake as a kid, the wind in his hair as he reached over the side, slapping the spray while his dad taught Brent to steer and work the throttle. They had passed a buoy, and Anthony, momentarily fascinated by it, had turned and asked his dad why it was there. "It's the dividing line," his dad had said, "between the lake and Galveston Bay. From here on out, we're in deep water." It was that last phrase that hung in Anthony's mind now. Deep water, he thought. Yeah, that was it. Deep water. That dog eating that corpse's leg, it was like a buoy, and everything from here on out is deep water. There's no coming back from this. The city of Houston is dying, even if it doesn't know it yet. He caught movement out of the corner of his eye and turned toward it. "You see that?" he asked Jesse. He pointed to a trailer, the inside dark as a cave. "Over there." Jesse scanned the trailer. "No. What do you see?" "There's somebody in there." "I don't see him now." They were at a lower elevation now, the water up to their thighs. Jesse sank down into the water so that just his head was above water. "If it's a survivor, we'll pick him up on the way back," he said. "Come on. The ship should be just around those trees up there." Anthony's gaze lingered on the trailer a moment longer. Then he sank down into the water and followed after Jesse. They rounded a copse of trees, and there it was. The Santa Fe. It was an immense freighter, listing to one side, partially buried in mud and slag. Anthony grew up in Houston. He was no stranger to the large freighters that frequented the Houston ship channel, but always when he saw them on the nightly news, or while driving down to Galveston for a day at the beach, they had been in the water, the vast majority of their bulk, like an iceberg, out of sight below the surface. None of those memories prepared him for the Santa Fe.
The storm surge had pushed it at least a mile inland from the docks. Its huge bulk stood like a monument to destruction on a vast field of mud. Even from 400 yards away, it caused the breath to hitch in his throat. His chest felt tight once again. His eyes were dry and burning beneath his mask. His hands felt cold, and an uncomfortable sweat popped from the skin on his arms. It was primitive fear, he realized, with a sudden flush of humility. Fear of this cathedral-like vastness rising from the mud, an endless jumbled plain of refinery wreckage. "Damn," he whispered. "Yeah, you ain't kidding." "Are we going to be able to find what we're looking for on that thing?" Anthony asked. "We will if the blueprints the ATF gave your dad are right. Of course, the way that thing's listing, everything could have gotten tossed around in there." They reached the ship and tossed their climbing ropes onto the deck. Both were experienced climbers, and there was little discussion until they had the ropes securely fastened to deck. It was then that Anthony happened to glance over his shoulder, back in the direction they'd come. There were people there, a small group, coming around the copse of trees. Anthony stared at them, and the vague, undefined sense of unease that had been nagging at him since they first entered the trailer park turned into a steady, blaring warning siren in his head. "You ready?" Jesse said. There was a pause. "Anthony?" "Huh?" "I said, are you ready?" Anthony pointed back in the direction from which they'd come. "Look over there. You see them?" The figures he was pointing at were too far away to make out any details. But even from where they stood, Anthony could see that their clothes had been ripped to pieces by the wind and the rain, revealing emaciated arms and stick-like legs. And there was something wrong with the way they moved. They seemed stiff, their movements jerky, unnatural. "What's wrong with them?" he said. "Survivors, I guess," said Jesse. "If they've been out here since Kyle, they're probably starving. What do you want to do?" Anthony forced down his unease. One thing he had inherited from his dad was the ability to focus when things started to unravel. Right or wrong, his father had always said, you make a decision and you go with it. The worst thing you can do is sit there with your thumb up your ass, wondering what to do. "We have to finish this," he said. "My dad said we only get one chance to handle this ourselves before the FBI sends in their people." "Yeah, but what about them?" Jesse said, with a nod toward the approaching survivors. "We'll get 'em on our way out. Come on, let's go up." They climbed the ropes quickly, Anthony reaching the deck first. He turned and extended a hand to Jesse. "Need some help?" "From a SWAT puke?" Jesse said. "Not hardly." Anthony waited for Jesse to climb over the railing. Then the two of them, flat on their bellies, looked across the deck. Though Anthony knew little about large ships, he had read some Clive Cussler books, and that little bit of knowledge helped him feel like he was at least somewhat familiar with his surroundings. The boat was probably 800 feet long, her beam 100 feet. There were 7 derricks, all but one forward of the funnel and superstructure, leaning like terracotta warriors over the deck holds, waiting to unload cargo that would never again see the light of day. The deck itself was a wasteland of oil drums and tools and rusted equipment. The Santa Fe, evidently, had not been in very good shape even before getting beached by Hurricane Kyle's storm surge. Anthony could see patches of rust and flaking paint on the bulkheads and superstructure. Here and there, he caught a glimpse of a porthole leering back at them like a cracked and yellowed eye. "Where to?" Anthony said. Jesse pointed to their left. "The superstructure up there. We can get down into the hold from there." Anthony nodded and fell in behind Jesse, and they worked their way to the superstructure. They were dropped into darkness as soon as they stepped inside the bulkhead. Turning on their flashlights, they found the stairs and made the awkward downward descent. The deck below them tilted at a crazy angle, so that they had to walk on the walls,
and on the railing. Garbage had fallen down, or up, it was hard to tell, the stairs. It had piled up so high in places that they had to get their shoulders behind a big piece of it and muscle it out of the way. The first time they did it, a large metal cooler went tumbling down the stairs with all the subtlety of a fire truck trying to force its way through traffic. When at last the echoes of it died off in the darkness, Jessie looked at Anthony and said, "Well, there goes stealth mode." Anthony laughed, and they pushed on. The cargo level, when at last they reached it, had 5 feet of water in it. The hold was pitch black, except where their flashlight beams lanced into the darkness. It was ungodly hot down here, and so humid Anthony could feel it in his throat. But the smell was the worst. Something was dead down here. He would have pulled his shirt up over his mouth if it too hadn't been soaking up the filth around them. "This doesn't look good," he said. "No," agreed Jessie. "Come on. I think we need to go that way." Jessie pointed his flashlight into the bowels of the hold, revealing a length of metal railing and the ribs of the ship, and a jumbled mess of crates and shattered pallets. And then, in the light, something moved, followed by a heavy splash. "Fuck! What was that?" Anthony said, simultaneously swinging his AR-15 into position. He hit the flashlight button below the barrel, and a bluish-white LED lit up the section of railing where they had seen the movement. "I lost it," Jessie said. "You see it?" "No." "What was that?" "How the fuck should I know? Just stay ready. Cover right, I got left." Jessie pulled up beside him, his own AR-15 now at the ready. "Clear?" Anthony asked. "Yeah, clear." "Police officers!" Anthony shouted into the darkness. "We are armed. Identify yourselves or you will be shot." They waited, still scanning the darkness with the LED flashlights mounted on their rifles. Jessie's flashlight happened to catch the reflected glint of a pair of eyes, and both men swung their weapons toward it. A rat, soaking wet and glistening from the sheen of oil on the water, glared malignantly at them from atop a wooden crate. "Fucking rat," Jessie said. "That was no rat," Anthony said. "Whatever that was, it was a whole lot bigger than a fucking rat." Again they scanned the darkness, listening for the sound of splashing, or anything else for that matter. But whatever they had seen was gone now. Anthony motioned for Jessie to lead on, and the two of them moved slowly forward, weapons at the ready as they searched for the crates from Tsing-Tsai Chemical that held the ammonia gelatin. They found them a short distance forward, half submerged. "Is that going to be a problem?" Anthony asked. "Being all wet like that?" "It's an underwater explosive, you jackass. What do you think?" Jessie reached into a pocket of his BDUs and pulled out a lock-blade knife, which he used to cut into the plastic sheet that covered the dynamite sticks. Anthony stared at the explosives, and his mouth went dry. He tried to swallow, but couldn't force down the walnut that had suddenly formed in his throat. They were sitting on dynamite, for Christ's sake. The next thing he knew, Jessie had pulled from his pants pocket a device that looked like an old-fashioned transistor radio. He also had a small Ziploc baggie with a length of copper wire inside. As Anthony watched, Jessie connected the transistor radio-looking device to the wires, and then the wires into a few of the sticks of dynamite. Then he pulled out 5 sticks and motioned for Anthony to turn around. "What are you doing?" Anthony asked, but he knew even before he asked. He could feel Jessie tugging at the zipper to his backpack, working the flaps open to get the dynamite crammed down into the pouch. "Relax," said Jessie. His voice was breezy. "These things won't explode without a detonator." Jessie zipped the backpack closed again and went back to working on the rest of the dynamite still inside the crate. "So what are you doing there?" Anthony asked. "Attaching a detonator." The walnut at Anthony's throat finally went down. With a chuckle,
Jesse finished the job and stood up. "Come on," he said. "Let's get moving." "Just like that? That's it?" "Yep, that's it. I'll activate the charges once we get to a safe distance. When you hit the detonator, there won't be any danger with the—" He trailed off there, but motioned with his thumb toward the dynamite in his backpack. Jesse smiled. "Stop being such a pussy," he said, slapping Anthony on the shoulder. "Come on, let's get moving." They made their way back to their stairs and started up. Anthony was still tense, the smell of death strong in his nostrils, and he kept his AR-15 at the low ready. Up ahead of them, a hazy white daylight seeped down from the top of the stairs. Anthony kept his gaze moving, careful not to stare into the light too long, so that his eyes wouldn't lose their low-light acuity. But the sweat was popping out all over his face, and it was hard to tell if the flickering light above them was coming from his rapid blinking, or something moving. He stopped and ducked into a crouch. Jesse continued a few steps up, then stopped as well. "You hear something?" he whispered. "Shh." Anthony listened. He squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them again and slowly scanned the darkness. He had heard something. What was it? The faint clicking of fingernails on a table? Or was it simply the distant, muffled plink, plink, plink of water dripping from a bulkhead somewhere down in the hold? It was hard to tell. The sound, if indeed it had been a sound at all, had seemed to come from above him and below him simultaneously. But now, in the darkened stillness of the stairwell, all he could hear was the slow, measured sound of his own breathing. "I don't hear anything," Jesse said, and stood up. "Come." In the low light, something moved fast behind Jesse. There was a crash, a sudden stuttering growl that sounded like a fast series of notes on a piano keyboard, and something that was all teeth flashed into the air, lunging for Jesse's head. Anthony was ready and fired, the stairwell turning orange from the muzzle flash, the pop-pop-pop of the rifle echoing off the walls. A moment later, the afterburn of the muzzle flash still sending white blobs of light sailing across his vision, Anthony lit up the crumpled form at their feet. It was a dog, its ribs visible down the flanks of its mangy coat, teeth still bared in a grimace of mad hunger. Jesse, meanwhile, was leaning against the wall, staring down at the animal. He looked at Anthony, said nothing, then looked back down at the dog. "You okay?" Anthony said. "What is it with you and dogs?" Jesse answered. "Shit, man, I think I streaked my shorts." Anthony shook his head. "Yeah, you and me both. Come on, let's go." They climbed the stairs back to the deck and found their ropes. As Anthony was climbing over the side, he happened to glance to the north and saw the 5 survivors they'd seen earlier. They were very close now, less than 200 feet from the ship, close enough that Anthony could hear them moaning. "Jesse, over there," he said. "Shit, they're way too close. Anthony, we have to get them out of here. They need to be at least 1,000 yards from the blast point." "Start down," Anthony said. Then he turned to the approaching figures, cupped his hands over his mouth to trumpet his voice, and yelled, "You there! Stop! The ship's not safe! Don't come any closer! We'll come to you!" He was about to yell again, for they didn't seem to hear him. But then he dropped his hands from his mouth. Something was wrong. They didn't move right. They didn't sound right. From where he stood, he could see their eyes, and it seemed to him that he had seen that same vacancy, that same profound emptiness, in the sightless, unblinking stare of the freshly dead. The man out in front of the pack was nearly nude. His pants and shoes and most of his shirt and the left side of his underwear little more than tattered rags. He didn't walk. He shambled.
His arms hung like limp ropes at his side. His lower jaw worked up and down, but never completely closed. There was a clumsy, faltering stagger to his walk. But it was the man's eyes that held Anthony's attention. Those glassy, depthless eyes. 3 years earlier, Anthony had been on a high-risk narcotics search warrant. He was the lead man into the house after Russell Marks smashed the door open with a battering ram. There, not 8 feet from the door, sitting on a couch, were 3 grown men and a grubby-looking, half-naked junkie girl of about 14.
"Down! Down! Police! Search warrant!"
Anthony had screamed, and saw one of the men rise from the couch with a pistol in his hands. Instinct took over, and he fired a 3-round burst. And sometimes, when he closed his eyes, he could still follow the track of the bullets as they left his gun and thudded into the man's chest and neck, knocking him back against the filthy gray wall behind him. The man had slid down to the couch and rolled over forward, landing face up on the bare cement floor at Anthony's feet. Anthony looked down at the man, watching the life slip out of his frightened gaze, watching his face grow slack, horrified, and even a little thrilled that he had just killed a man who was trying to kill him. The look Anthony had seen in that man's eyes as he died was the same look he was seeing now. A loud, ululating moan rose up from the lead man in the group, and it snapped Anthony back into the moment. He grabbed onto the ropes and swung himself over the side, a small but insistent voice in his head urging him to go, go, go. He and Jesse landed in the mud side by side. Jesse unhooked himself from the rope and started to walk toward the group, which was now almost upon them.
"Jesse, no!"
Anthony said, and Jesse turned his head slightly back to Anthony, as though startled by the urgency in his friend's voice.
"Back away!"
Anthony shouted. Jesse turned back to the approaching group, just as the lead man raised his hands and tried to grab Jesse by the shoulders. The man's mouth came open, the moan still bleeding out, but changing now into something more like a wet, snapping sound. Anthony was already running toward them. He had the butt of the AR-15 raised over his head, and as he closed the distance, he slammed it down on the man's face. The blow cracked the man's teeth off at the gum line and knocked him to the ground.
"He tried to bite me,"
Jesse said. His eyes were wide, his mouth slack with disbelief.
"Did you see that? He was going to take a bite out of me."
But Anthony wasn't listening to Jesse. He was watching the man on the ground. An injury like that should have had the guy rolling around, screaming his lungs out. But he was getting back up, and he wasn't making a sound. Blood was gushing from his mouth, his teeth little more than icicle-like stubs now, and he was getting up. Anthony shook his head. No, he thought, not possible. Not fucking possible.
"Move!"
he said, grabbing Jesse by the shirt and pushing him away from the people closing in on them.
"Time to go."
They moved as fast as they could through the mud, their flippers swinging wildly between their legs as they ran. Anthony glanced back over his shoulder. The survivors were turning slowly, stiffly, to follow them. But they didn't run. They didn't change their pace at all. They just kept shambling on.
"What the hell's wrong with those people?"
Jesse asked. "I don't know," Anthony answered. "Just keep moving. Don't stop." And they didn't. Not until they rounded the copse of trees and came upon the edge of the trailer park. At that point, Jesse reached into his pants pocket and pulled out the transistor radio-looking device and flipped it on.
"What do you want to do?" Jesse said. "Those people are too close. I hit this thing, they're going to die."
Anthony nodded slowly. He knew that already. But his mind was replaying the things he'd just seen, the man getting up without saying a word, or showing even the slightest sign that he'd been hurt after having his teeth knocked down his throat, the dead vacancy in his eyes. He heard a faint splashing to his right, and turned.
Anthony had just enough time to remind himself that the first dog he'd shot had landed over there, near that pile of gray, weathered lumber. But what he saw there now, his mind refused to acknowledge. 3 women, the clothes on their backs the same color as the mud on the sides of the trailers, were using their teeth and their fingernails to rip the dog's carcass to pieces. One woman turned her head slowly around, ropey lengths of muscle and fur hanging from her lips, and rose to her full height. She started toward them. "Oh, shit, Anthony," said Jesse. Anthony stared at the woman, transfixed by her, at the blood that had formed a wide, ghastly bib down the front of her tattered dress. For a long moment he couldn't wrap his mind around her. It was all just too much to take in. But then he saw her eyes, the same dead, vacant eyes he'd seen on the man back at the ship, and a low groan escaped his lips. "Hit it, Jesse. Blow the charge. Do it!" "Yeah," Jesse muttered. And then, louder, "Get ready to drop." Jesse hit the button on the detonator. Both men dropped to their knees, opened their mouths to equalize the pressure, and braced themselves for the blast. The first explosion came a second later. It was a small blast, muffled by the hull of the ship. Anthony thought, "Is that it?" He was about to open his eyes when the next several blasts came, one after the other, so close together they might have seemed like a single blast if heard from a distance. The blast wave washed over them a moment later. Anthony was facing toward the boat when it hit. He saw an enormous wall of fire rise up over the trees, huge curtain-like sheets of red, yellow, and orange rising into the sky. A low rumble moved through the ground, causing the trailers around them to jitter and dance. Disoriented and barely conscious, he tried to rise to his feet and staggered dizzily to one side, landing on a knee in the shallow water. Something whistled above him, and he looked up in time to see a huge piece of metal shaped like a bicycle wheel, and trailing a tail of smoke and cables, sail overhead like a mad comet. "Get down!" Jesse screamed. But Anthony couldn't hear him. He couldn't hear anything but a constantly ringing noise. Stunned, he watched the comet crash into the side of a trailer, splitting it in two and sending the smaller of the two halves tumbling end over end into another trailer. Anthony watched it settle back into the water, the ripples moving out and away from it, and for a moment his mind was an absolute blank. When he turned around again, a giant column of black smoke was rising into the air where he had seen the curtains of fire just seconds ago. The air seemed full of burning twine and the smell of oil and charred metal. His vision was hazy, his balance shot. Anthony turned to Jesse and couldn't focus on him. There seemed to be 2 of him, crossing like ghosts into each other. Jesse was yelling at him, but Anthony couldn't hear him. Anthony shook his head in confusion, and Jesse grabbed him and half-turned him toward the women they'd seen eating the dog's carcass. The first woman was still coming toward them. She would take a few steps, list to one side, and pitch over into the water. But each time she fell, she got right back up, oblivious to the smoke seeping off her back.
"All wrong!"
Jesse was screaming into Anthony's ear.
"This is all wrong! We have to go!"
Anthony nodded. The muscles in his neck seemed to have lost the ability to control his head. It tilted too far forward, too far back. He grabbed Jesse by the shoulder and tried to speak. No sound came out. His voice was nothing more than a tickle in the back of his throat. But it was enough to get his point across. Jesse pulled Anthony's arm over his shoulder, and together they staggered back to where Brent waited with the boat. Chapter 4. "Were you able to get a hold of your husband?" Eleanor nodded.
"I did, yes, sir."
She handed the cell phone she just used to talk with Jim and Madison back to Shaw.
"Thanks for letting me use that."
"My pleasure." He held the door to the conference room open for her. "After you."
"Thank you, sir."
Eleanor tried to smile as she walked into the meeting, but she was too tired for pleasantries. Besides, it hadn't been a good conversation with Jim. He and Madison were holding up okay, but the stress of being stuck indoors for days on end and of taking care of Miss Hester, whose health had been steadily falling since Hurricane Hector, was starting to wear on them. Eleanor could hear it in their voices. They were quarrelsome, short-tempered, snapping at each other, while she tried to explain why it was she couldn't come home just yet. This last call she'd hardly gotten a word in edgewise. Every time she opened her mouth, Jim interrupted her to yell at Madison. And by the end of the phone call, she was left wondering why she'd even bothered calling in the first place. Part of her understood where they were coming from. It had been 2.5 days since she'd last been home, and that was only to spend the night. Before that, she'd been away for 3 days. But it hadn't been a cakewalk for her, either. The last 11 days had been mind-numbing. In that short time, her office had dealt with the fallout of 2 major storms. 3 if you counted Tropical Storm Gabriella. An entire decade's worth of hurricane activity in the span of 2 weeks. From her post at the EOC, Eleanor had watched those storms change her city forever. She had been at the switchboard of an endless stream of action reports and emergency evacuations and interagency wrangling, so that now, when she looked back over the past 11 days, she found her memory a complete blur. She couldn't remember what storm had done what. Like the city outside, her mind was all a jumble. But now that she was in the conference room, it was time for business. In here they dealt with the lives of the 80,000 people who had been crammed into the U of H campus, and fights with her family were a distraction she simply didn't need. Eleanor settled into a chair just to the right of Captain Shaw's. She'd sat there during their first meeting, which had taken place the morning after Hurricane Hector, 8 days ago now, and it had become her regular place for every meeting after that. Funny, she thought, how things like that worked out. There was a sort of etiquette to it. Captain Shaw, of course, occupied the head of the table. Seated at the foot of the table was Shaw's counterpart in the fire department, Assistant Fire Chief Frank Clay, who also happened to be one of the handsomest men Eleanor had ever seen outside a movie theater, like a real-life version of Harrison Ford. These meetings had a way of going on way too long, and there had been several times during the past week when Eleanor, tired and bored, had found herself staring at Frank Clay, daydreaming like a heroine from a Lisa Kleypas novel. Occupying the middle seat to Eleanor's right was Joe Schwab, the head of Public Works, who, because he spent so much time helping his crews in the field, nearly always looked and smelled as if he had just got done mowing the yard. Opposite him was Dr. Hugh Bailey. Bailey had been one of the original refugees stranded by Hurricane Hector, but as the conditions worsened in the shelter, he had emerged as a leader, helping to organize their rapidly dwindling stores of food and medical supplies. Among the 5 of them, they were overseeing a nightmare. When Captain Shaw opened up the University of Houston campus to any evacuee who could reach it, Eleanor had been in awe of the man's courage. He was acting way above his pay grade, and doing it without flinching. But as the days went on, and the federal aid they'd been promised still didn't come, Shaw's outpost of mercy turned into a death camp of plague and starvation. These conference meetings had become increasingly tiresome, the news always worse than the day before, and she always felt exhausted and demoralized afterwards. But like it or not, she had to be here. It was her job. Shaw called them to order. "I suppose you've all heard by now that Hurricane Mardell has been upgraded to a Category 5 storm," he said. "According to the National Hurricane Center, it's a monster, nearly twice the size of Kyle. It's expected to make landfall in about 6 hours. That doesn't give us a lot of time. I want a quick status report from each of you. Major issues only. Don't bog me down with a bunch of bullshit. I just want to know what's wrong and what you're doing to take care of it. Doc, you want to start us off? Hugh Bailey nodded slowly. He had probably been a presentable, if undistinguished-looking man before all this started, but for the past 8 days he had been doing hard work in the trenches of the shelter, with only 2 changes of clothes. Now the yellow polo shirt and jeans he wore were filthy and sweat-stained. "Well," he said, "the salmonella drama continues. We've lost 80 people so far. A few infants, but most of them elderly. Right now we're storing the bodies in the freezers over in the restaurant management building, but we're running out of room. And not to put too fine a point on it, those freezers haven't been working since all this started. They're cooler than anywhere else we've got to store them, but—" He trailed off, then shrugged.
"But what?"
Schwab asked. The others were silent. Bailey looked around the table, then finally settled his gaze on Schwab. "To be blunt, those bodies are starting to stink. I smelled them on the way over here. Pretty soon, and by that I mean pretty damn quick, we're going to have to figure out something to do with them. We can't leave them there. It's not healthy for the rest of us."
"But what can we do?"
Schwab asked. Again Bailey looked around the room, and again found no help from the others. "We're going to have to start thinking about burying the dead."
"What?"
Schwab said.
"We don't have the authority to do that. Not here on this campus."
"I don't see that we have any other options," Bailey countered. "Things aren't going to get any better any time soon. We all know that, right? I've listened to the reports during these meetings, and I know for a fact that we're going to be stuck here for another 2 weeks at least, maybe even longer. That means more dead. And, of course, that doesn't take into consideration the additional problems Mardell is going to bring us. I'd be lying if I didn't tell you that things are going to get a whole lot worse before they get better." He sighed. "Which brings me to another matter. The electricity. Or rather, the lack of it. Without electricity, none of the water pumps work. Our water is filthy. Consider all those people out there in the shelter, eating food that none of us would have fed to a stray dog 2 weeks ago. We don't have any functioning toilets. We haven't had toilet paper in 3 days. And as if that wasn't bad enough, that storm surge from Hurricane Kyle overloaded the campus's sewage system. That's caused a backwash that has contaminated everything around us. We have 80,000 people jammed into cramped quarters, many of them sick and injured. Some with really serious stuff, too, like AIDS and hepatitis and TB. A lot of people who were stranded at the airport came here, too. It's possible that some of them could be carrying really exotic stuff, frightening stuff, demon-in-the-freezer stuff, for those of you who have read Richard Preston." He looked around the table, then went on. "The short answer is that a lot more people are going to be dying over the next few days, and I don't have any way to help them. We can't store the bodies. It's hot as hell out there. Mosquitoes are everywhere. You put all that stuff together, and you can expect a pretty huge die-off over the next few days. I say we start looking for a place to bury the dead. Temporarily, maybe. The bodies can be moved to a proper cemetery later. But we need to find a grassy area now where we can dig some graves."
"I can't believe I'm hearing this," Schwab said. "How did this salmonella junk get started, anyway?"
"I don't think that's really the issue we should be worrying about right now," said Shaw, holding up his hands in frustration. "Doc, we'll deal with the dead after we see what Mardell does to us. Right now, I just need the big picture. What else you got?" Bailey nodded again. "Okay, big picture. Well, we're out of food. We need fresh water, too, a lot of it. The people who aren't busy shitting their guts out from the salmonella are starving and suffering from dehydration." "Okay," Shaw said. "I'm supposed to be giving a press conference here in about 30 minutes. I'll mention it then, and hopefully it'll light a fire under Homeland Security's ass. Anything else?" "Well, yes. While you're at it, you might as well ask for a barge loaded down with antibiotics to be brought in here. On top of that, I've got heart patients, diabetics, people with hypertension, and about 100 other chronic conditions. I don't have medicines. I don't have supplies. Even minor injuries are going to turn into something serious if I can't treat them correctly. I can't read all that on the news, Shaw said. They'll just cut me off. Do me a favor and write out a list of medicines and supplies you need, and I'll see it gets forwarded. Anything else? Yeah, I got a lot. You need to send those cameras into our shelters. If you want people to get motivated to help us, they need to see what's really going on in there. It's like walking through hell. I know, Doc, Shaw said tiredly. Just put what you need on the list. I'll see it gets to the news. That goes for the rest of you, too. Give me your lists before I go live. Shaw looked down at his notes and sighed. Okay, Joe, what have you got? Schwab said. He coughed to clear his throat and then squirmed in his chair until he was sitting up straight. Eleanor had the distinct impression that speaking out loud at these meetings was a real torture for him, that he was much more comfortable out in the field.
Okay, well, first I guess I got a problem with feral hogs.
What? Eleanor said. Did you say hogs?
Yeah. I've had 8 crews attacked so far.
I don't understand, Eleanor said. You mean pigs, right? Your men are being attacked by pigs. In the middle of the 3rd biggest city in the country?
Not exactly, Shaw said. Feral hogs are different. They're pigs, but they've gone wild. Usually only takes a generation for it to happen. They grow as big as the pigs you've probably seen, but they've got tusks, and they're about the meanest critters on the planet. I remember last year Sugarland had a bad problem with them. They invade a subdivision and tear up yards and eat trash, that kind of thing. They even kill dogs and cats. They'll eat anything they can catch. I imagine that includes your men.
That's right, Schwab said. The floodwaters are driving them out of the woods where they usually hide, and my men are running into them when they go to some of these pump stations. One of them gored a man last night. Luckily, he had some other guys with him, and they were able to beat the thing away with wrenches.
Schwab looked around the room, then settled his gaze on Shaw.
Captain, I want some police protection for my men. The men would feel a whole lot better if they had somebody with a rifle going along with them.
Shaw shook his head. Joe, I can't spare an officer to go out with every crew. My people are stretched to the breaking point as it is. Tell you what, I'll ask for more rifles. What I get, I'll distribute to your people. I'm sure you've got some good country boys working for you who know how to shoot. How's that?
Yeah,
Schwab said.
Yeah, that'd be okay.
Good. Anything else?
Well, I guess you know most of the problems I'm facing. None of that's changed. But there is one thing.
Yeah? Schwab swallowed nervously.
Some of my guys have been telling me about survivors they've seen.
To Eleanor, Shaw seemed to suddenly stiffen in his chair. Yes? Shaw said.
Have you guys had any reports of people, eating each other? Some of my men, they've heard from people they've pulled out of flooded houses that there are survivors out there eating each other. They break their way into homes and eat the people they find there. My men are scared.
Ah, there it is,
Eleanor thought.
The genie's out of the bottle now.
For several days they'd been hearing the same reports. Survivors wandering through the flooded ruins of South Houston in such a deep state of shock that they act like zombies. And there had been multiple reports of cannibalism. That part wasn't rumor. They'd confirmed that. And though he wasn't in on the intelligence, Dr. Bailey had as much as predicted it during one of their previous meetings. Many of the survivors, he had said, will be dealing with stress levels far beyond their tolerance. Anxiety over the survival of family and friends, over their homes and pets and cars, would be driving even emotionally stable people to the breaking point. Post-traumatic stress disorder would be about as common in the flooded remains of the city as mosquitoes, and that would lead to some pretty odd behaviors. "Listen to me," Shaw said. There was a hard note of warning in his voice. "That right there is going to stop. We're not going to go around spreading a lot of wild-ass rumors about cannibals, you understand me? Tell your men there are no cannibals out there. There are survivors who are starving, yes. A lot of them are probably in shock, too. But they are not cannibals. Got it?"
Eleanor looked at him, her mouth agape in surprise. What was he saying? The two of them had had conversations on this very subject. What he had just said was the exact opposite of reports he himself had confirmed 2 days earlier. He caught her eye and gave her a barely perceptible shake of his head. But the message was clear. Quiet. Don't say a word.
I got it," Schwab said. "I was just wondering."
"There's nothing to those rumors," Shaw repeated. "Anything else?"
"No, sir."
"Good. Frank, how about the fire department?" Eleanor was still looking at Shaw when Frank Clay started to speak. "Big news for us is the nearly 7 million 911 calls we've been unable to answer. By federal law, each one will have to be followed up on after Mardell. That'll mean some have been holding for nearly 2 weeks." "Well, most of those will just have to wait, I guess," said Shaw. "Yeah, but the time lag isn't the problem. The problem was what our men will encounter when they go into the areas where most of the calls are coming from. Rescue workers, that's your people and mine, Mark, are going to be dealing with a lot of unknown contaminants in the water. Chemical, biological, rotting dead bodies, sewage, you name it. The floodwaters are going to be the nastiest soup you've ever seen. Every time our people enter a house, they'll be dealing with mold and possible carbon monoxide poisoning. Buildings will be collapsing. At this point, I have no idea how we're going to manage it. I guess we can hit up the military for some biohazard suits, but even then it'll be risky for our people. And of course, we haven't even talked about what Hurricane Mardell is likely to do to us." Shaw nodded slowly. "That'll have to wait, Frank. Write me up a list of critical assets, and we'll get some people to work securing them." Shaw let out a sigh and stood up. "All right," he said. "That's it for now. I want each of you to head back to your posts. Frank, send me anything you come up with to help us get ready for Mardell. The rest of you, batten down your hatches and pray for the best." And just like that, the meeting was over. The others filed out in silence, leaving Eleanor and Shaw alone. Shaw gathered up his papers and maps and jammed them into a canvas attaché case embossed with the HPD's logo on the side. He slid the strap over his shoulder and pulled out his pack of cigarettes. They walked out of the room and down the library's front steps together. It was a little after 10 a.m. On a normal Houston September morning, the sun would have been beating down on them. But the sky was dark and overcast, and a steady breeze from the south carried with it the smell of the sea, mingled with smoke and chemicals, and underneath all of it, the sickeningly sweet odor of mud and rot. The air had not yet turned the eerie chemical green that announced a coming hurricane, but the smell of the breeze left little doubt that it was on the way, and it was going to be a killer.
"Captain," Eleanor said, "you mind if I ask you something?"
"Depends. You mind if I smoke?"
"No, I don't mind."
"Good. Then ask away." She watched him shake a cigarette loose from the pack and light it with a brass-plated Zippo.
"You lied to Joe Schwab in there. Why?"
"You mean about the cannibalism?"
"That's right. You know as well as I do those reports are accurate. What if Schwab's crews end up dealing with those people? Don't they have a right to know what we know?"
He didn't answer her right away. He just stood there smoking, lost in thought. Finally, he said, "Schwab's people are working primarily inside the loop. All the reports we've gotten have been down around the Deer Park and LaPorte areas. Texas City, Dickinson, Webster, those places. We haven't seen any of that farther north."
"So why not tell him the truth?"
Again, he hesitated before answering. "Look, Eleanor, I'm about to go on national TV and issue a plea for help. I do not want to have to explain that the survivors I'm asking America to help are cannibals. Do you have any idea what a story like that would do to the rescue efforts? Can you imagine what it would do to the morale of this city? I have to think about that. That is my responsibility. It's on my shoulders. It is my duty to make sure the people of this city get the help they need. I will not have them become pariahs." Eleanor glanced across the trash-strewn lawn between the library and the back of Hoffman Hall, where the camera crews were already massing for the press conference.
"And what about them?" she asked. "What if they ask you about it, point blank? What will you say?"
"I will tell them we've had our fair share of looters. I'll say we've heard reports of people eating their pets. I'll tell them we've found plenty of shell-shocked survivors. But I'll deny any reports of cannibalism as unsubstantiated and just plain mean-spirited."
"Mean-spirited?"
"Racist, in other words," Shaw said. "Start calling the media racist, and they'll knee-jerk so fast it'll make your head spin. Before you know it, they'll make this cannibalism mess a non-issue. They'll be afraid to mention it, and they'll condemn anybody who does." Shaw finished his cigarette, dropped it to the sidewalk, and rubbed it out with the toe of his boot. Then he took his phone from his shirt pocket and checked it. "Almost time," he said. "Listen, Eleanor, I want you to go home to your family."
"What? You mean right now?"
He nodded.
"Sir, I can't do that," she said. "Not with everything that's going on."
"Yes, you can. I'm telling you to."
"Captain, I can't just leave you like this. Not now. My duty is here."
"Eleanor, don't confuse your duty with what others expect you to do. We're both parents, okay? We have a clear set of obligations. Family, country, job, in that order. Go home to your family. Be with them. When the storm's over and they're safe, come back here."
"What about you, sir? What about your family? You've got 2 sons out there."
He smiled faintly. The last 2 weeks had really aged him, she realized. She'd read books in which people went through something awful, and it seemed to age them 10 years in as many hours. But she always thought that was a writer's hyperbole. Real people didn't age like that. But he had. She could see it in the slump of his shoulders, and in the nests of lines that spread out from the corners of his eyes like river deltas. "I've already taken care of my family's future," he said. "Don't worry about that. My sons will walk away from this with a future they can count on. Now it's time for me to move on to my other obligations." She looked across the trash and mud-strewn yard, where the reporters waited like a pack of hungry hounds, and an awful feeling stirred in her.
"What are you going to do?" she said.
"I'm going to go over there and become a scapegoat for every act of mismanagement this city has done up to this point. I'll take the blame so others can pick up the pieces when this is all done and lead the city forward. And when I'm done with that, I'm going to come right back here and see if I can't help some of the people in our shelters." She started to object, but found she didn't really have the words for it. What he was saying was awful, but it did make sense. As soon as conditions in the shelter hit the front page of the newspapers and scrolled across the home pages of every Internet provider the world over, the public would demand to know why it had all gone wrong. If Shaw took the blame, it would give the city's leaders the public opinion mandate they would need to move Houston out of this crisis. If that was even possible. "Go home, Eleanor," he said, and turned and walked off toward Hoffman Hall. She watched him go, a little stunned, and filled once again with awe for the man's courage. The reporters closed on him, swarmed around him, and soon he was lost among the throng.
"Good luck," she muttered,
and began the long walk down to the makeshift docks they built along Spur 5, where she'd left her canoe. There was a cement loading dock behind the Student Service Center. Floodwater had come right up to the edge of the walkway that ran along the rear of the loading dock, and Eleanor and a few of the other police officers and firefighters who lived close by and who used canoes or small motorboats to get to work had taken to tying up their boats to an 18-wheeler that had been trapped in the flood. Somebody, Eleanor thought maybe it was Hank Gleason, but she wasn't sure, had spray-painted "Reserved parking for HPD only" along the side panel of the big rig that was nearest the dock. Along the other side of the rig, the side that was facing the floodwater and was therefore impossible to get to from the dock unless you were swimming, the same somebody had painted "Reserved parking for HFD hosers." It had been funny the first time she saw it, but it didn't seem so now. Now, the only thing on her mind was the approaching storm, and the disquieting notion that she was leaving her post at a critical moment. Why had Shaw insisted she go home? It didn't make any sense to her, not with so much going on. She stood on the edge of the walkway, watching her canoe floating the water, tethered to the rig's rearview mirror, and tried to think it through. But nothing came. Shaw had always been a private man, never the kind to open up around those with whom he worked, especially when those people were younger than he was by a good 20 years, and considerably below him in rank. But Eleanor had picked up a good many things over the 2 years she'd worked in the EOC, most of it by listening in on the edges of conversations. And she knew his talk of duty wasn't just a front. He really did think that way, as though the big concepts in life like duty and honor and justice were living things that could be fed and nurtured, the same way you would with children. And she knew the commitment he felt to those big ideas had made him unpopular with the department's current administration. They looked on him as an inflexible, hard-headed dinosaur, more a nuisance than an asset, somebody who needed to be put somewhere out of the way, where he could work out his remaining few years until retirement in relative isolation, and then, they hoped, go away quietly. She thought of him going into that horde of reporters, the camera crews looking as though they might chew him to pieces, and smiled bitterly. Fate, it seemed, had other plans for Captain Mark Shaw. Still, the canoe waited. Her family waited. She thought of Madison, who, at the beginning of this mess, had helped her move their household supplies upstairs with the bored air of a teenager going through the motions, but who was now acting as a full-time nurse for Miss Hester, carrying the weight of responsibility like a grown-up. And Eleanor wondered if Shaw hadn't had a point about the family being the prime duty of a human being. Hadn't that been what attracted her to working in the EOC in the first place? Didn't she feel a sense of rightness when she prepared her family's disaster plans? Maybe it made sense after all. Eleanor untied the canoe and set out. She paddled away from the Student Service Center, through the ghosts of flooded buildings and over the roofs of submerged cars. Occasionally she heard an antenna scraping against the metallic bottom of the canoe. Then she went under the freeway, and when she came out on the other side, she was in open water. In the distance she could see I-45, a dark spine of concrete stretching across the horizon. It took 10 minutes of paddling to put the campus well behind her. Home was another 3 miles to the south, and she figured she'd be able to make the distance in plenty of time to help Jim and Madison prep the house for the storm. In her mind, she went through the lists of things he'd mentioned on the phone. Small chores that had to get done, damage that had to be repaired before Mardell made landfall, and soon she found herself drifting through a neighborhood. She stopped paddling and looked around. All the houses were dark, of course. That didn't surprise her. Nor did the extraordinary amount of damage that had been done. What did surprise her was the quiet. There were no cars, no planes in the sky, no screaming kids or lawnmowers or ringing phones. A strange, eerie calm had settled over the houses, and the stillness that dropped over the city was both hypnotic and terrifying. Off to her left, in the space between two houses, she saw a darkened figure wading toward her, chest deep in the floodwater. She was pretty sure it was a man. He was moaning. Something about the sound chilled her nerves, and she took up her paddle and moved out again. The man was far away, but even still, she nudged the AR-15 at her feet a little closer, just in case. Chapter 5. The hammer came down on the back of his thumb, and for a moment Jim Norton just stood there, his mouth hanging open in shock. He had just enough time to ask himself why in the hell he'd been so careless, when the pain flooded in and his whole body convulsed. A strangled cry of pain escaped his throat. He dropped the hammer and squeezed his injured thumb in his right hand, his body jittering like a man who has never had to piss so badly in all his life, but has to wait just a little while longer. "Fuck!" he yelled. And yelling made something click inside him. His eyes sprang open. The pain was still there, but the rude, blunt shock of it had abruptly given way to anger. He was breathing very fast, panting really, purple blotches swimming at the corners of his vision. "God damn holy fucking shit!" he yelled, and kicked the wall so hard, a thin curtain of dirt sifted down from the windowsill. He stood there, hurting. The hammer was at his feet, and he gave it an angry kick. "Piece of shit!" he muttered. Still clutching his injured thumb, he closed his eyes and focused on his breathing, trying to get it under control. "Daddy?" He opened his eyes. Madison was standing in the doorway, looking at him, her expression one of worry, underscored by a note of fear. "I hit my thumb with a hammer," he said. She stepped out onto the porch. "Oh, no." She reached for his hand. "Are you okay?" "What does it fucking look like?" he nearly said, but caught the words before they had a chance to come out. That wouldn't do. Hurt as he was, it was hardly an excuse to lash out at her. God knows they'd done plenty of that over the last 11 days as it was. With a great deal of effort, he said, "No, sweetheart. I hit it pretty good. Do Daddy a favor, would you? Go get me a rag or something from inside." She looked at his hurt thumb. A thin trickle of blood was seeping out between his fingers and running down the inside of his wrist. She nodded. "Okay, Daddy." Madison ran inside the house, and when she was gone, Jim took his right hand away and looked at the thumb. It was a mess. A small crescent-shaped cut had formed right below the web where the thumb met the hand, and within the curve of the crescent he could see the negative impression of the hammer's nicked head. The left side of the cut was deeper, and bright red blood was flowing freely from it. Tentatively he tried to move the thumb, and right away felt like somebody had jammed a live electrical cord into his wrist. "Okay," he said. "Not going to do that again." "Fuck," he thought. "Probably broken. That's just great. We've got a big-ass storm on the way, and I go and break my fucking hand. A lot of fucking good I'm going to be." He wiped the tears from his eyes with the back of his hand, and when he looked up again, Madison was running out the door with the tackle box they were using for their first aid kit in her hands. She put it on the porch next to his feet, then took his huge hand in her small ones. "Easy," he said, wincing. "I think it's broken." He tried to pull it back, but Madison held on firmly. She made a clucking noise and kept on examining his hand, turning it this way and that. Jim Norton chewed his fingernails. Always had, and probably always would, no matter how much Eleanor complained about it. As a result, His fingernails always had a ragged, unkempt look. He wasn't especially self-conscious about it, no more than a smoker is about smoking, but it did make it difficult to pry open the tabs on Coke cans or pick coins off a counter. Eleanor would sometimes see him struggling, and she'd make the same clucking noise Madison was making now. It was an impatient, "Here, let me do it," gesture, and as he stood, watching his daughter examine his injury, he realized how very much she was beginning to look like her mother. "It's not broken." She said it flatly, like a pronouncement. "Feels broken." "It's not. Just cut real bad. If it was broken, I wouldn't be able to move it like this." "Huh," he said. He looked at his injured thumb and frowned. Jim wasn't sure which surprised him more, the easy confidence in his daughter's voice, or the fact that he was accepting as almost certainly accurate the medical diagnosis of a 12-year-old. "It is bleeding pretty bad, though. We'll need to clean it and bandage it." She knelt down and examined the contents of the tackle box before finally settling on a roll of gauze and some hydrogen peroxide. "This is going to sting some," she said. And he had just enough time to muse how that too made her sound like her mother, before the liquid bit into his wound. Jim closed his eyes and tried not to think of how the hydrogen peroxide would be foaming up upon contacting his blood and turning to little pink bubbles that ran greasily down his arm. He could, he knew, be an awfully big baby sometimes, and the thought brought on a wave of bitterness that was as palpable as half-chewed aspirin clinging to the back of his tongue. Eleanor had once told him how thankful she was to have found him. They had been in the car at the time, coming home from an Astros game. Jim was driving, and Eleanor was in the passenger seat, her legs curled up beneath her. He glanced at her, a small, curious smile at the corner of his mouth, and said, "What brought that on?" He knew she had dated some before they met. They never really talked about past loves. They both knew the other had had them, but there was never any reason to bring them up. Those were all in the past, and they hardly mattered, certainly no more than a batter's practice swings before stepping up to the plate for real. And what they had together was real. It was for keepsies, as she sometimes said. So he was a little surprised when she started telling him about some of the guys she had dated before she met him. "This was after I became a cop," she said. "Before that, it was no big deal. Back in college, guys were just boys. No big deal. But after I became a cop, things just got weird. I learned to avoid telling guys what I did for a living, because once I did, they got all crazy on me." "Crazy?" he said. "Like how?" "Not anything mean, nothing like that. They just sort of drifted off, Sometimes they'd become defensive. Sometimes they just stopped calling. I used to think it was me, like maybe I was doing something wrong. I don't know. I wondered if I had a nasty case of halitosis or something." She laughed, then put her hand on his arm. "But then I was at the doctor's office one day, and I met this woman there. She was about 50, I guess. Pretty, but obviously older than me. She was a chemistry professor at Rice. Anyway, we got to talking, and I was kind of surprised at how much we had in common. We were both single, both struggling, both completely clueless about what we were doing wrong in the dating department. And then she told me something really strange. She said she never told guys what she did for a living. When they asked, she'd just say she worked at a college, let them think she was a secretary or something." "Why would she do that?" "Well, that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You see, when guys found out she was a Ph.D., they ran the other way. They got intimidated, I guess. It was the same with me. Guys would find out I was a cop, and they would joke about it, but underneath it all, I could tell they were uncomfortable around me. I made them nervous. You can't build a relationship that way." She paused then, and when he looked over at her, The smile gradually thinned from her face and became a look of utter gratitude.
"That's why you were different, Jim. That's why I fell for you. You weren't like all those other guys. I love whatever it is you see in me. It feels special, like only you can see it."
He hadn't really known what to say to that. He never did in situations like that. And perhaps she hadn't expected him to say anything, for at that moment she put her cheek down on his shoulder and sighed, as if it was the best place in the world to be. But looking back on that memory now, with his head swimming in pain, Jim Norton wondered if maybe she had misjudged him. Or maybe he was being unfair to her. He didn't know, but he suspected it amounted to the same thing, for he found that after all these years of marriage he was, after all, a little intimidated by his wife.
No, he thought, maybe intimidated isn't the right word. Maybe you're resentful. Maybe that's a better word for it. You're resentful because here you are, the man of the house, the one who's supposed to be the rock, the provider. And instead you're standing here getting doctored by a 12-year-old girl while your wife is putting on a uniform and saving the city. She's the one with the balls. Maybe you should just go ahead and hand her your dick, too. You're not going to need it.
He frowned bitterly at the thought. He didn't want to believe he was that shallow, but was he? Did he really resent his wife for going out into that flooded mess of a world and doing her duty? He was uncertain what he really felt, and that bothered him. Madison was still busy wrapping gauze around his thumb. He gazed at the work she was doing, and it occurred to him that she had actually done a really good job of it. The fit was snug, but not painful. He had experienced a moment of numbness in the thumb, but that was gone now, replaced by a dull, insistent throb of pain that he suspected would be with him for a couple of days at least. "You did a good job on that," he said. "Thanks."
"You're welcome, Daddy."
Her voice was bubbly, as effervescent as always, and it brought a smile to his face. She had really done a wonderful job since all this began. His little girl was growing up. The reason for that, of course, was Miss Hester upstairs. The poor thing was doing badly. After Eleanor had saved her, and he mentally hesitated over the memory, for, yes, it had been Eleanor who did the saving, they brought her to their house, where she had slipped into a state of shock from which she couldn't seem to recover. They weren't equipped to care for her, at least not properly, not with the power out, and soon her shock took the form of a fevered sickness. While Eleanor was at work, saving the city, and Jim was moving around the house, fixing this and that, and occupying himself with any little task in a desperate attempt to ward off the restless boredom of cabin fever, Madison had calmly invested herself in the ceaseless effort to ease Miss Hester's suffering. She was her nurse. She read to her, she held her hand and wiped her brow and fed her with a spoon and kept her hydrated and cleaned her when she went to the bathroom. Yes, he realized, she had played nurse. But she wasn't just playing at it. She was actually doing real work. She was recognizing a problem and confronting it head-on, like an adult. Jim turned from his daughter's ministrations and glanced across the street toward Miss Hester's house. A light breeze carried the stench of mud and sewage across the patio. It made his nose wrinkle and his Adam's apple pump up and down in his throat. Miss Hester's house was a shambles. Mud from Hurricane Kyle's storm surge had pushed through that side of the street and poured into the gaping hole on the kitchen side of the house. Water now filled the house up to a height of about 2 feet, not quite covering the top of the mud flow, and in the stillness the house and the tree that jutted through it had a skeletal eeriness that he didn't like, not one little bit. A figure was walking around the back corner of the house. Jim watched the man carry something from the house and put it into a small green boat, and thought, "Is that really him? It can't be."
That slime-ball Bobby Hester is looting his own grandmother's house. Is that really what I'm seeing?
But he was. Bobby Hester was carting a TV right out of his grandmother's house and putting it into the back of a boat that was almost certainly stolen as well. What was next, he wondered? Her jewelry? Her collection of Spode china? "Sweetheart," Jim said, pulling his hand away, "do Daddy a favor and go inside the house." She followed his gaze across the flooded street to Miss Hester's house.
"But, Daddy—"
"Don't argue with me, Madison. Go upstairs. Right now. Go on. Move." He gave her a gentle push toward the door. She resisted momentarily, then turned and ran inside. He followed her to the door and watched her run up the stairs. "Stay put up there, you hear?" he said to her back. She reached the landing and turned.
"Daddy?"
"It's okay, sweetheart. Just stay up there, okay? Daddy's going to go check something across the street."
"Daddy, no!"
"It's okay, Madison. Just hang tight up there. I'll be right back." But part of him wondered if that would happen. It hadn't come across in his voice. At least, he hoped it hadn't. But the truth of the matter was that he was very scared just now. He was pissed off at the idea that anyone would steal from an old woman. That much was true. But he was also out of his depth. He watched Madison disappear into the game room upstairs, then turned back to Miss Hester's house. What would he do if he actually got his hands on Bobby Hester anyway? Jim had picked up more than a few cop stories over the years of his marriage with Eleanor, and he thought he had a pretty good idea of what meth addicts were capable of doing. They tended to be violent and unpredictable, not the kind of people who listened to reason. If he were actually to catch Bobby in the act, what would he do? He had a momentary vision of belting Bobby across the jaw with a hammer, his meth-addled body flying backwards, landing with a splash in the water, and then going still as a small, thin groan escaped his lips. Jim would stand there, victorious, a suburban Conan the Barbarian, defender of all that was right and good. As far as fantasies went, it felt like a good one. It appealed to his sense of justice. But a nagging, insistent little voice in the back of his head kept repeating, "It'll never happen that way. He'll get the hammer from you and hit you with it again and again, and before you know it, it'll be you flying backwards, landing in the water, a pink cloud spreading out around your head. Only you won't go still, and he won't stop to gloat. You'll keep sliding under the surface of the water, unconscious, little silvery bubbles escaping from your nostrils as he drops the hammer and grabs your neck and holds you under until you're dead." He shook his head as though to shake off the voice, and walked out the door. The hammer was where he had left it on the porch. He scooped it up, flexed his fingers over the handle, and stepped into his flooded yard. Jim was halfway across the street, up to his chin in water, before he realized he hadn't planned his approach. For a moment he entertained using the downed pecan tree as a cover, but then he remembered all the water moccasins he'd seen gliding through the water over the past few days. They took shelter in the trees, he knew, and the idea of suddenly finding himself entwined in a bolus of writhing snakes was more than he wanted to deal with. He sank a little lower in the water, and dog-paddled around the bedroom side of the house and into the backyard, where he hoped to get the drop on Bobby Hester. And as he peered through the open back door and saw Bobby in the kitchen, struggling to remove a microwave oven from its alcove on the wall, it appeared his plan might actually work. Staying low in the water, the hammer gripped tightly in his right hand, Jim glided through the living room. He stopped at the edge of the couch and slowly rose from the water. Bobby Hester was busy pulling at the microwave, grunting and cursing under his breath. But as Jim closed the distance between them, the situation abruptly changed for the worse. Bobby took his hands down from the microwave. His back was still to Jim, but his head was turned just enough for Jim to see dark light in Bobby's left eye.
"You're in my house," Bobby said.
Jim froze. The distance between them was maybe 8 feet. Even in hip-deep water, Jim figured he could probably close that distance in the wink of an eye. But it wasn't going to happen. His fear had rooted him to the floor as surely as if hands had come up from the dark water and grabbed his ankles. A flood of adrenaline twisted his stomach into knots. He could feel his face and his scalp tingling with a heated electric flush.
"Come on, Jim," he thought. "Do something. Don't just stand there. He'll know how scared you really are."
"This isn't your house, Bobby." At the mention of his name, a wicked smile lit the corner of Bobby Hester's mouth. One hand went into the dark recesses of the shelf in front of him, and came out with an imposing 10-inch chef's knife. Jim saw a flash of light dapple across the blade as Bobby turned to face him.
"This is my grandmother's house," Bobby said. "Might as well be mine."
There was a maniacal light dancing in Bobby's eyes, not sane. Dark pockets, like bruises, filled the hollows of his cheeks, and when his burned and bloodless lips spread open, they revealed a mouth of broken and blackened teeth. Jim thought, "That's a tweaker's face. The man is amped up as high as a body can go." "Oh, shit, what have I done?" "You don't have her permission to be here," Jim said. He was trying as hard as he could to sound confident and strong, but no amount of trying could keep the tremors from his voice. He heard it, and he was pretty sure Bobby Hester heard it too. "You need to get the hell out of here, Bobby. Just walk out that door over there." Bobby glanced down at the knife in his hand. It was a deliberate gesture, full of implication. Then he looked at Jim, his eyebrows raised.
"I tell you what I need to do," Bobby said. "I need to get the rats out of my grandmother's house."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than he lunged forward, slashing the knife in the air between them. The thrust wasn't meant to cut Jim, only scare him, and that it did. Jim stumbled backwards, falling over something under the water. He wasn't sure what. He managed to keep from going all the way under, but the damage was done. Bobby threw his head back and let out a savage sound that was part laugh, part battle cry, and he charged again, jabbing the knife in front of him like a bayonet. Jim scrambled away from the knife until his buttocks hit the submerged top of Miss Hester's kitchen table. The next instant he was on top of the table and sliding backwards across it like a piece of wet ice over a tile floor. He caught himself at the back edge of the table and jumped to his feet, his jeans pulled halfway down his ass, full of water. But he was still on his feet. He looked down at the table, and then down at Bobby Hester, who was still closing on him, and it seemed impossible to Jim that only a moment before he had been down there in the water with that deranged, knife-wielding lunatic. He saw Bobby, his mouth a diseased O, staring up at him in surprise. "I did it," Jim thought with a clear, resounding sense of exultation, so intense that for a moment he wanted to laugh. The laughter died inside him a split second later, though, for Bobby charged the table and grabbed it by the corners and started to shake it. "Whoa!" Jim said, as the table trembled below him. He could feel it tilting to one side, and as it reached the tipping point, Jim's feet slid out from under him and the hammer went flying. For a horrible moment he tracked its flight, watched it tumble end over end until it plunked into the water and slipped into darkness. But the table was still tipping, and Jim's balance was gone. His feet slid out from under him and he went down, landing on his ass just a few inches from the edge of the tabletop. He was lucky he hadn't landed squarely on it, for the table was heavy wood and slate, and solid enough it might have broken his back had he hit a few inches farther to his right. As it was, the force of his weight coming down on the table slammed it back down flat on the ground, and Jim bounced, unhurt, into the water. Bobby lunged for him again, screaming something that Jim couldn't exactly understand, though the murderous intent behind the sound was plain enough. In that instant, a plan popped into his mind fully formed. Rather than try to get to his feet and run away, Jim went under the water, under the table, and kept on swimming back in the direction of the living room. The water was black. He didn't dare open his eyes, not with all the garbage and chemicals floating around in it. He just kicked wildly, his hands groping blindly at the emptiness around him, hoping he was going in the right direction. When his hands hit the recliner, he knew he was in the right spot. He felt for the little side table Miss Hester had always kept there. "Where are you? Come on," he thought. "It's here somewhere." And then his right hand closed around a small ceramic figure. Jim shot to the surface, drew a deep breath, and spun around. Bobby Hester was still in the kitchen, but was already charging toward him, the knife still in his hand. Jim had just a moment to examine the figure, an angelic child dressed in a graduation cap and gown and holding a small, tightly rolled diploma, bought in honor of Madison's promotion from elementary school to middle school, before Bobby Hester shrieked at him, "I'm gonna fucking kill you!" But now, with the cold reassurance of some distance between them, and still riding the excited high of his narrow escape over at the kitchen table, Jim Norton saw that he could do this. He tossed the figurine an inch or two in the air, giving it a quarter turn, wrapped his index and middle finger over the base like a pitcher about to throw his best heat, and let it fly at Bobby Hester's head. Bobby flinched away from the hurtling figurine. He threw up one arm to block his face, but it was too little too late. The figurine struck his forearm with a solid-sounding clink of porcelain on bone, and was immediately followed by a howl of rage and pain from Bobby. Jim reached under the water and came up with another figurine. There was a whole army of the things down there, and he was on fire. He threw the next figurine and caught Bobby in the chin. Bobby staggered back, stumbling over something in the water. When he looked back up at Jim, there was an expression of utter surprise on his face. Jim laughed at him. He reached into the water for another weapon, but when he came up, he found that Bobby was no longer looking at him. And the expression of surprise on his face was gone, replaced by a sour sneer of contempt. Jim looked over his left shoulder and saw Eleanor standing there, her pistol in her hand. "That's far enough, Bobby. Put the knife down and leave."
"Fuck you, bitch! This is my house!"
The word broke off mid-syllable, for at that moment Eleanor fired a single shot, the bullet smacking into the wall less than a foot from Bobby's ear. "It's up to you," she said. "We can stay here and discuss it if you want to, or you can crawl your miserable hide right out that hole in the wall behind you. But just remember this. If you want to stay, I've got orders to shoot looters on sight if necessary." Jim shifted his gaze back to Bobby Hester. Bobby was a wasted life, his mind charred to cinders by all the meth he'd smoked. But nonetheless, Jim could see the logic working itself out in Bobby's mind. There was a look of savage contempt on his face, but he also seemed to know that Eleanor wouldn't miss on her next shot. "And that's a safe bet, you sorry sack of shit," Jim thought. "At this distance, she can shoot your remaining teeth out one by one."
"You're gonna fucking pay for this,"
he said, pointing the knife at Eleanor.
"I guarantee you, bitch! You're gonna fucking pay!"
"Do whatever you're man enough to do, Bobby." But he had already turned and slithered out the hole in the kitchen wall. Jim watched him go, caught somewhere between disbelief at the adventure he'd just had and the dawning realization that the only reason he'd survived it was because his wife had pulled his stones out of the fire. Jim looked down and realized he was still holding the figurine, this one a little girl on a stone reading the Bible. He dropped it into the water. Outside the house, Bobby Hester was climbing into his boat. His movements looked hesitant, though, and Jim could see that he was holding his injured left arm, where the first figurine had hit him.
"Are you okay?"
Eleanor asked him. Jim kept his gaze on Bobby. The motor fired up, and a moment later Bobby was speeding off between the houses, curving around a tool shed, and then slipping away out of sight.
"Jim?"
He turned around. "Yeah," he said. "I'm good. Let's go home." Chapter 6.
"Okay, this is good," Anthony said. "Stop here."
Brent Shaw eased up on the throttle, but he wasn't fast enough. He could feel the boat gliding forward, past the mark he'd been shooting for, and it still wasn't stopping.
Come on,"
Brent pleaded with the boat.
Whoa!
There was a downed tree just ahead of them, and he watched helplessly as the bow slid into the branches with a sickening crunch, burying itself deep in the foliage.
"Shit,"
he muttered. He looked over his shoulder. Anthony and Jesse Numeroff were in the back of the boat, holding onto the railing, glaring at him. "Sorry about that," Brent said. He reversed the engine and the boat eased back, tree limbs snapping as they released their hold on the bow. Out of the corner of his eye he could see Anthony and Jesse exchanging worried looks. Jesse said something under his breath to Anthony and nodded toward Brent. This wasn't good, and Brent knew it. The Wonder Twins had been riding his ass since they set out, and it was starting to really piss him off. Anthony whispered something else to Jesse, then started walking forward.
"Shit,"
Brent muttered again. Anthony put a hand on the windscreen above the steering wheel, the other on the seat back behind Brent's head. He was smaller than Brent, but that had never made any difference. Anthony was the one blessed with the looks and the speed and the self-confidence that opened every door. Brent got none of that. And when his younger brother loomed over him, as he was doing now, Brent, though physically huge compared to Anthony, felt small.
"What the fuck are you doing, Brent? We're trying to load dynamite back there, for Christ's sake."
"I'm sorry," Brent said without looking at him.
"You're sorry?"
There was a pause, and when Anthony spoke again, his voice was a savage whisper.
"Holy shit, you've been drinking! You motherfucker, you've been drinking, haven't you?"
Anthony glanced back at Jesse in the rear of the boat, then turned back to Brent.
"What the fuck's wrong with you? You know how important this is."
"I'm sorry," Brent muttered.
"Don't tell me you're fucking sorry," Anthony said. "I don't give a rat's ass about sorry. I need you sharp. I need to know I can count on you."
Brent said nothing.
"Did you bring a bottle?"
Anthony asked. A pause.
"Answer me! Did you bring a bottle with you on this boat?"
"No," Brent said. It wasn't as much a lie as an equivocation. He had poured most of a pint of vodka into a thermos of grape juice that he'd been slowly nursing since before they'd left the EOC. The thermos was tucked out of sight, down by his feet, hidden by a life preserver.
"You better not have," Anthony said. "This is too important for you to fuck it all up."
"I'm not going to fuck it up," Brent said. Jesse looked at them, frowning.
"Keep your voice down," Anthony said.
His voice was an angry whisper.
"I'm not gonna fuck this up,"
Brent said, also whispering. Though Anthony had always been the gifted one, the cool one, the one their dad thought of as a chip off the old block, it nonetheless rankled Brent to be accused of fucking up. He was doing his part, wasn't he? Maybe he wasn't going down into the vault with them. Maybe they wouldn't trust him to be within arm's length of the dynamite they carried. But damn it, he was doing his part. Sure, he'd had a couple pulls off the thermos, but he wasn't drunk. He had got them here, and he would get them back out again.
"I'm gonna do my part," he said.
Anthony eyed him coolly.
"Yeah," he said, "you do that. Come on back here with me, and don't you dare stumble. Don't you dare slur your words."
You keep your shit together until we're all done. Got it?
Brent wanted to raise his chin and look his younger brother in the eye, but he couldn't.
I got it, he muttered.
All right, let's go. They walked back to where Jesse was packing the last of their gear. Jesse looked up at the two brothers and said, "Problems?"
"No problems," Anthony said, a little too harshly.
Jesse's doubtful gaze lingered on Brent for just a moment. Then he handed one of the bags to Anthony.
"That's the last of it."
Brent watched the two men readying their gear. They worked together seamlessly. Always had. Back in high school, while Brent was silently waiting out his senior year in a desperate attempt not to get noticed, Anthony and Jesse were building reputations as the best shortstop and second baseman combination in Texas high school baseball. They were only sophomores at the time, but they were already local celebrities. One of the nightly news sportscasters had even called them the Wonder Twins. At the time, Brent had been perfectly willing to step back and let his younger brother grab the limelight. At least no one was bothering him while they were worshipping his little brother. He had to swallow some pride, sure, but he knew his own limitations. He knew he wasn't in their league. He drank too much, for one thing. Even back in high school, he drank too much. And with the drinking came melancholic fits of depression and self-abuse, which made him a chore to be around. Underneath it all was an unpleasantness, a surliness that came from the realization that he was tolerated merely because of his proximity to Anthony and Jesse, the Wonder Twins, but only tolerated, never welcomed. He knew that about himself even then. Brent had hid the resentment back then, and he hid it now. He had grown used to it. He was good at it. Jesse was explaining their schedule, but Brent found it hard to stay focused. He let his attention wander across his surroundings, across the murky water that covered the streets, the cars, nearly everything. They had stopped at the corner of Canal and Stiles, just north of Eastwood Park. It was past dusk, and their surroundings were lost in deepening shadows. As he watched, the night, like the floodwaters, seemed to rise all around him, filling the areas below trees and in the alleys between buildings first, before spreading into the street and off to the horizon. Looking down Canal Street toward Lockwood, Brent could just see a long line of brick buildings, all of them with the windows busted out. Here and there the cabs of a few of the larger trucks were still visible. Black wooden telephone poles jutted out of the water at odd angles, like the skeletal ruins of old docks. Everywhere he looked, the city was still, the air charged with that restless, electric murmur that precedes a storm. And somewhere out there, someone was moaning. Brent frowned. He looked back at Anthony and Brett. The Wonder Twins had their heads bent over a laminated map spread out on the white top of a red igloo cooler. Apparently, neither of them had heard the sound. He turned back to the flooded ruins and listened. Nothing. He strained his senses against the gathering darkness, trying to pick up the sound again. And there it was. Yes, it was someone moaning. There for a moment he hadn't been sure, thought for a dreadful second that maybe he really had had too much to drink. But he was sure of what he'd heard now. The sound was coming from one of the buildings up on the left side of Canal Street. Past the church's chicken? He couldn't tell. Maybe the parking garage? Or that old white house over there? The noise was distant, muffled, but it was definitely there. Someone was moaning for help.
"Brent," Jesse said. "Hey, Brent, you with us?" "Huh?" "Oh, Jesus," Jesse said. He slapped the map and looked at Anthony. "Seriously? You said he was sober." "He is," Anthony said. "Aren't you, Brent?"
Brent looked at them, his thumb hooked back over his shoulder in the direction of the noise.
"You guys didn't hear that?" "Hear what?" Jesse snapped.
He listened. The night was pulsing with the drone of mosquitoes and frogs. Jesse shrugged.
What, Brent? I don't hear shit.
I thought I heard somebody moaning.
Anthony snapped his fingers at Brent's face.
Hey, he said, there's nobody out there. Pay attention to this right here.
He tapped the map. We don't have much time, and I need to make sure you know this. We won't get a second chance. Brent hesitated a moment, his attention lingering on the ruins.
Yeah, he said at last.
He blinked at the map, trying to focus. Yeah, I'm looking. Brent watched the Wonder Twins slip into the water and go gliding over the sidewalk along Canal Street. Dark shapes in the dark water. From the map, and what little of the briefing he'd been able to follow, Brent knew they were going to swim up to the next intersection, where Canal met Lockwood, and enter the Texas Chemical Bank from the far side of the building, just around the corner, so that should someone official come along and question what Brent was doing there in the boat, he would have some measure of plausible deniability. He didn't understand the rest of their plan, and, truth be told, hadn't tried to. It seemed to involve an awful lot of math for just blowing something up. And besides, from here on out, there were only two parts of the operation that mattered for him. The first was that he had about 45 minutes to wait while the Wonder Twins blew the vault and surfaced with the cash. The second was to keep a weather eye on his surroundings. If he saw anybody that might give them trouble, he was to hit a button on a small black box Jesse had given him. The button would trigger a signal on a device Jesse wore about his wrist, warning them it wasn't safe topside. That much he could do, and so Brent sat down behind the wheel and waited, listening to the wind in the trees and the gentle lapping of the water against the boat's hull. The thermos with the grape juice and vodka was still down at his feet, and he took it out. He had about half the mixture in there, and that was just about right. He envisioned himself tilting it back, feeling the alcohol burn in his nostrils right before it hit his tongue and sizzled down his throat. There wasn't enough in there to get him wasted. He couldn't afford that. But it would tide him over until this operation, as the Wonder Twins called it, was done, and he could go somewhere quiet and start drinking seriously. And then he would drink and drink until everything went. An unexpected sob in his throat made him pause. He put the thermos down, and for a moment thought he might start crying. Sniffling, he rubbed at his eyes with the back of his hand.
Fucking pathetic, he thought. Weak and pathetic.
Here he was, a grown man, about to break down like a scolded child. He sat there for a long time, waiting on the tears, just on the verge of losing control. But to his surprise, they didn't come. Brent was mad at himself for the weakness, but wasn't surprised by it. Like several other heavy drinkers he knew, Brent had spent a lot of time studying his addiction. Over the last few years, his life had taken up a sort of orbit around drinking. He couldn't deny that. He thought about it all the time. So yes, liquor was an addiction that owned him, no matter how much he would have liked to believe otherwise. He knew this about himself. No sense in lying about it. Call a spade, after all, as Daddy always said. He went through periods where he needed liquor, where he hated it, where he couldn't remember what he'd done while drinking it. Other times he'd stormed through his apartment, pouring out every single bottle he'd hidden around the place. But love it, need it, or hate it, he always came back to it. Liquor had its own gravitational hold on him. Or, if he was in one of his more self-destructive moods, it was the hole at the bottom of the commode, and he was the turd circling it. But regardless of his moods, regardless of the metaphor he used to describe his circumstances, its hold on him was real, and it was relentless. He scooped up the thermos and took a long drink. It was warm and syrupy, harsh as homemade moonshine. And God, did it ever feel good. He'd been drunk pretty much continuously since Gabriella, and all the days and all the things he'd done since then seemed a blur. But not all his memories were gone. The really shameful ones, those he remembered with perfect clarity. Memories like being in police headquarters, appearing before the chief's Vehicle Accident Advisory Board. God, what a disaster that had been. He sat the thermos down on his knee and let the memory play out in his mind. He was powerless to stop it anyway. The board was a panel of 7 officers, all of them clean-cut and serious, sober-looking, charged with hearing the facts of his latest crash and then making a decision on his punishment that they would then forward to the chief of police. The board's commander was Captain Ricky Macklin, one of his dad's partners from back in their days in homicide. Brent had been trying his hardest to crawl into a shell. His shoulders were stooped, his uniform a wrinkled mess. His mind a wrinkled mess, too. He felt as if his mouth was full of sand. "Brent," Macklin said, "we're waiting." Brent had looked up at Macklin, at the other members of the board, all of them watching him expectantly, and said, I, and realized with a panic akin to drowning that there was nothing more. He had nothing. His mind was a blank slate. He looked at the young patrolman to his right, the man's uniform pressed and clean, his face freshly shaven, and sweat popped out all over Brent's body. His face felt hot, his skin damp. What was he doing here? What did they want from him? Couldn't they just leave him the fuck alone? "Brent," Macklin said, "the 300 block of Irving? You sideswiped a parked car." The utter bewilderment must have been obvious on his face. He couldn't remember any of it. He had no recollection of any accident. In his mind there was only a long stretch of black, like an endless road with no scenery, where the memory should have been. He hung his head, defeated. Macklin had said something then that Brent didn't catch, but he must have dismissed the other members of the board, for they rose as a body and slowly exited the conference room. When Brent looked up, he and Macklin were the only 2 left in the room, sitting at opposite ends of a long oval table. "Brent," Macklin said, "your dad is one of my oldest friends. I remember driving him to the hospital the night your younger brother was born. I care about your family, son. So tell me, what the fuck is going on with you? How did you get like this?" Brent had no answer. He'd sat there beneath an air-conditioning vent, sweating, ineffably miserable, embarrassed beyond... He heard the moaning again. Brent's pulse quickened. He stood up, scanned the dark and flooded buildings, and saw nothing. He heard nothing. Trees rustled in the wind, and the moon's reflection winked off the rippling floodwaters. But there was no movement, and no other sounds. Not even the frogs, he realized. The night had pulsed with their noises earlier. Where were the frogs? The question hung in his mind and wouldn't let go. It unsettled him somehow. Had they left because of the approaching storm? Had they used that magical sixth sense that animals had that warned them of approaching natural disasters? Mardell was just hours away, after all. That must be it, he thought. He lifted the thermos to his lips and was surprised to find it empty. He shook it. There was a little down there on the bottom, but just the dregs. Had he really drank it all? Strange. He didn't remember doing that. The sound came again. Behind him this time. Brent spun around. There was a car wash on the far side of Canal Street, one of those drive-into-the-stall-and-do-it-yourself places, and beyond that a corner market and a Church's Chicken. On the opposite side of the street was a square-looking brown brick building, the windows dark and vacant and eye-like. A few trees, a few cars, poked up above the surface of the water in front of the building. There was a figure moving around out there, crossing behind the brown brick building. Brent could only see the figure's head and shoulders. Wasn't even sure if it was a man or a woman. But there was definitely a person out there.
"Hello?"
Brent called out. An answering shriek came from somewhere to his right. He spun around, his heart beating frantically in his chest. That familiar chewed aspirin taste on the back of his tongue was back. He tried to swallow it down and couldn't. He spun around again, scanning for movement, and saw none. In that instant he realized how very alone he was, how very frightened. Really and truly frightened. He stood there in the boat, watching the ruined buildings and the floodwaters, and it seemed to him that the buildings were actually leaning toward him, as though they expected something. For a moment he considered hitting the alert button Jessie had given him. But the thought of what Jessie and Anthony might say if they scrambled back to the boat and found that there was nothing wrong but a paranoid drunk screwing up their operation made him put the alert button down on the seat. But was he just a paranoid drunk? In his heart he didn't believe so. This wasn't, after all, the kind of fear that had followed him during his early days on patrol. That fear made sense. Fear that some abusive and jealous husband might charge out of a back room during a family disturbance with a shotgun and blast his brains all over the front door. Fear that he might actually find that cottonmouth that had got into some lady's kitchen. Fear that he might lose his job if he couldn't control his drinking. Those were all real, solid fears. But this wasn't that kind of fear. It had a dreamlike quality to it, one that he hadn't felt since he was a child. Stepping down a long staircase into a darkened basement, dead certain that some hideous thing with chitinous claws for hands and merciless yellow eyes and breath that smelled of the morgue was waiting for him down there in the dark. It was that kind of fear. He tried shaking his head to loosen the fear's hold on his mind. It made no sense, after all. Why should he feel that every vacant window was an eye leering down on him? Why should the very wind itself smell of death and corruption? There were no ghosts out here. Certainly none but those made of alcohol. Brett's hands were trembling badly, and it took him several tries to turn over the stopwatch Jessie had left for him. 8 minutes left, provided everything was going according to schedule.
"Jesus," he thought. "Hurry up, you guys."
A splash behind him. He spun around. Looking out across the flooded street, he thought he saw people in the water. He blinked, leaned forward, squinting into the dark. Yes, there were people out there, wading down the flooded street. 4, 6, no, 10 of them. At the same moment, a Coast Guard helicopter, one of the big HH-60 Jayhawks, seemed to drop down out of the air above him, lighting him up with high-intensity spotlights. He threw up an arm to shield his eyes. Where it had come from? He hadn't heard anything. 1 minute the sky above him had been clear, the wind whistling monotonously. The next, he could feel the thropping of the rotors reverberating off his chest. The noise was deafening. The downwash of air from the helicopter's rotors picked up trash from the boat and sent it flying around Brent's head. Still shielding his eyes and struggling to keep his balance, he hit the alert button. "This is the United States Coast Guard," an amplified voice from the helicopter boomed at him. "You are in a restricted area. Identify yourself."
"Oh, shit," Brent thought. "Anthony, where are you?"
He went to the front of the boat and got the megaphone Anthony and Jessie had left for him, just in case somebody official came by asking questions. He pointed it up to the light and said, "This is the Houston Police Department. We're searching for survivors. I have divers in the water." With his other hand he reached into his back pocket and took out his badge and held it up toward the helicopter. They wouldn't be able to tell if it was genuine or not. certainly not from way up there. But at least they would be able to see the light reflected off it and have an idea of what he was trying to show them.
"Roger that,"
the amplified voice from the helicopter said.
"Do you need assistance? I have rescue divers standing by."
Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Wonder Twins emerge from the water, less than 20 feet from the bow of the boat. They were stuffing several large black duffel bags into the back seat of a sunken car. As he watched, Anthony turned to him, a slight smile on his face. He gave Brent a thumbs-up sign, and Brent breathed a sigh of relief.
"Hot damn," he thought. "Way to go, Wonder Twins."
"Anthony, you guys hurry up," he said. "There are people in the water over here."
Anthony's smile slipped away. He said something, but Brent couldn't hear him over the noise of the helicopter.
"HPD, I repeat. Do you need assistance? I have rescue divers standing by."
Fuck, Brent thought. He knew he had to do something, and he had to do it quickly. He glanced around the boat and saw a handheld spotlight. Pointing the megaphone up at the Coast Guard, he said,
"I've got survivors in the water."
And then he turned on the spotlight and pointed it over the back of the boat. And he froze. There, in the water, less than 20 feet from the boat, were the people he had seen wading toward him. Or rather, they had looked like people then, in the dark and far away, but now that they were close enough for him to make out their faces, Brent saw that they were, in fact, horrors. He looked from one face to the other. Each one had a waxy, yellowish complexion, almost corpse-like. Their mouths were bleeding. Some were badly wounded, almost as though they'd been attacked by dogs or wild hogs, or been thrown face first through plate-glass windows. They had blood and mud in their hair. But it was their eyes that made the goosebumps come up all over Brent's skin. Every single one of those people in the water, regardless of their injuries, stared back at him with white, vacant eyes that didn't blink in the glare of the spotlight. The amplified voice said something, but Brent didn't hear it. All he could do was stare. A man with a nasty-looking gash down the side of his face put his hands up out of the water and reached toward Brent, his fingers opening and closing as though he were begging for absolution. The man started to moan, and from somewhere down in his throat, Brent answered it with a moan of his own. 2 heavy ropes dropped into the water about 15 feet from the back of the boat. Brent heard a loud noise, like someone tearing long strips of paper, and when he looked up, he saw 2 Coast Guard rescue divers rappelling down into the water.
"No!" he shouted. "No, don't!"
But they couldn't hear him. They plunged right into the water, one of them swimming toward the closest survivor, the other making broad, sweeping hand gestures to the crew above as they lowered a floating gurney. Brent turned around and ran to the front of the boat. Anthony and Jesse were close now, almost within arm's reach.
"What the fuck's wrong with you?" Anthony said.
"Get in the boat," Brent said. "Right now, both of you, get in the boat."
He looked over his shoulder and saw more people in the water, coming from around the far side of the building across the street.
"Hurry, Anthony! Jesus Christ, get in the fucking boat!"
He heard screaming coming from the stern. Looking back that way, he saw one of the Coast Guard rescue divers fighting with a small group of survivors. Brent couldn't look away. The Coast Guard diver was punching at the faces all around him. He was screaming in shocked anger and in pain. They were biting him. They were tearing at his clothes and at his face, raking his dive mask with their fingernails. And as Brent watched, the water around the man turned a murky green. They had got to the other diver as well. He was waving furiously at the helicopter to raise him up, and at the same time trying to fight off a narrowing ring of attackers. Brent could hear the man screaming for help. In the flickering light from the helicopter's strobes, he could see the man's face was twisted by panic and pain. And then, as the rope that led up to the helicopter went taut
and an invisible pulley began to turn. Brent saw something that he couldn't believe. 2 of the crazed survivors were clinging to the rope. One had his arms wrapped tightly around the rescue diver's shoulders, and he appeared to be tearing the man's ear off with his teeth. The other survivor was several feet above the rescue diver, entangled in the rope, flailing madly for the diver just out of reach below him. Brent watched the 3 of them rise up to the helicopter. He saw frantic movement to the Jayhawk's open cabin door, and then the survivor who had been entangled by the rope pulled himself up and over the threshold and crawled inside. "Oh, my God," Brent said. The helicopter held its position for just a moment. Brent thought he heard yelling from inside, but wasn't sure if that was real or just his mind filling in for the void the shock had left behind. He would never know the truth, though. For the next instant, the helicopter rolled over onto its side and crashed into the side of a building. Brent gaped at the scene. Somewhere in the back of his mind he thought this should be an explosion, but there wasn't. No gigantic fireball. Instead, the air abruptly filled with bits of brick and powdered mortar and needle-like splinters of wood that whistled past his head and pelted his bare arms like angry hornets. In shock, he watched the crumpled, insect-like wreckage of the helicopter tumble 3 stories down the side of the building and splash into the water. The wreckage was followed a moment later by a billowing gray cloud of dust and aerosolized brick that oozed down the face of the building and spread out in slow motion over the water like a gossamer curtain blown from an open window. Brent was still watching the spreading gray cloud when Anthony grabbed him by the collar and threw him down to the deck. He hit his mouth on something and rolled over. A hand clamped over a bleeding lip to look at Anthony. "What the hell?" he started to say, but never finished the sentence. Only a few feet from where Brent had been standing was one of the survivors, who had somehow climbed over the gunwale. He was staggering toward Anthony now, arms outstretched before him, hands clutching at the air, water dripping off his tattered clothes. Anthony had a pistol in his hands, and it was pointed right at the survivor. "Stop, police officer!" Anthony yelled. "Stop, sir!" The man kept coming. He was moaning now, a horrible, half-drowned sound that seemed to echo from the other survivors still in the water. "God damn it!" Anthony said, and fired 2 shots. Brent saw the shots hit the man's center mass, right below the base of the sternum. The man convulsed like he was holding a live wire, but only for a moment. The next instant he was staggering forward again, arms outstretched, the same ululating moan filling up the night. "What the fuck?" Anthony said. He raised the pistol and fired a 3rd shot, this one boring a hole right through the bridge of the man's nose and exiting out the backside in a pink spray of shattered bone and brains. The man's body wilted to the floor. Anthony turned to Brett. "Did you see that? I shot him twice in the chest, and he didn't stop. I did. I shot him. I know I did." Brent said nothing. He couldn't speak. "Brent, goddammit!" Jesse yelled. He grabbed Brent by the arm and threw him into the driver's seat. "Get us the fuck out of here! They're everywhere!" Startled, Brent sat there watching Jesse, who had an AR-15 in his hands. There were survivors, their mangled hands clinging to the railing, trying to climb into the boat. Jesse shot 3 of them with a rifle, then turned back to Brent. "Go, goddammit!" The night filled with the sounds of rifle fire. Brent hit the ignition, eased the throttle forward, and a moment later they were moving down the flooded street, skirting the wrecked Coast Guard helicopter. And all the while, Jesse kept firing, screaming for him to go, go, go!
Chapter 7. Once Bobby Hester was gone, they waded through the living room to the back porch, where Eleanor had tied up their canoe. Jim held it steady for her as she climbed in.
"You mind if I ride up front?" she asked him. "My shoulder kind of hurts from all that rowing."
"Go ahead."
"You know," she said, giving him a flirty little smile, "later on I think I might need a back rub from the hubby. And maybe a margarita to help me work out the kinks."
Jim didn't return her smile. "Go on," he said, nodding at the front end of the canoe. "I'll paddle." They were both experienced with the canoe, and when he climbed in it wobbled only a little. She felt raindrops on her arms and glanced up at the darkening sky. No doubt about it, they were in for a really bad one. Already the wind had picked up. It rippled the water that covered Ms. Hester's backyard and tossed the smaller trees back and forth. A hummingbird feeder hanging near the back was spinning wildly.
"Yeah," she thought, "this is going to be a crazy one. Seems like I made it back just in time, huh?"
He mumbled something she didn't quite catch. Eleanor sensed an unpleasant note in his voice. She turned around and looked at him as he used the paddle to push away from the house. They floated out over the yard. Jim glanced at her, then lowered his gaze to the water and started paddling.
"Jim, you okay?"
At first she thought maybe something had happened during his fight with Bobby Hester. Like maybe he got hurt somewhere she couldn't see. But he wasn't acting hurt. He looked mad, pissed off.
"Are you mad at me?"
she asked. His only answer was a grunt. The first thing she'd noticed when she made it home was how high the water had gotten. Eleanor had been at work for 2 days, and in that time the water from Bay's Bayou had come right up to the edge of their front porch. She could literally dive off her doorstep. That is, if she was willing to brave all the nasty stuff floating around in the water. Their house was on the highest part of the street, and they'd been lucky in that regard. Most everybody else on the block already had 3 or 4 feet of water in their downstairs. So far, their house was still dry, but that was about to change. If the information she'd seen at work was accurate, and she figured it probably was, the storm surge they were about to get would completely swamp them. It would ride in on the standing floodwaters and sop everything in its tracks. By morning, they'd probably be able to go scuba diving through their living room, and that meant they had to hurry to get the last of their valuables upstairs. They went up and down the stairs in a rush, lugging boxes and pictures and the last of the food and fresh water from the pantry. Jim was still acting strangely distant, giving her the silent treatment, but she didn't have time to get into it with him. There was just too much to do and not enough time to do it in. It was the cop in her that allowed her to ignore his moods and push on with the job at hand, even though the woman in her wanted desperately to get him to say something. Anything. She was hauling the last of their family photo albums up the stairs when the shutters started to rattle. Eleanor put the albums down on the table in the upstairs hallway and listened. They were getting the first sustained winds. It wasn't gusting anymore, but coming on in a slow rumble, and she had the strangest feeling, as if she was standing in a passenger jet struggling to lift off the runway. She went into Madison's room. Ms. Hester had never really managed to shake her fever, so they brought her into Madison's room and let her sleep on the bed in there. She was sleeping fitfully now, Madison sitting on a chair next to her, mopping her face with a wet towel.
"How's she doing?"
Eleanor asked. Madison frowned.
"Not so good, Mom. She's been asleep for the last few hours, but she keeps waking up. And I've heard her mumbling a few times. She says she's cold all the time."
Eleanor saw the battery-operated thermometer on the nightstand next to the bed. "What's her temp?"
101.3 last time I took it. That was about 10 minutes ago.
"It's been high for a while."
3 days.
Not good, Eleanor thought. "Okay. Anything else?"
"I've been treating the fever with Motrin and Tylenol, alternating them every 6 hours like you told me to." She won't eat, but I've been able to get her to drink plenty of water, plenty of Gatorade for the electrolytes. Dad went over to her house and got some of the Ensure from her kitchen, and I've been giving her that. But it's not really a substitute for eating, you know.
They hadn't realized it at the time, but when Eleanor pulled her out from beneath her bed, Miss Hester had cut her left arm on the bed frame. The cut was deep, and Eleanor had been forced to use her first aid kit to stitch it up. Madison had been a big help to her then, distracting Miss Hester from the pain while simultaneously handing Eleanor the needed supplies. And together they had done a pretty good job. But the wound hadn't really healed since then. Despite their best efforts, it was almost certainly infected. Eleanor just hoped it wasn't something really bad, like staph.
What about the cut? No change. I've been giving her the antibiotics you got for her, but...
Madison trailed off with a shrug.
Is it still seeping?
Eleanor asked.
Yeah. It doesn't smell very good either. I've been keeping it clean like you showed me, but it's not healing. I'm kind of worried what'll happen when we run out of bandages. I don't know if I'll be able to keep it clean.
We've got a ton of bandages, Eleanor said.
Not really,
Madison answered.
What do you mean? I had a whole case of them in the family disaster kit. Yeah, I know, but she goes through them really fast. She's been sweating so much lately. Every time I check the bandages, they're filthy from all the sweat.
Miss Hester groaned, and Madison turned to her. Eleanor watched as her daughter expertly mopped the older woman's forehead. When Madison was done, she got a bottle of water from the nightstand and tilted it to Miss Hester's lips. When Eleanor had left for work 11 days ago, Madison had been a girl with posters of boy bands on her wall and stuffed animals in her bed. But now, here she was, the stuffed animals casually thrown to the floor, caring like a trained nurse for the woman who had been, in many ways, her grandmother. How did such a thing happen? How did it happen so quickly, and without Eleanor seeing any of it?
Mom, you okay?
Eleanor sniffled and tried to smile.
I'm fine. Are you sure? Why are you rubbing your eyes? Are you crying? Miss Hester's going to be okay. We just got to keep her hanging on until after the storm blows over.
Eleanor nodded.
You're right, sweetie. You stay here with Miss Hester, okay? I'm going to go help Daddy get the last of our things upstairs. Okay.
Eleanor turned to go, but Madison stopped her as she reached the door.
Mom, are we okay here?
Eleanor turned her gaze to the top of the dresser next to the door. There was a little makeup mirror there. In it, she could see her reflection, and the face that looked back at her was dark with exhaustion.
It's going to be a bad storm, she said. Maybe the worst one we've seen. But I think we're going to be okay. The house may flood, but we'll be safe up here on the top floor. I know that, Mom.
Madison trailed off.
What is it, sweetie? The last couple nights, when I've been staying up with Miss Hester, I've been hearing stuff.
What kind of stuff?
I don't know. Stuff. Outside. People, I guess. I can hear them moaning. Sometimes it's so loud I get scared. It's a horrible sound. I can't really describe it, but it's like they're scared and angry and... I don't know. It doesn't sound natural. Are we okay up here, Mom? Nobody's going to try to...
To what?
Well, get us, are they?
Outside, the rain was starting to come down hard. Eleanor listened to it whipping against the windows before she answered.
Nobody's going to get us, sweetie. Your daddy and I, we're going to be right here with you. But there is somebody out there. Bad people. I've heard it on your police radio. They say people are eating each other.
Eleanor tried to swallow, but couldn't quite manage it. She was having a nasty case of déjà vu, her mind turning back to the meeting at the EOC and Captain Shaw lying to Joe Schwab about the cannibalistic attacks they'd seen. Christ, what was she supposed to say? How do you answer your daughter's questions about people eating each other? We're going to be okay here, Eleanor said. I believe that. Madison nodded. Eleanor went to the game room. Jim wasn't there, and Eleanor was relieved. Just a few minutes earlier, she'd been looking for a chance to talk to him. But not now. Right now, there was a nuclear bomb of a headache waiting to detonate just behind her eyes, and she needed a moment. Lifting her shirt, she removed her Glock 22 from her waist and put it on the bumper pool table they'd pushed into the corner. It was her weapons table now, stacked with extra magazines for the Glock and for her Colt AR-15A3. There were boxes of ammunition, too. Leaning against the wall next to the table were the AR-15 and her Mossberg 500 12-gauge. She looked from one to the other, and finally settled on the 12-gauge. Then she took a box of double-aught shot from the table and fed 5 shells into the Mossberg's magazine tube. The shotgun felt heavy, solid, reliable. She muttered a silent prayer that she wouldn't need it. I heard you in there, Jim said from behind her. Eleanor sighed, then put the Mossberg on the table and turned around. Are you talking to me now? I never stopped talking to you. She huffed at him. Seriously? She thought. Seriously? She couldn't believe it. This was just like him, so damn passive-aggressive. Ever since I got home, you've been acting like I've done something wrong. What is it? Why are you mad at me? I'm not mad at you, he said. It sure seems like it. Jim, if there's something wrong... I'm mad, okay? Yes. I'm mad. Just... not at you. It's not your fault. I'm mad at all this... God damn it, I'm sick of being locked up in this house. I'm going out of my head here. 11 days now. Every couple of hours I go to the door and I look out and all I see is fucking water. It's like I'm trapped on a goddamn island. At least you get to go out and see something besides the inside of our house. Jim, that's not fair. I have to work. I don't get... I'm not upset at you, Eleanor. I know you have to work. I know you've been burning yourself up. I know that. Trust me, I get it. This isn't about you, okay? It's me. It's just me being stupid. I hear you talking to Madison about those attacks we've been hearing about on the radio, all those people eating each other. And I feel like I should be doing something, you know? I feel like I'm just wasting away, like I'm worthless. I know, she said. But even as she spoke, Eleanor sensed that he was dealing with a level of frustration she couldn't really get her mind around. Until recently, she'd enjoyed her canoe trips back and forth from the EOC. There had been a peacefulness that came from gliding through the flooded ruins of the city that had recharged her mental batteries. He hadn't had that opportunity, and it surprised her how willing her heart was to open up for him, after only moments before lashing out at him for being a passive-aggressive bore. I'm sorry, she said. Jim, I didn't even think about how isolated you and Madison would be here. Jesus, I should have thought of that. I spent weeks planning what we'd need in the family disaster kit, and it never even occurred to me that the worst part of it would be the isolation. I'm sorry. He walked over to her and put his arms around her. We're going to get through this, he said. We're all right. She pressed her face into his chest and then recoiled. What? He said. You kind of stink, she said. You need a bath. You and me both, he said, and hugged her tightly once more. Later that night, during the worst part of the storm, Jim knelt on the floor of Madison's room with his wife and daughter. Miss Hester was in the bed next to them. her groaning barely audible over the wind and rain. Outside the house the storm rumbled and howled, flashes of lightning coming through the gaps around the edges of the plywood boards that covered the windows and bathing the room in a purplish-white light. To Jim it felt as if the wind were an avalanche coming down all around them. So constant, so powerful, it seemed to be trying to lift the house into the air. They had decided not to move Miss Hester. Her fever was still dangerously high, and she was weak, and there seemed little point to removing her from Madison's bed when she was already about as comfortable as she was likely to get. Still, he had terrible thoughts about her dying in Madison's bed. He tried to reassure himself that she wasn't going to die, that he was only torturing himself with the usual cruel fates one can't seem to help envisioning for loved ones. But still, there was that voice in his head that just wouldn't leave the thought alone. He kept coming back to it, the way the tongue continually returns to an injured tooth. What would happen if she really did die in here with them? Would Madison ever be able to sleep in here again? Would he expect her to? Something big hit the house. Jim glanced at Eleanor, who was holding Madison's head against her chest. In the guttering candlelight their faces had a yellowish tinge. They sat there for a long moment, stunned and frightened, watching each other and listening as the storm shook and battered their house. The next instant they heard a prolonged ripping sound, like a wall being ripped away.
"Daddy!" Madison said. "What was that?"
He shook his head. Whatever it was, a tree limb or something, had almost certainly done some damage to the far side of the house. He could hear the wind pounding unnaturally over there, as though it had succeeded in opening up the house. He glanced at Eleanor once again. She was frightened, he could see that immediately, and a part of himself that he didn't like to own was thrilled by that fear. It gave him the chance to be the protector for once. "I'll go check it out."
"Jim, no."
"It'll be okay." He stood up and gave her outstretched hand a squeeze. "I'll be right back." He went down the hall and turned into the spare bedroom. And there he froze. The wind was very loud, like standing next to a jet engine. It had ripped a 4-foot-long gash in the wall, and as he stood there in the doorway he could feel it tugging on him, pulling him inside. There were small tree limbs and leaves all over the floor, and the rain was swirling through the hole. Already it had puddled on the carpet. For years they had been planning on turning this room into a craft room for Eleanor and Madison to share, and here and there soggy colored pieces of Madison's artwork clung to the walls and swirled in circles on currents of air. A flash of lightning turned the room purplish-white, and in the lingering brightness that followed, he looked through the gash in the wall and could see a long ways down the south side of the block. Many of the houses over there were gone, nothing left but a wall or a roof tilting down into the floodwaters. As he watched, the Beals house, 2 doors down from Miss Hester's, began to shake. He could see the roof trembling atop the walls like the lid on a kettle of boiling water, and then, with one sudden ferocious snapping sound he could hear even over the roaring wind, the roof finally came loose and sailed free. It tumbled up into the air and was lost in the darkness and silvery blasts of rain. Jim gasped. "My God," he thought, "we were fools to stay. Our jobs be damned. They're not worth this. They're not worth gambling our lives on this. My God, preserve us, please." The next moment he felt Eleanor at his side. He put an arm around her and felt her shaking. Another blast of lightning lit the night, and in the flash he could see the tears on her cheeks. "It's all gone," she said. "Everything. Gone." He pulled her close, only dimly aware that he was crying too. Later still, Eleanor opened her eyes, a little stunned that she could have fallen asleep while the storm was raging. Even now it echoed in her head. Madison was sleeping in her lap. Her hair was damp with sweat, and it had fallen in front of her face. Eleanor stroked her daughter's bangs back from her eyes, and when Eleanor looked up, Jim was awake and watching her.
"You okay?"
he whispered. She nodded. From the bed behind her, Eleanor heard Miss Hester calling for water. Eleanor eased Madison's head out of her lap and helped Miss Hester drink from a plastic water bottle. Miss Hester was burning up and barely able to keep her eyes open, and she drifted back to sleep as Eleanor was sticking a baby thermometer into her ear.
"How is she?"
Jim asked.
"Oh, Jesus," Eleanor said. "Jim, she needs a doctor."
"What is it?" he asked, nodding toward the thermometer.
105.3.
He whistled. "Damn." Eleanor put the thermometer back on the bedside table, wondering what she was supposed to do, if it was safe to move her. From outside she heard the sound of running water. She went down the hall to the craft room and looked out through the gash in the wall. The sky was a dirty white that made her think of dishwater. Still, the sound of running water went on, even though there was no more rain, no wind. For a moment she wondered if maybe a pipe had burst inside the walls, but she quickly dismissed that. The sound was bigger than a busted pipe, and anyway, the water hadn't worked in 2 weeks. As she stood there in the doorway, her mind went back to a camping trip they had taken 2 years before on the Red River. She had stood on the bank one morning, watching the huge majesty of the moving water, and she realized that was the same sound she was hearing now, the slow, relentless force of a great quantity of moving water. Holding her breath, she advanced to the wall and looked down. She saw a wide expanse of water. It stretched off as far as she could see, only the tops of nearby houses and the canopies of trees visible. The water was flowing around their house, moving to the north. But this was not the dark green, murky water of Bay's Bayou. This water was a greenish-gray, flecked with white foam. Gulf of Mexico water. And it was rising, quickly. Her mind reeled at the implications. There seemed little doubt as to what had happened. The man from the National Hurricane Center had warned them 2 days ago that this might happen. Storm surges from Hector and Kyle had obliterated most of the natural barriers that kept Galveston and South Houston from disappearing under the sea. With those barriers gone, there was nothing to stop Mardell from pulling the ocean along with it. They had talked about the possibility that these storms might permanently change the geography of the Texas coast, and now it looked like that had actually happened. Eleanor was looking at high tide. "Wow," Jim said. She looked back at him and managed to smile.
"Pretty incredible, isn't it?"
He nodded. "There'll be no coming back from this. That's the Gulf of Mexico out there."
"Well, you said you felt like you were stranded on a deserted island."
He smiled and shook his head. Then Eleanor glanced past him. Madison was standing in the hallway, and she looked frightened.
"Mom?"
"What is it, Pumpkin?"
"It's Miss Hester. She's in a lot of pain."
"I know, baby. We need to get her to a doctor. I can't do anything for her with what I've got here." Eleanor walked over to her and brushed the bangs out of her face again. "I'm going to try to raise somebody on my radio. You want to come with me?" Jim and Madison followed Eleanor into the game room. Eleanor got her radio out of her gear bag and keyed it up.
"Bravo 8350.
She smiled at Madison.
"It'll be okay, Pumpkin."
Eleanor checked the radio. It was nearly fully charged. She keyed the radio again.
"Bravo 8350 to EOC."
All she got was dead air. "Why aren't they answering?" Jim asked.
"I don't know."
She switched channels to the SWAT frequency.
Bravo 8350. Anybody on this side monitoring?
Maybe the EOC got knocked out.
That's possible, Eleanor said. But that shouldn't do anything to the radios. They're on a multi-trunking system. Even if one tower goes out, another should be able to pick up the slack.
Out of habit, she checked the display on the front of the radio. She was on the right channel, and she had plenty of battery life. She was starting to get worried. So what does that mean? Jim asked.
It means I'm sending signals, Eleanor thought. There's just nobody on the other end to answer.
Her gaze shifted from Jim to Madison.
It'll be okay,
Eleanor said to her.
I'll keep trying.
From somewhere downstairs, Eleanor heard the sound of splashing water. She looked up at Jim, and could tell by his expression he'd heard it too. The sound continued, and Eleanor had a chilling thought.
Someone's in the house.
She picked up the Mossberg and racked a shell into the chamber.
You two stay here,
she said, and went to the head of the stairs. There was a man standing down there, his features lost in the shadows, water dripping from his tattered clothes. She thought,
not right. He is all wrong.
Then the figure stepped forward, and she saw it was Bobby Hester. He looked like a drowned man. His shirt was nothing but a rag matted to his bone-skinny meth addict's body. His long hair was plastered to his face. There was an open wound on the right side of his chest that made him look as if somebody had tried to carve him open with a spoon. Her first instinct was that he was dead. Eleanor had seen many corpses during her time as a cop, and Bobby Hester, impossibly, looked exactly like a corpse. It was his eyes more than anything else that froze her there, unable to raise the shotgun. There was a dead vacancy in his eyes, the same vacancy she had seen looking up at her from traffic fatalities and murder victims. Bobby raised his left hand, and it thumped into the wall. He seemed unable to raise his right arm above his waist. A sickening moan welled up from within him, and he started up the stairs toward her. She thought, this is not real, not happening. And then, in the same mental breath, but it is. It is. You need to leave, Bobby, she said. But Bobby didn't stop. He walked onward, his steps awkward, clumsy. He tripped and pitched forward, landing on his chin, then slowly pushed himself up and back onto his feet with his one good arm. Bobby was halfway up to her now.
Bobby, I'm going to shoot you. Turn around and walk away.
He reached for her, and his fingertips were white as a fish's belly.
God help me,
she thought, and fired. He was maybe 8 feet from her. The shotgun blast hit the already shredded flesh of his right shoulder and spun him backwards and around. He hit the wall and slid back down the stairs, smearing a long, clotted trail of blood behind him. She lowered the shotgun and put a hand over her mouth. Jesus, what had she done?
Mommy!
Madison's scream jolted her back to the moment. She ran back to the game room. Jim was holding Madison in his arms, but he let her go when Eleanor appeared in the doorway.
Mommy!
Madison grabbed her around the waist, and Eleanor, who was too stunned to respond, let the shotgun's muzzle dip to the floor.
Eleanor?
Jim asked. Are you okay? What happened?
Bobby Hester, she said.
She glanced back toward the stairs.
I shot him.
What?
He ran forward, took the shotgun from her, and guided her to a chair. She dropped down into it.
Jesus, Eleanor, are you okay? Did he hurt you?
All she could do was shake her head no.
He didn't look right.
Did you kill him?
She raised her gaze up to meet his, and she thought, "No, he was already dead."
Against his shoulders, Bobby Hester went down on top of her, and for a prolonged moment Eleanor could do nothing but stand there, mouth agape, watching as Bobby tore into his grandmother's face with his teeth, spraying blood everywhere. It was the sound of flesh tearing that finally made her move. Bobby looked up at Eleanor and Jim and Madison with his dead-man eyes, and he had a great flap of bloody cheek-skin hanging from his lips. She didn't waste another second. Eleanor raised the Mossberg high over her head and slammed it down butt first into Bobby's forehead, knocking him to the ground. "Get her out of here!" Eleanor yelled at Jim. Jim darted under the shotgun, grabbed Miss Hester by the arm, and pulled her back into Madison's room. Bobby had landed on his hurt right shoulder, but he never cried out. He gave no sign at all that he felt any pain. He climbed to his knees, and then to his feet. When he looked at her, his face streaked with blood from the gash on his forehead and the torn flesh hanging from his teeth. His eyes registered nothing. She thought, "He's nothing but a blank. He's empty inside." Eleanor pointed the shotgun at his chest, but he didn't seem to register it. He raised his one good arm and started clutching the air between them, and right before she pulled the trigger, he uttered a sound that was like air moving through old pipes. The sound was cut off by the shotgun blast, and the next moment he was dead. Large, sloppy bits of him oozing down the wall behind him. Eleanor stared at the mess, and only after her mind caught up with the magnitude of what had just happened did she feel the bile rise up into her throat. At some point, she wasn't exactly sure when, Jim put his hands on her shoulders and helped her to stand up straight. "You're okay," he said. She wasn't sure if it was a question or a statement of fact, but the sound of his voice was calming. It helped to center her. She stood up straight and blinked as purple splotches swam at the corners of her eyes. "Oh, my God!" She looked at the bloody mess that had been Bobby Hester, and nearly vomited again. "Oh, God! What in the hell was wrong with him?" Jim asked. Eleanor just shook her head. He took a step toward Bobby's corpse, almost as though he didn't believe the man was really dead. He said, "You saw that look in his eyes, right? What in the hell was wrong with him? Was he high?" "I don't think so." "What then? What was that?" She was fighting for control, trying to stay on her feet. "I don't know. Jim, it looked like he was dead." "Yeah, he's dead all right." "No," she said, surprised by the sudden violence, the absolute conviction she heard in her voice. "No! Before! He looked like he was dead before I shot him." "What?" "Before I shot him. That look. Jim, I've seen that look. You know that look once you've seen it. It's the way a dead person's eyes seem to just stare off into nothing. There's nothing else like that look. Once you see it, you feel small, you know? You feel like you want to crawl into yourself. You feel so small, so—" She trailed off helplessly. Whatever it was, she wasn't saying it right. She didn't have the words to tell him all the things that were wrong with the way Bobby Hester had stared at her, or the feeling of dread that had chilled her heart when he moaned at her. "What do we need to do now?" he asked. "What?" He looked at Bobby's corpse, then down the stairs toward the water lapping against the walls of their entranceway. "What do we do?" he said. "The water down there looks like it's about waist-high. We can't stay here, can we? I mean, we have to leave, right? We have to go somewhere. Anywhere else but here." "We need to leave," she said. "We need to get Miss Hester to a doctor. We need to report this shooting. We need to get the family somewhere with clean water and food and clean beds.
It was coming back to her now. Thinking about protocols gave her something for her mind to do.
We need to leave here, she said. We need to get our individual disaster kits together and get the family into the canoe. We can head toward the EOC and try to make contact with somebody with better information.
Okay, Jim said. Okay. Our disaster kits are in the game room. We've got about 10 gallons of water left. We should take all that.
Agreed.
Suddenly, Madison screamed. Both Jim and Eleanor rushed to her door. Madison was up against the far wall of her room, her back pressed into the smiley faces of a boy band poster. Crawling on the ground in front of her, pulling herself inch by inch toward Madison, was Miss Hester.
"Mommy, help me!"
Eleanor ran inside, jumped over the bed, and landed next to Madison. She scooped up her daughter and tossed her onto the bed, where Jim caught her and pulled her back. Then Eleanor looked down into Miss Hester's face, and for a moment she was so astounded by the snarling, dead-eyed thing staring back at her that she couldn't move. Miss Hester uttered a thin, stuttering moan and raked the air between them with her fingernails. Her head was thrown back, the tendons in her neck standing out like cords beneath the skin. Her mouth twisted into a lipless grimace. "How about now?" a voice inside Eleanor's head shrieked. "How about now? You see those eyes? She's dead, and yet there she is, looking to drag you down with her. Do you believe it now?" She nodded. "I believe." Another moan escaped Miss Hester's throat, and Eleanor backed away. The back of her legs hit the bedside table, and she brought a hand back to steady herself. She felt a lamp back there and closed her fist around it. The next instant she pulled its cord from the wall and held the little pink lamp out in front of her like a talisman against Miss Hester. "Miss Hester, please!" But the woman's expression never changed. There was no light behind those eyes, no emotion of any kind. She dug her fingers into the carpet and pulled herself forward. Eleanor could hear Miss Hester's fingernails cracking, breaking as she pulled inexorably closer, the wound on her face seeping blood into the carpet in a continuous flow. "Eleanor, come on!" She looked up at Jim. He had Madison behind him, his hand outstretched over the bed to her. "Come on!" She felt a light tapping against her leg and screamed, but it was only the lamp. She dropped it then and grabbed Jim's hand. He pulled her across the bed, and the next instant they were running out into the hall, past the nearly decapitated body of Bobby Hester. "Stop!" she said. "Jim, wait!" "Eleanor, come on!" "No," she said. "1 second." She ran into the game room and grabbed their backpacks and her Mossberg and her pistol. No time for the water, she thought. She threw the shotgun to Jim, swept as many boxes of shells as she could into her backpack, and together they ran down the stairs where their canoe waited, tied to the front porch railing. Eleanor didn't know it then, but she would never see the inside of their house again. Chapter 8. A news helicopter crept slowly across the sky, endlessly circling, as though too stunned by the destruction to look away. Anthony Shaw expected to hear wailing cries for help from the hundreds of people wandering around campus, but not one of them made a sound. Not one of them tried to wave the chopper down, and to him that was even more chilling than the sight of all this water flowing through the buildings, blanketing the streets, drowning the cars. On the opposite side of the street, a black man with 2 orange cats in his arms and a little girl following along behind glanced up at the helicopter, and then back at the little girl. She never even bothered to meet his gaze, just kept on walking. The little girl held a white plastic shopping bag that might have contained some wet clothes, but they had no other possessions that Anthony could see. The looks on their faces said it all. Life as they had known it was gone. What was left was an alien world for which they had no frame of reference.
"These people look like they just stepped off a battlefield,"
Anthony said. Beside him, Jesse grunted in acknowledgment.
"That's about the size of it. You know, your dad knew what he was doing when he set this job up for us. Don't think I don't realize that. These people, they didn't have anything left. Yeah, the sorry bastards."
They were making their way from the UC down to the rec center, where the fire department had managed to scrounge together a mismatched assortment of motorboats from private homes and other city departments. But even getting across the campus had become a chore now. Water was everywhere. To Anthony, the really amazing thing, the thing that really shook him, were the objects that remained above water. The windshields of trucks poked up from the slowing, moving flood like surfacing submarines. Elevated pedestrian skyways, the kind that connected one building to another, now looked like fishing piers. Everything had a washed-out, gray look, except for the red of stop signs, which stood out like candy. Over by the UC, a statue seemed to be walking on the water. And a short distance beyond that, the white, covered arch of a colonnade snaked over an open lake between buildings. The water changed everything. The most ordinary, everyday things became mysterious, even sinister, as though the world was slowly lowering beneath the waves, and a new, darker one was taking its place. Also, there was a smell in the air he didn't like. A sea smell, but the sea mixed with mud and sickeningly sweet stench of raw sewage, and mud, and rotting bodies. He'd had thought that he'd grown used to it, that it had seeped into the background radiation of smells that was life in the city these days. But he was wrong. Today, with the heat of the sun beating down on them, the smell was worse than ever. It seemed thicker and almost dangerous somehow. Above him, the helicopter finally peeled off and headed north. And as it flew away, Anthony wondered if the rest of America wouldn't watch the images it had just captured, and scoff that the networks were just showing them something they'd run through Photoshop to better their ratings. Surely this kind of destruction couldn't be real. Not in America, anyway.
"Where the fuck is your brother?"
Jesse said. Anthony let his gaze linger on the flooded ruins of the campus, ignoring his friend for a moment, choosing instead to marvel at just how thorough the storm had been. You had to look close at some of the buildings, but the damage was there. It hadn't left a single structure intact. And really, as bad as all this destruction was, it was still easier to think about a flooded city than his drunken failure of a brother. He had been exercising some serious mental discipline to avoid thinking about what Brent was up to right about now. But it was an ultimately futile chore. A lot like trying to keep Brent sober, Anthony mused. He suspected it couldn't be done. In fact, Brent was probably passed out in one of these buildings somewhere, drunk out of his mind.
"You hear me?"
Jesse said. "Yeah, I hear you," Anthony said. "I don't know where he is. I told him to be here at 1300. Jesse made an exaggerated show of looking at his watch.
"Yeah, well, he's late." "I know he's fucking late, Jesse. Give me a goddamn break, will you? He's my brother. He's my problem. You got that?"
Jesse sighed.
"And don't say a fucking word," Anthony said. "It'll only piss me off." "I'm not saying anything." "Yeah, well, you want to. I know that look. I know that sigh. Just don't, okay?"
Jesse held up his hands in mock surrender.
"Whatever, man. Like you say, he's your brother."
Anthony spit into the water. And before Jesse could say any more, before he could say what really needed to be said, that family notwithstanding, the longer they let Brent take an active role in things, the higher the chances became that their plans would come completely undone. Anthony turned away. They waded on in silence. The small fleet of motorboats was massed in the student parking lot a short distance away. Most of the crowds had thinned out, so that now there were only a few people wandering around, and most of those were city employees working on the boats. The few shelter residents they saw looked lost, but everyone, even the city employees trying to clean up the mess from the previous night's storm, looked shell-shocked. It was a look Anthony had seen a great deal of that afternoon.
"If he doesn't come, what are we going to do about the money?"
Jesse asked. Anthony had been thinking about that very thing. His father would expect him to include Brent in every step of the operation, not necessarily because he was needed, but because Brent needed it. And in his father's mind, that was the only factor that really mattered.
"I don't know," Anthony said. "It's safe, don't you think?"
"Yeah, it's safe, but—"
"But what?"
Jesse pushed a large floating tree limb out of his way. Now that they were closer to the highway, they were coming across a lot more debris. "It's safe for now, but you saw those people in the water last night? What do you think the military's going to do when they get confirmed reports of cannibalistic survivors, especially ones that are attacking their people?"
"The same shit they always do. As little as possible. They'll help with evacuees, but they'll ignore the problem as long as they can. Leave it to the local authorities." "I don't think so, Anthony. This isn't like Katrina. This isn't a bunch of hard luck cases stuck at the Superdome. You know what I think they're going to do? They're going to come in here with a shitload of National Guardsmen, and they're going to clamp down on order as fast as they fucking can. We're going to see military everywhere. What do you think is going to happen when they spot that wrecked Coast Guard helicopter? You think they're going to leave that one be?"
Anthony kept on walking. He had been thinking about the same thing, the helicopter especially, and though he'd rather eat glass before showing how worried he was to Jesse, he was worried just the same.
"We need to get the cash tonight," he said. "Now you're talking some sense," Jesse said. "At least you've got that part figured out." "Hey," Anthony said, suddenly wheeling around on him. "You listen to me, and you listen fucking good. I got this, you hear me? I got this. I know exactly what we need to do and when we need to do it. Don't make that mistake again, Jesse. You and I, we will get this done. Even if my brother fucks up, you and I will get this done. We will get it done, and then we will get the fuck out of this town. You see those people over there? I refuse to end up like them. You hear me? I fucking refuse."
Anthony stared at him, not blinking, waiting for Jesse's reaction to his words. Jesse was good. He was damn good. But he was a little bitch when it came to making sure he got his point across. Anthony didn't like that. He had this under control, and God damn it, Jesse better fucking know it, too. If Anthony's dad had taught him anything, it was what it meant to be in control. Jesse stared back at him, defiant at first from being talked down to, but he didn't have it in him to push the issue. They both knew that. "Yeah," Jesse said at last. "Yeah, I hear loud and clear." Anthony relaxed a little. He didn't like getting angry like that, especially at Jesse, but he was mastering it now. "I'll talk to my dad," he said. "Even if Brent fucks up, we still need to include him. I know you know that. But you and I, we'll get it done." Jesse nodded and didn't say a word. "Come on," Anthony said. "Let's get us a boat." Like everything else about the city's response to these storms, the requisitioning of the motorboats was a hopeless mess. Nobody seemed to have any idea what was going on. Anthony was counting on that confusion so that he and Jesse and Brent could take one of the boats off to get the money. There were a lot more people hanging around the parking lot area. One man, an older white guy with a sunburned face and white hair and a Hawaiian shirt open to reveal his prodigious belly, was arguing with the fleet master, a 36-years-on-the-job sergeant named Frank Gibbs, an old friend of his dad's. Though he couldn't hear their conversation, Anthony could tell what they were talking about by their body language. Frank was going to confiscate the man's boat for the upcoming evacuation. The man didn't want to give it up. The man was animated, waving his hands around his head, stamping his feet on the padded seat cushions of his boat. Frank Gibbs stood on the roof of a sedan, a clipboard in his hands, nodding slowly, as though he completely understood. Anthony had once watched Gibbs handle a complaint from a couple whose car had been ticketed while they were parked under a sign that read, "No parking any time." Gibbs had taken the couple out to their car and shown them the sign. Then he took out a pocket dictionary and read the definition of each word on the sign, and in the process utterly berated them without ever raising his voice or giving any indication that he was calling them dumbasses to their faces. Anthony couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The poor guy on the Hawaiian shirt had lost the argument before he ever opened his mouth. He just didn't know it yet.
"Hey, Anthony,"
Jesse said, tapping him on the shoulder.
"Take a look at that dude over there."
Anthony turned to Jesse.
"Where?"
"Over there.
See him in the green T-shirt over by that staircase?"
The smile slipped away from Anthony's face. By now he had seen literally thousands of survivors, people who had been pulled from upstairs windows or off rooftops, and he knew the look of one who has just been given a giant dose of humility from Mother Nature. He had also seen dead bodies that had been caught in the crotches of trees or in storm drains, the clothes shredded from their bodies by the wind and lashing rain. The man staggering down the grassy knoll from the staircase looked like a marriage of the two. What little clothes he had left hung from his body in strips. The look on his face was one of utter defeat at the hands of the storm. He could barely keep his balance, even though every step took him into deeper water. His shoulders were slumped forward, his head tilted grotesquely to one side. He had his hands out in front of him, his fingers opening and closing like he was begging for forgiveness from two firefighters who had their backs to him.
"What's his deal?"
Jesse said.
"He's acting like those guys last night, the ones from Canal Street. You don't think—"
Anthony took a few hurried steps forward.
"Hey!"
he shouted. One of the firefighters turned and looked over at him. So, too, did Gibbs and the fat man.
"Heads up, behind you!"
Anthony said, and pointed at the man in the shredded green shirt. The warning came too late. The two firefighters, confused at first by the urgency in Anthony's voice, were slow to turn around. When they did, the man in the shredded clothes lunged at them, knocking the closer of the two into the water and diving down on top of him. From where Anthony and Jesse were standing, it was difficult to see exactly what was going on, at least at first, though they could tell that the man in the water was flailing his arms about as though he was reaching for something to hold on to. He tried to scream, but the sound was cut off when his face went under the water. The other firefighter just stood there, looking down at the stranger who had just climbed on top of his partner and was now tearing into his chest with his teeth and fingernails. The firefighter, who Anthony would later learn from Jesse was a 14-year veteran named Bo Moody, backed away for a moment, his face stricken with surprise and disgust, before rushing back to help his partner. Bo Moody threw an arm around the stranger's neck and yanked him off his partner. Moody was a strong man with huge biceps, a weightlifting junkie, and the stranger in the shredded clothes seemed to fly out of the water, turning almost a full backflip over Moody's shoulder in the process. He looked like a child's rag doll getting thrown about by the family dog. The stranger hit the water stomach first, but the belly flop didn't seem to stun him at all. He stumbled forward, draping his arms over Moody's shoulders like an exhausted runner crossing the finish line. Moody tried to get his hands under the man's chest to push him away, but for some reason couldn't get enough leverage. He was off balance, staggering backward under the man's weight, and though the stranger's movements were clumsy and awkward, he nonetheless bent Bo Moody over backwards. Both men went under. Frank Gibbs was running that way, moving slowly through the waist-deep water. So, too, were Anthony Shaw and Jesse Numeroff, but they were farther off, and Frank Gibbs got there first.
"Gibbs, no!"
Anthony shouted, already pulling his gun. Gibbs closed on Moody and the stranger and jumped into the fight. There were other groups of men standing around, checking the boats, and by now they too had advanced on the stranger. 7 or 8 of them got to the stranger at the same time as Gibbs and pulled the stranger off Moody. For a moment, Anthony couldn't see through the knot of bodies. Then he heard a scream, and one of the men turned around, staggering away from the others, and as he fell into the water, still screaming, Anthony froze in his tracks. The ragged hole in the man's throat was gushing blood into the water. The injured man continued to thrash, churning up the water around him, turning it a cloudy reddish-green as his neck wound jetted his life out of his body with every heartbeat. "Clear a hole!" Anthony shouted. He was closing on the group of men now, less than 40 feet away, but he didn't need to yell to clear the way. They were already falling back, separating, scrambling over each other to get out of the way of the madman in their midst. To Anthony, the man seemed rabid. With his chest heaving, his hands gnarled as though with arthritis, thick, jelly-like ropes of blood and spit hanging from his mouth. He looked like something out of a Robert E. Howard story. And yet, for all the savageness of his countenance, the man's eyes were the same dark, expressionless pits Anthony had seen in the trailer park next to the Santa Fe and in the flooded darkness over at Canal Street. Those eyes were completely vacant. They were a dead man's eyes. Holy shit, Anthony thought. He's a zombie. He's a fucking zombie. But that's not possible. It can't be. And then, after skipping a mental beat, he thought, but it is possible. He's right there. Anthony raised his pistol and fired once, putting a bullet through the man's face, turning the spot where his nose had been to a dark, slushy mess as the stranger sagged down into the water, rolled over onto his back, and went still. The sound of the pistol shot echoed over the water like a loud clap, and then everything went quiet. The men who, moments before, had been falling all over themselves to get away from the man, now took a few tentative steps toward him. A few looked back at Anthony in shocked awe. "Get away from him," Anthony said. He walked up to the body and looked down on it. The man's eyes stared up at nothing, and looking into those eyes, those horrible, dead eyes, Anthony felt a shudder pass through him. That is a zombie, Anthony thought, marveling at the ease with which his mind slipped into this new mental track. For once the mental leap was made, it made perfect sense. This man, with his crazy, drunken gait and gnarled hands, with the skin of his face cracked open and beaded with a pale, yellow, mucousy stuff, with his lips torn from his mouth, leaving a sneering rail of bloody teeth. This man was a zombie. "That's what you are," the voice in Anthony's head insisted. "You can't be. But you are. God damn it, that's what you are. I don't know how or why, but you're a zombie." "What the hell's wrong with that boy?" somebody said. Anthony glanced up to see who had spoken, but couldn't tell. His gaze shifted from one face to the next, and saw the same stricken look of horror that he realized must be on his own face as well. It was the man's eyes, he thought. They hadn't changed. Despite everything that was wrong and impossible about the corpse floating face up in the water between them, the real horror was the way the man's eyes had seemed dead even before Anthony shot him. "He's a zombie," Anthony said. He glanced at the others, almost daring them to challenge him, but nobody did. A few faces scrunched up in disgust, or perhaps in preparation for scoffing at him, but those expressions quickly melted away. He had touched on the word that none of their minds had let them speak, but now that it was out of the bag, they all seemed to accept it as the only reasonable conclusion. This corpse was a zombie. There were zombies in the water with them, Anthony could feel a collective chill passing through them as the truth of it sank in. In the confusion, Anthony had lost sight of Frank Gibbs and the two injured firefighters. But now, as he turned away from the dead zombie, he happened to catch sight of Gibbs, who was hanging on the side of a flooded pickup truck, breathing hard, a stunned look on his face. One of the other firefighters, the first one to encounter the zombie, was already dead. The other one, the big one who had just stood there in shocked surprise as the zombie munched on his partner, and Anthony could understand now why that had happened, was getting pulled onto the roof of a car. He was bleeding badly from one ear, rolling from side to side in near unconscious misery. The others tried to hold him still, but he was so big they were having trouble.
"You guys get him to the infirmary," Anthony said. "That guy bit off one of his fingers," one of the men said.
It was true. Anthony could see a yellowed flake of living bone and the deep arterial blood running down the firefighter's arm.
"Well, then hurry it up," Anthony told them. "Get him to the infirmary before he bleeds out. And somebody help Sergeant Gibbs over there, too."
The others moved off with the injured men. Anthony scanned his surroundings, looking for more zombies. He had absolutely no idea what was going on here. He had latched onto the term zombie because nothing else seemed to fit, and it had made sense at the moment. But now that he had some distance from that first initial shock, he felt less certain. What did he really know about zombies anyway? Just what he had seen in George Romero horror movies, and he had been laughing at most of those, looking on zombies as nothing more than harlequins, the clowns of the horror world. But he wasn't laughing now. No, sir, there was nothing funny at all about this. His whole world had just been turned upside down, and there was nothing funny at all about that. "What are you doing?" Jesse asked. Anthony let his gaze wander over his flooded surroundings a moment longer, pausing wherever he saw someone wading through the water, watching them for signs of that drunken gait. He saw none, though. Everything had a washed-out gray look to it. The only bright color belonged to the bone-white elevated portions of the highway in the distance. They looked like the skeletal humps of some enormous, snake-like sea monster, frozen in time.
"Anthony?" "I'm looking for more like him," Anthony said.
Jesse came up beside him, and they both looked out toward the highway.
"What do we need to do about the money?"
Jesse finally said.
"This changes things, right? I mean, doesn't it?"
"No," Anthony said, shaking his head. "No. We still need to get the money. But we need to do it pretty damn quick." Chapter 9. Captain Mark Shaw stepped through a set of double doors and emerged onto a small open-air balcony that had, until recently, served as a study nook for the University of Houston's film and technology students. But, like everything else in Houston, it was a mess right now. The black wrought-iron furniture was tumbled in a heap along the railing to his right, and damp green leaves covered everything. They squished beneath his boots as he crossed the tiled deck. He went to the railing and looked out over the vast, shallow sea that now covered his city. The smell of mud and rot and ocean water rose up to assault his nostrils, and he grimaced. From somewhere off to his right, a radio was playing a Tejano song. He listened to its rolling polka beat and smiled. It had been, more than 2 weeks since he'd heard music on the radio? Strange that he should hear it now. He'd always thought of music as a sign of hope, a symbol of man's joy to be alive. He looked around and didn't see any signs of that hope now. After a short while, the song faded out and left silence in its wake. Perhaps someone had made the owner of the radio turn it off. That would figure. All things considered, it did seem somehow disrespectful. Mark Shaw listened to the silence. There were no birds. No one was yelling. And of course there were no cars. It seemed Hurricane Mardell had brought quiet as well as misery, and in the stillness of the moment he could hear his own breath wheezing in his ears. He reached into the shirt pocket of his uniform, took out a rumpled pack of Marlboros and a Bic lighter, and fired up the last cigarette in the pack. The rush of nicotine calmed his jangling nerves a bit, and he leaned on the railing, propped up by his elbows, smoking and thinking of his future. Prospects were not good. In fact, they were downright crappy. During the night, Mardell's storm surge, a 47-foot-high monster, had swept over South Houston and completed the destruction her lesser siblings Hector and Kyle had begun. The campus was already damaged by winds, but the storm surge had been the real destroyer. It smothered everything, including his headquarters over at the library, and he'd been forced to relocate to the College of Film and Technology for his teleconference this morning with the head of Homeland Security. One of his staff, a smart young officer named Mark Eckert, had set him up with a laptop and a webcam and showed him how to use a program called Skype. Shaw, who in his younger days had enjoyed the occasional science fiction movie, had leaned forward and watched his own fisheye image appear at the bottom of the screen with a strange sense of disappointment. His face skipped and flickered. Not at all the crystal-clear perfection Hollywood had promised in Kubrick's 2001 and John Carpenter's Dark Star. Reality seemed cheap, almost ghetto, like the future promised in Soylent Green's Malthusian Nightmare. Frowning, Shaw had watched the screen fill with the face of George Dupre, Director of Homeland Security. Dupre was a small, self-important man with prematurely gray hair that he slicked back with a handful of gel into a stiff-looking helmet. Vegas hair, Shaw had thought, with the flicker of a grin at the corner of his mouth. But Dupre's accent wasn't what Shaw had expected. He spoke with the slow, comfortable twang of Georgia or Arkansas, though the accent was stiffened by the aristocratic sophistication and aloofness of a Yale education. It was a strange combination, and Shaw had disliked it from the first. "What exactly are y'all doing down there?" Dupre had said. Shaw bristled at that. "Well, sir," he'd almost said, "we're dying down here, and it would sure be nice if you lazy federal fucks could get off your asses and give us the help we need." But that dog wouldn't hunt, and he knew it. Instead, Shaw had squared his shoulders to the screen and said, "We've surpassed our response capabilities by a considerable margin, sir. I have roughly 2 million people stranded and starving in the South Houston area, and no resources with which to care for or evacuate them. I need some—" "I'm aware of all that," Dupre said. and though the webcam cut most of the gesture off, Shaw could see his speech was being dismissed with a wave of the director's hand. "I'm talking about all these reports of people being attacked and eaten. What in the hell is that about?" "Isolated instances, sir. These people are starving." "Isolated my ass, Captain Shaw. Here, I want to read you something." Dupree picked up a piece of paper and frowned at it as if it had been smeared with something nasty. "This is an email you sent me 4 days ago. In it, you assure me that these reports of cannibals are, and I quote, grossly exaggerated and mean-spirited attacks upon the people of Houston, many of whom have lost everything but their lives and their hope in the humanity and charity of others. Okay, fair enough. But you go on to urge us to continue and even redouble our evacuation efforts. That we did, Captain." He put the paper down, folded his hands on the desk in front of him, and stared directly at Shaw. "In the past week, the United States Air Force has flown a continuous shuttle service of C-5 Galaxies from the Houston area to Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio. They have evacuated nearly 600,000 people in that time. They have flown another 70,000 to Dallas-Fort Worth. It is the biggest civilian relocation in the history of the United States, and it was done on your assurance that these reports of pandemic infection and cannibalistic insanity are grossly exaggerated and mean-spirited attacks upon innocent people." Shaw swallowed the lump that had formed in his throat, but waited stoically for what he knew was coming. "You lied to me, Captain Shaw. You lied to the world. And do you know what has happened as a result of that lie, Captain?" "No, sir, I don't." "The city of San Antonio is in the middle of a war, Captain. They've had literally thousands of these cannibals of yours bust out of their shelters. Their hospitals are overrun. Their police department and fire department have been gutted. Do you understand me? I said gutted. The same thing, I understand, is happening in Dallas-Fort Worth. But it is especially bad in San Antonio, and all because they opened their arms to your evacuation effort." Dupree sifted through some papers on his desk. He found what he was looking for, but when he started speaking again, his tone had changed. Some of the anger was gone, replaced now with sadness and exhaustion. "This is a report from a civilian doctor named William Stiles at San Antonio's University Hospital. Dr. Stiles claims to have worked on several of these cannibals during the past few hours, and in this report he even identifies the specific disease responsible for their behavior. He calls it the necrosis filovirus, which he says is closely related to the family of viral hemorrhagic fevers. Are you familiar with a viral hemorrhagic fever, Captain Shaw?" "No, sir, I'm not." "Well, for your benefit, then, let me just tell you that these are nasty fucking bugs. I mean seriously nasty. Like you have to wear a spacesuit to handle them nasty. AIDS is a level 2 infectious disease. These things are level 4. Ever heard of Crimean Congo fever? Marburg? No, sir. How about Ebola? Yes, sir, I've heard of that. Oh, well, that's good, because you've just released Ebola's big brother on the world, Captain. Dupree looked over Dr. Stiles' report. Let's see. What does he say here? Ah, yes. The major difference between the necrosis filovirus and other members of the viral hemorrhagic family is the incubation time from initial infection to full manifestation of the disease. A person who contracts Ebola or Marburg is likely to exhibit a headache, backache, and other flu-like symptoms within 5 to 10 days. The necrosis filovirus, on the other hand, seems to amplify within the host in just a few hours. After that, an infected person experiences almost total depersonalization, essentially becoming a zombie. The illustration that these people are the walking dead is even more complete when you see the clouded pupils, the smell of necrotic tissue, and the almost complete lack of sensitivity to pain. We have handled several confirmed cases of victims who are still ambulatory, even though they have been eviscerated or shot multiple times. So in many ways, these victims are the walking dead. Dupree paused there. He looked at Shaw, and despite the sketchy quality of the video feed, Shaw could still see the nests of wrinkles forming at the corners of Dupree's eyes and around his mouth. The man was nearly as exhausted as Shaw. "Captain Shaw, do you have any idea what you have done to your fellow Americans? You heard what Stiles wrote in his report. These are the walking dead. They are zombies. You've damned us all." Shaw bristled at that, but not because it wasn't true. He was thinking of Joe Schwab, the head of Public Works, who had said nearly the exact same thing when he limped back into the shelter earlier that day after losing most of his work crews to the zombies out in the ruins.
"You lied to me," Schwab had said. "You damned my men. You damned them all. You fucking bastard!"
Shaw closed his eyes and bowed his head. "I'm sorry," he said to Dupree. "There are nearly 2 million people left in the city who are not infected. I was only thinking of them. I thought there would be no way the government would evacuate them if they knew what we were dealing with." Dupree just stared at him.
"You're no politician,"
he finally said. "I've been told that," Shaw said.
"A politician would have found a way to pass this along. Are you really accepting full responsibility for this?"
"Yes, sir. I don't see what else I can do." He had nearly added that he didn't cause the disease, that it was unfair to heap all this blame on him. But he stopped short of saying that because he wasn't entirely convinced it was true. Hadn't he ordered the campus opened up for all these evacuees? Hadn't this shelter, which had begun with such noble intentions, turned into a literal hell on earth? That was his doing. All this mess he had miscalculated. He had set the dominoes in motion. Dupree sighed heavily.
"We will continue our evacuation efforts," he said. "But we're going to have to change the way we're doing things."
"In what way, sir?"
"Effective immediately. All federal transportation out of the affected area will stop. We've already started setting up a staging area at the Sam Houston Race Park. You know where that is?"
Shaw nodded, and his mind was already leaping ahead, considering the logic of the military's choice. It made perfect sense. Located at the intersection of the North Beltway and the Tomball Parkway, both major expressways, it was easy to get to, especially seeing as most of the freeways were elevated and therefore above the water level. Also, the Tomball Parkway was wide, straight, and flat. The military could run planes, even the big C-5 Galaxies, out of there all day long. There were train tracks there, too, providing a second form of mass transit. And the race park itself was immense. It would make the perfect gathering point for the military to triage the crowds and cull out the infected, if any made it that far.
"We'll have National Guardsmen standing by,"
Dupree went on.
"They will have a medical staff on scene who will examine every person looking to be evacuated."
Shaw nodded. But then he realized what Dupree had not said. The party had left out. Dupree's people would handle the evacuation once Shaw got the survivors to the race park. But it would be up to Shaw to get them there. He would have to personally guide as many refugees as he could find across the flooded ruins of a city that was, geographically speaking, one of the biggest on the planet. And he would have to do it in the midst of a deadly plague. Suddenly, things seemed a whole lot more complicated. "Sir," he said, "can't you offer me any help at all? My men have scrounged every house, every marina, every boat shop in South Houston, and we have managed to come up with a little over 300 usable boats. I simply don't have the resources to help these people. Can't you help me with anything? Helicopters, extra boats, anything?" Dupre's face remained cold and impassive as he shook his head from side to side. "I'm sorry, Captain," he said. "You're on your own." "Yeah," Shaw said. "Yeah, I'm sorry too." And now, with the memory of that disastrous meeting still fresh in his mind, Mark Shaw smoked the last of his cigarette and flicked the butt out into the floodwaters. He looked up and scanned the gray sky. Then he closed his eyes and listened to the sound of his heart beating in his chest. Footsteps on the tiled deck behind him brought him back to the moment. "Sir?" Shaw turned around. Mark Eckert, the same officer who had set up the Skype connection for him, was standing there in a uniform caked with mud. "What is it, Mark?" "I just came to see if you needed anything, sir." "You heard that, huh?" Eckert smiled sheepishly. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry." "Yeah, well," Shaw said, "there's a lot of that going around these days. Listen, I want you to do something for me." "Yes, sir." "Make an announcement. Spread the word. I want every policeman and firefighter down by the library in 2 hours. We're going to be leaving this place real soon." Eckert nodded and left without another word. 20 minutes later, Mark Shaw was inside the M.D. Anderson Library, headed towards the EOC's former office, wading through water that was up to his thighs. The entire first floor was flooded, and the corridors were black. The only light came from the flashlight he carried. The smell of mud and rotten flesh was so powerful, Shaw had to pull his shirt up over his nose. But even then he was constantly on the verge of gagging. When he entered the EOC office, he saw why. 2 of his officers were dead in here. But that wasn't all. A man was feeding off one of the dead officers, tearing shreds of flesh from the officer's upper arm. At first, Shaw couldn't tell exactly what he was looking at. The man was doubled over the dead officer, his head hanging down like a filthy curtain in front of his face. The officer's body was rising and falling with the zombie's exertions. Shaw thought to himself, "He's taking his pulse, right? Checking for a heartbeat." But the next instant the zombie looked up at Shaw, and a large piece of dark red flesh sagged from his mouth like raw liver. "Oh, Jesus!" Shaw said. The zombie rose to his full height, water pouring out of what was left of his clothes. In the flashlight beam he looked unnaturally white, the flesh hanging from his lips, shiny and almost black. The zombie climbed over the dead officer, then over the computer console where the officer had been sitting when he died. He was moaning, a horrible, stuttering sound that Shaw could feel echoing in his chest. "Stop where you're at," Shaw said. He pulled his weapon and pointed it at the zombie without any real expectation that it would obey his command. Shaw could tell it wouldn't just by looking at the man's eyes. There was nothing behind those eyes. Nothing but hunger. Shaw trained the flashlight beam on the zombie's face, and though it was one of the new LED lights, intensely bright, the zombie never blinked. Shaw shot him then. One round that blew the man's scalp off and knocked him back into the water. He stared at the dead officer the zombie had been feeding on, half expecting him to get up and move. But the only movement came from the body, gently rocking in the settling water. "God "Damn this place," Shaw said. He holstered his weapon and went into his ready room. The water had gotten in here, too, and floated his mattress up against the back wall. All the trash in the entire building had seemed to find its way in here. Papers, plastic cups, a lot of stuff that was so waterlogged he couldn't identify it. The trash was everywhere. He found his last 3 unopened packs of cigarettes in the watered-up remnants of his bedding. A little condensation had formed inside the cellophane, but he figured the cigarettes themselves were probably still dry. He was pocketing the smokes when he heard splashing out in the hallway. Shaw let out a tired sigh as he drew his weapon and made his way out into the office. There was a figure over there in the darkness near the door, inspecting Shaw's handiwork on the zombie. "What are you doing here, Anthony?" The figure spun around suddenly, his gun raised. Shaw flicked his flashlight beam up just enough to illuminate his face, then brought it down again. Anthony Shaw lowered his weapon.
"You about scared the piss out of me, Dad."
"What do you expect? You come traipsing in here making as much noise as you are. You're bound to get surprised." Anthony nodded.
"What happened in here, Dad?"
"Don't know. That's Foster over there, and I'm pretty sure the one our friend here was munching on was Gene Murphy. I don't know how they died, though. Drowned, probably. Caught in here during the storm surge." Shaw looked around the room once more. It was hard to believe things had really gotten this bad. He caught Anthony looking at him. "Where's your brother, Anthony?"
"I don't know. I came in here hoping you'd seen him."
Anthony paused for a moment, then added,
"Dad, you know he's probably passed out drunk somewhere."
Shaw looked at him sharply. His first instinct was to yell, to deny it. But he knew Anthony was probably right. Brent had probably crawled off into an unused building someplace with a bottle and drank himself into oblivion. The thought made him furious, but it was impossible for him to hold on to the anger very long. Brent was just too much like his mother. She, too, had fought her battle with the bottle. And for Mark Shaw, that was the hardest part of watching his oldest son slip deeper and deeper into alcoholism. He didn't want to experience the pain of watching a loved one go through that again.
"How about you, Dad? You okay?"
Mark Shaw shrugged. "Good as can be expected, considering the circumstances. How about you?"
"I had to shoot one of those things down by the boats."
"Just one?"
"Yeah. I see you got one, too."
"I suspect we'll be seeing a lot more of them here in the next few hours. The reports I've got so far sounds like the water is pushing them farther and farther inland. Also, we've been taking in people from all over. Chances are pretty good the shelter's going to have a few of them by now."
"You talked to the Director of Homeland Security?"
"Sure did."
"And?" "That doesn't sound good. What happened? What did he say? They're sending in help, right?"
Shaw felt distracted. It was hard to focus. This place, the darkness, the smell, it was starting to get to him. "No, it wasn't good," he said. "Dupree said we're on our own."
He told Anthony about San Antonio and Dallas-Fort Worth, and about the necrosis filovirus and the zombies.
"That's nuts, Dad. What the hell do they expect us to do?"
"I don't think they have any expectations, Anthony, except for us to fail. My guess is he'll find some way to put this back on us in order to save his own ass. On me, rather. He's already said as much." Anthony shook his head angrily.
"This wasn't your fault, Dad. You did everything a man could be expected to do."
"The Director of Homeland Security seems to disagree with you."
"Yeah? Well, fuck him. Dad, we have $7 million waiting for us just a couple of miles from here. Let him say whatever he wants. We'll be laughing all the way to the bank."
Mark Shaw opened his mouth to respond, then reconsidered and closed it again. He looked at his youngest son, and a disturbing idea occurred to him. Since his boys were little, he'd know that Anthony was the pony to bet on. He loved both his children. There was never any question about that. But a lifetime spent as a cop had taught him a thing or two about human nature. Watching the two boys grow up, he'd seen that Anthony was more aggressive, more confident, the smarter child. He had talent. He could talk to people. He could lead people. Brent, on the other hand, was a turtle. Trouble would come, and Anthony would see it as an opportunity. Brent would simply duck his head into his shell and hide. But now, looking at Anthony, he realized that maybe his pride in the young man's accomplishments had blinded him to his shortcomings. To Anthony, this was about the money and nothing else. He didn't see that the money was just one small part of this thing Mark Shaw was trying to pass on to his children.
"Dad, did you hear me?"
"I heard you."
"Well, you agree, right? We get the money and we blow this place. Fuck this city and fuck the Director of Homeland Security. We'll start over, the four of us. We'll take our money and we'll make new lives ourselves. That's what you always said, right? We did our part. Now we take what's ours."
From somewhere out in the hallway they heard splashing, and the sound of someone moaning.
"Dad, we don't have much time. We have to get that money and leave this city. Come with me. We'll get Brent and Jesse and get the money and get the hell out of Dodge."
"No," Mark Shaw said.
"What do you mean, no? Dad, this is what we planned for."
"Not quite. Listen to me, Anthony. You and Jesse find your brother. Then the three of you go and get that money and bring it back here."
"Here? Dad, why in the hell—"
"Because we have a charge to keep, Anthony. We have a responsibility."
"To who?" "Dad, our responsibility is to our family. That's what you always said. It's family above all else. In the end, nothing else matters."
"Honor matters, Anthony. Our family name matters. Outside those doors there are 80,000 people that are here because they trusted in me to lead them. If I abandon them now, they will all die."
Anthony was shaking his head as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Dad, that's insane. You can't. You have less than 300 boats out there. How do you think you're going to transport all those people through a flood? There's no way in hell you can do that. It's crazy to try. You said yourself that Dupree doesn't expect you to succeed."
"Anthony, you have to understand why this matters. If I don't try to save those people, the name I'll pass on to you and your brother will be worthless. It'll be less than worthless. It will become a synonym for cowardice, and I will not allow my sons to wear that shame."
"Dad, I can change my fucking name."
Mark Shaw lunged forward, grabbed Anthony's shirt by the collar, and slammed him down onto a computer console. For a moment he was nearly blind with a rage he hadn't felt since he'd overheard Anthony calling his mother a drunk during his sophomore year in high school. The boy had been 16 at the time, an athlete, and though small of frame compared to his father, every bit as strong. But when he'd heard what the boy had said, Mark Shaw stood up from his chair and slid the belt from around his waist and thrown Anthony face down over the edge of the couch, at which point he'd begun to whip the boy's ass until his jeans were shredded. Now here they were, two grown men, and Mark Shaw was dangerously close to doing the same thing. When he finally spoke, his voice was a brutal whisper. "You will not change your name. Do you understand me?" Still on his back, eyes wide with alarm, Anthony looked up at his father and said,
"Yeah, shit, Dad, I hear you."
Mark Shaw lifted his son off the computer console and then slammed him back down. "Say the fucking words, Anthony. Say you will not change your name."
"I won't. Christ, Dad, I won't change my name."
"You have a good name, Anthony. An honorable name."
"Yeah, an honorable name. Dad, I get it."
Out in the hallway, the moaning was getting louder. Mark Shaw looked up and listened. He thought he could hear 2, maybe 3 of those zombies out there. Then he looked down at the terror on Anthony's face, and for a moment was shocked and a little frightened with the violence he knew he carried around inside himself. He let go of his son and backed away. Anthony slid off the console and stood staring at his father, his expression a mixture of resentment and fear that made him seem 10 years younger, almost childlike. "Listen to me, Anthony. I want you to go and get your brother. Go and get that money. When you have it, you come straight back here, you hear me? Live or die, I will do everything in my power to get these people out of danger. And I will make sure the name you and your brother carry out of the city is one you will never, ever think of changing. Is that clear?" Anthony tugged his shirt down at the waist to straighten it.
"Yeah, that's clear."
"Good. Now go and find your brother." The moaning was extremely close now. Both men could hear the zombies splashing out in the hallway.
"I'll take care of those first," Anthony said.
"No," Mark Shaw said, drawing his weapon. "We'll take care of it together."
Chapter 10. Eleanor stopped at her front door and stared at the water flowing through her dining room, her living room, out the broken windows along the back wall, momentarily stunned by it. The sight was completely insane, yet strangely beautiful. "Eleanor, you okay?" Jim asked.
"Yeah,"
she said, mentally shaking herself loose.
"I'm coming."
She followed Jim and Madison out the front door. She tossed her Mossberg into the canoe they'd tied to the front porch, then helped Jim with their backpacks. Next, she reached down to help Madison up into the canoe, but when she tried to lift her, the girl shrugged her hands away.
"Madison?"
Eleanor said. Madison wouldn't look at her. She turned away from Eleanor and held her hands up to Jim, the same way she'd done when she was 3 and begging Daddy to carry her off to bed. Jim glanced from Madison to Eleanor, and she saw surprise there in his expression. Whatever was going on with Madison, it was news to him as well. He bent down and scooped her into the boat without saying a word to Madison, not even scolding her with a look, and Eleanor was thankful for that. Now was not the time. "Go ahead," he said to Eleanor. He was nodding toward the boat, holding its sides to steady it for her. She climbed in, then leaned forward and touched the back of Madison's shoulder.
"Madison? Sweetheart?"
But Madison pulled her shoulder away again.
"Don't,"
she said, without turning around, and scooted forward on the bench and hunched her shoulders forward. Eleanor could almost see her crawling into herself. Eleanor glanced at Jim for some clue, some sort of help, but all he could do was shrug. They moved away from the house, Jim and Eleanor paddling, Madison still silent and distant in the front of the canoe. The air was unbearably humid. A slight breeze blew from the south, but it wasn't enough to chase away the mosquitoes, and it wasn't enough to cool the heat on the backs of their necks. Eleanor was drenched in sweat, hot and irritable, and exhausted beyond measure. She took it out on the mosquitoes. Just in the last few minutes they'd gotten terrible, practically swarming the canoe. She killed a big one on her arm, her face crinkling in disgust at its smashed body and the smear of blood in which it lay. Then she looked forward and saw Jim and Madison both swatting frantically at the bugs.
"I've got some bug repellent," she said.
"Thank God," Jim said. "Let me have some. These little bastards are eating me alive up here." She pulled in her oar and got the combination bug repellent and sunscreen from her backpack. As far as getting her family prepared for this disaster, the backpacks had really been her crowning achievement. Making them was strangely satisfying, much like preparing Madison's nursery had been in the months before she was born. Eleanor had stockpiled water and food and supplies, just like the guidebook said to do. But all of that was lost back in their house. The backpacks, on the other hand, went wherever they were needed. Each one was basically a turtle shell,
a house carried on the back. She had planned the contents of each, packed them, reconsidered, reorganized, and repacked them. Then she'd weighed each and repacked them a third time, each containing a complete 96-hour survival kit, everything the wearer would need to get by for at least 4 days. But Eleanor had gone beyond those basic needs, and that was what really made her proud. She'd had dog tags made for each of them. She'd included family photographs in case they got separated, cash for each of them, a 3-month supply of Jim's Diaban for his blood pressure, even a carton of Marlboro cigarettes for each of them.
"You want me to start smoking?"
Madison had said, holding up the cigarettes.
"Of course not, you goof,"
she'd said, stroking Madison's hair out of her face, secretly delighted with the look of disgust on her daughter's face.
"They're for you to use as currency. Just in case, mind you. You never know what people will do if they want to smoke bad enough."
Madison scrunched up her nose in that uniquely teenager way of expressing complete revulsion with the world of grown-ups.
"That's gross,"
she said, and tossed the Marlboros back in the front pocket of her pack. But Jim's medicine had been her greatest coup. The city's insurance had given her hell about buying a 3-month supply of Diaban, and she'd given it right back to them.
"Why," she argued, "do you train me in disaster preparedness, a basic tenet of which makes it plain that you should have a long-term supply of prescription drugs on hand at all times, and then tell me that I can only buy 30 days at a time?"
In the end, it had been the pharmacy that finally gave in.
"You want a 3-month supply?" they'd said. "Fine, but you have to buy it on your own. Your insurance won't budge."
She'd paid the extra money, and at the time had been aware of how paranoid she must have seemed. But she certainly didn't feel silly about it right now. Glancing around at the submerged houses, the traffic lights dipping like low-hanging fruit toward the floodwaters, she was feeling anything but silly. As a matter of fact, she was basking in the righteous glow of vindication. "Hey, Eleanor," Jim said, "you got that bug spray or what?" His voice snapped her back into the moment. She had her hand jammed down into her backpack, and it occurred to her that she had no idea how long she'd been sitting there like that.
"Here it is,"
she said, and tossed it up to him.
"Madison, you need to put some on too, okay?"
Madison said nothing. She hadn't moved since they'd left the house, except to swat at a mosquito or two. Her shoulders were still sagging forward, her brown hair covering her face like a curtain. Eleanor watched the gentle rise and fall of her body under her shirt as she breathed, and she was pretty sure Madison was sobbing. Jim put his hand on Madison's knee and gave it a gentle shake. "Hey, sweetheart, you okay?" Madison suddenly lunged forward and buried her face in Jim's chest.
"Hey,"
he said, his eyes going wide with momentary surprise.
"You're okay, sweetheart. We all are."
He gave Eleanor a perplexed look. "Hey, what am I supposed to do now?" look, and then finally put his arm around her and let her cry. Over the past 2 weeks, Eleanor had made countless canoe trips between her house and the EOC. It usually took about 3 hours to make it one way. But that was before cannibals started appearing in the ruins. Now, as they paddled their way toward the EOC, they'd see dim figures moving through the endless piles of wrecked houses and jumbled piles of vehicles, stepping out from between the eaves of houses, staggering toward them, and always ceaselessly moaning. There were only a few at first, but as Eleanor and her family moved north, gliding through the debris fields, they saw more and more people staggering around aimlessly, stumbling after them whenever the canoe got too close. The residential areas were the worst. In some places, the moaning was so loud, so disconcerting, that Madison had screamed, her hands clapped over her ears until she broke down sobbing. Eleanor and Jim rarely spoke. A hush fell over them, and it seemed dangerous somehow to speak. They watched the people who crashed out of the doorways and stared at them as they floated by. And though it was impossible to know whether they were changed in the same way that Bobby Hester had been changed, that Miss Hester, too, had been changed, Eleanor reminded herself. She'd hear them moan, and the hairs would stand up on the back of her neck nonetheless. And so Eleanor and her family kept moving east, off their intended course, away from the dead eyes staring back at them from the ruins. It still seemed ludicrous to her that she was being forced to avoid cannibalism that was, for all intents and purposes, contagious. But there it was. And here they were, getting farther and farther off course. Jim pushed the floating dead man away from the canoe, his paddle slipping off the man's shoulder and striking his skull right behind the ear with a wet thud.
"Ew!"
Madison groaned. They had seen quite a few bodies in the last hour or so. They'd seen a lot of dead dogs, and rats, and cats, and raccoons, and even a big brown cow. Death, in fact, was all around them. They were coming up through the second ward now, and a lot of the houses here had fared badly during Mardell's storm surge. In some places they'd actually been uprooted from the ground and tossed together, one on top of another, like football players going for a fumble. In some of the houses, Eleanor could hear dogs howling out their hunger and their fear. But the wailing of animals wasn't the only sound they heard. Here and there, amid the rubble, they could hear the voices of people, weak and muffled, but still insistent, as they cried out for rescue. And there was another sound, too, a thin, solitary moaning that was not one of pain or loneliness or despair, but something else. Something that sent a bone-deep shudder through Eleanor's body and raised the goose-flesh on her arms. Eleanor scanned the ruined houses and saw nothing but bodies floating face down in the water, their backs matted with wet garbage.
"Why?"
Madison said. Her voice was small and remote, almost a whisper.
"What did you say, baby?"
Eleanor asked her. Madison was quiet for so long that Eleanor thought her daughter would fall back into another of her spells, in which there was no reaching her. But then Madison spoke. And when she did, it was with such rage, such sudden violence, that Eleanor recoiled from her, much in the same way she had recoiled from the snarling, wounded thing that Miss Hester had become.
"Why did it have to happen to her? What purpose did that serve?"
Eleanor's eyes went wide. The little girl in front of her suddenly looked nothing like her daughter. Her lips were pulled back in anger, exposing large white teeth. Her cheeks puffed in and out, keeping time with the rise and fall of her tiny, nearly breastless chest. But it was the look of offended rage in the girl's eyes that caused Eleanor's throat to go hard as slate, and her heart to skip its beat.
"Why, Mom? Why did that happen? Why did it happen to her?"
All Eleanor could do was shake her head.
"I don't know,"
she said miserably.
"I'm sorry, baby, I just don't know."
And for the next 24 hours she'd be recalling her daughter's questions, and still struggling for an answer that made any sense at all. They came to a high white wall of painted cinder blocks that looked to run a couple 100 feet in either direction. Thick drifts of dead seaweed and trash and tree limbs were wedged up against the wall. In the front of the canoe, Jim sat looking at the wall, the oar across his lap. His shirt was soaked through with sweat, the back of his neck black with wet dirt. He turned back to Eleanor and said, "Well, which way?" Eleanor had a compass and a map in her backpack, but she hadn't needed it yet. Despite the fact that so much of the city was under water now, there were still obvious landmarks to guide them. And besides, she'd been a beat cop for a good 6 years. She knew her way around the city, even as it was now. "I don't see that it really matters," she said. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Exactly.
Okay, got a preference? Which feels lucky? He gave her a little wink with that last part. A private joke between them from back in the days when Madison was much younger, and Jim and Eleanor could still make coded jokes about slipping off to the bedroom for a quickie, even while Madison sat in the living room watching cartoons. She snorted at him.
Neither one looks lucky, she said.
He pretended to look hurt.
Go left,
she said, and laughed at him quietly.
You know,
she thought, as the laugh trailed off and became a smile,
he's still pretty cute. A little bit chubbier than when I married him, but then so am I.
She watched the muscles along his back move under his shirt as he used the oar to get them pointed in the right direction, his shoulders dipping powerfully, first one way, then the other, as he plunged the oar into the water. And she was surprised by the warmth spreading over her skin.
Who knows,
she thought.
Maybe the left would be lucky after all. Later.
Do you think the EOC will still be functioning? He asked, without looking back at her.
I don't know, she said.
But it's worth going there, right?
I think it is, she said. Honestly, Jim, I don't know anywhere else to go.
Okay, he said. He nodded gravely, and they paddled on. They'd gotten used to the sight of bodies floating in the water. By that afternoon, they'd seen literally hundreds of them. They were everywhere. And so, when Eleanor saw the body of the black man caught up in the limbs of a fallen tree, she paid him little mind. He was just another corpse, heavy-set, his clothes stripped from his body by high winds and water and debris, so that all that remained on his bloated frame was a filthy pair of briefs. He hung face down from the tree limbs, his arms swinging lazily in the current. There were cuts and sores all over his arms and back, and he smelled of rotten meat. To Eleanor, he looked just like every other dead body she'd seen. She looked away. Off to her right was a wide, glassy sea of pewter-colored water, broken only by a line of trees and a white metal roof in the distance. The sky was a washed-out gray. Eleanor could see dark vertical streaks of rain beyond the white roof, but with the absence of a breeze, it was impossible to tell if the rain was coming their way or not. It looked depthless and utterly still over there, as if the rain was just hanging in the air. There were structures to the left, and they seemed familiar. An AutoZone, a Mexican meat market, a CVS pharmacy, all of them veering off at a 45-degree angle from Eleanor's position. Wooden power line poles tilted at odd angles, their cables sagging near to the water, and from the ragged line they made, she thought she had a pretty good idea of where they were.
We need to head down that road there, she said,
and immediately realized how stupid she sounded.
That way, I mean, where the road used to be.
But Jim didn't tease her. He just grunted and said, "Okay," and paddled on.
He must really be tired, Eleanor thought. Poor guy hasn't gotten any...
Eleanor wasn't aware the black man in the tree was moving until he was already on them. She heard a rustle of leaves, the snap of tree limbs, a splash as he hit the water and tried to scramble over the side of the canoe. Water hit her in the face and she flinched, turning away from it. When she looked back again, she was staring straight down into a corpse's face. The eyes were filmed over, a milky white. His skin had a gray, flabby appearance, as if it might slough right off the bone. His lips were cracked open, the teeth shattered and black with blood. And it really was a corpse's face. There was no getting around it. She had locked eyes with him for only a second, but that was enough. She was sure of what she had seen. And she had just enough time to realize that she had been sure about Bobby Hester, too. And Ms. Hester. They were all corpses. The black man groaned as he shot out of the water and into the canoe, his hands going all over Madison, whose screams were so loud they felt like ice picks jammed into Eleanor's ears. Madison kicked him in the face, the heel of her tennis shoes smashing into the man's mouth. Eleanor could hear his teeth snapping. She could see blood spurting across his face. And yet the man made no attempt to block her kicks. He didn't seem to realize how badly his face was getting damaged. Instead, he just kept swiping at her, rocking the canoe wildly from side to side. Eleanor tried to grab Madison and pull her back, but they were moving too much, pitching all over the place. She felt the boat rise beneath her, tilting to one side, and she instinctively clamped a hand down on the gunwale to steady herself as the boat rolled over, tossing her headlong into the water. She popped up immediately and looked around. Jim was up at the bow, at the far end of the canoe from her. Eleanor saw him surface, swipe the water from his eyes, and spin around looking for her. She couldn't see Madison anywhere. The cannibal, for that was what he must be, Eleanor realized, one of those cannibals, was still on his feet, though, and he was looking right at her.
"Madison!"
Eleanor yelled.
"Madison, where are you?"
She spun around wildly. She caught sight of Jim digging frantically at the water, but an impulse told her that he had no idea where Madison was either.
"Madison? Madison?"
The cannibal growled. The next instant he was trying to climb over the capsized canoe in order to get at Eleanor. But the hull was slick with the oily floodwater, and he slid off to one side. He tried again to scale over, and again he fell off. He was closer now to her end of the canoe, less than an arm's length, really, and yet he tried a third time to climb over the capsized canoe.
"Why doesn't he just go around?"
she thought. And somewhere in the back of her mind something clicked. She had asked exactly the right question. Not, "What in the hell's wrong with him?" but, "Why doesn't he just go around?" One step to the side, and he could be right there in front of her. And yet he didn't see it. He didn't see the obvious. Why? But the next instant the question was moot, for the stern of the boat tilted under the water, pushed down by his weight, and when he slipped off this time, he was right in front of her, nothing between them. He charged her.
"Get Madison out of here!"
Eleanor shouted at Jim as the cannibal fell on top of her. She could smell the putrescence on his breath. She could feel the rubbery give of the flesh on his arms as she wrestled with him, holding him at arm's length so he couldn't bite her. He was a lot bigger than Eleanor, but he was clumsy, his movements uncoordinated, and she managed to toss him to one side. As the man went under the water, Eleanor's muscle memory and training took over. At the police academy, the instructors preached the gunfighter's gospel. Break contact, create distance, get your front sight on the target. So she scrambled away from him, making sure not to lose sight of him, and reached down to her hip for her gun. But it wasn't there.
"Where is it?"
The thought hung unanswered in her mind as a panicky wave of nausea filled her gut. And then, with an inward groan, she remembered. The gun had been digging into her ribs as she paddled the canoe. Despite the threat of cannibals, despite the tired but insistent voice in her head that told her she was making a mistake, she had slid the weapon from the waistband of her jeans and dropped it into the front pocket of her backpack, along with all her extra magazines. "Where it would be close," she thought bitterly, "just in case I need it." Now the backpacks were floating away from the canoe, carried by the sluggish current toward the line of bushes in front of the CVS pharmacy. There was no way she could reach them now. The cannibal had his hands out in front of him, clutching at the air. The growl was gone. The sound crawling out of his mouth now was an urgent, pitiful moan. The first two fingers on his right hand were bent back, obviously and horribly broken. As his other fingers reached for her, the two bent back ones hardly moved. All they could manage was a feeble twitching. She had been backing away from the man, cowering, really, but then her foot hit something hard under the water. It was like a gunshot going off in her mind.
Suddenly everything was clear. The cannibal lunged for her, almost diving. She stepped nimbly to one side, and the man found himself face down in the water. He seemed momentarily confused by this, as though he was unable to process why his victim had suddenly disappeared, and under different circumstances, the way his face went slack and his mouth fell open would have been comical. But for now, she was all business. Eleanor immediately jumped onto the man's back, got a knee planted firmly between his shoulder blades, grabbed his hair with both hands, and pushed his face under the water. He began to thrash. His arms splashed frantically, though clumsily, at the water, like a man who thinks he's a bird and might be able to fly away if he just flapped hard enough. She could feel his legs kicking against hers, his upper body convulsing as he gulped in water instead of air. "Drown, you asshole!" she growled. Out of the corner of her eye she saw Jim looking at her. Without letting go of the cannibal, she met Jim's gaze. His face was a mask of horror and shock and helpless confusion. She couldn't help but wonder what it must be like to be in his shoes right now, watching his wife intentionally drown a man, while she snarled at him like an animal. The cannibal spasmed once, twice, and then he went slack beneath her. She slid her knee off the man's back, but didn't let go of his hair. "Eleanor," Jim said. There was a curious sympathy in his voice. She glanced at Jim again. "He's dead," Jim said. She looked down at the dark crown of hair just below the surface, saw the strands of it weaving like seaweed between her fingers. Her knuckles were white. The muscles in her forearms were tensed so tightly they hurt, and she had to will herself to release her grip on the back of the man's head. "Madison," she thought, and that did it for her. She pushed the cannibal's corpse away and said, "Where's Madison?" Suddenly, Jim was at her side, his arms around her. She struggled against him, still screaming her daughter's name, when he finally grabbed her shoulders and spun her around to face him. "She's here," he said quietly, over and over again. "She's right here." "Where?" He stepped away from Eleanor and slapped the hull of the capsized canoe. "It's okay, Madison. You can come out now." Delicate fingers curled up and around the gunwale, and the next instant Madison's head popped up from under the canoe. A gasp leaked out of Eleanor's throat that was part laugh, part absolute relief and joy. "Oh, my God!" she managed to say, and then rushed for her daughter and wrapped her arms around her in a hug so tight it took both their breath away. "Oh, my God!" she said again. "Madison, I thought... Oh, thank God you're safe." "Mom," Madison said. Her tone was full of protest, but she didn't make any attempt to pull away. Eleanor released her grip and held Madison away at arm's length. "Are you okay, sweetheart? He didn't hurt you, did he?" Madison shook her head, no. "I'm okay," she said. "Oh, thank God." Eleanor closed her eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. Her mind had been filled with such horrible thoughts of what that man might have done to her, and the fact that he'd had no time to do anything to her made little difference. "We invent such nasty fates for the ones we really love," Eleanor thought. "Why is that? Why do we punish ourselves so much?" The clatter of a metal fence brought her back to the moment. She turned around and scanned the flooded ruins. About 100 feet away, a man was trying to pull his battered body over a chain-link fence, and Eleanor realized with a withering sort of horror that the man was a cannibal, like the one she'd just drowned. He wore the remnants of a blue chambray shirt and khaki trousers that were flecked with green leaves and stained a reddish-brown in places. It was blood, she realized coldly. And looking at his face, she could see that he had fed recently. His chin and cheeks and hair were slathered with clotted blood.
Even at a distance she could see that one eye had been gouged out. He poked his fingers through the diamond-shaped holes in the fence and started to climb. His movements were awkward and labored, but it only took him a few moments to reach the top, and when he did, he let out a moan that sent shivers down Eleanor's back. The sound carried over the water. There was a chilling rhythm to it, like the steady rise and fall of a large crowd heard from a distance. And then, from off to her right, she heard an answering moan. She turned and saw 3 more human train wrecks, up to their waists in water, shambling toward her. A short distance from them, the figure of a woman emerged from the broken windows of a storefront, her bruised face turning slowly until she zeroed in on Eleanor. "There's more of them over here," Jim said. Eleanor didn't have to ask where. They were surrounded. The late afternoon air was filling up with an almost desperate chorus of moans, and Eleanor realized with deepening despair and fear that they were calling to each other. "They're ringing the dinner bell," she thought. "We need to do something quick," Jim said. "Into the boat," Eleanor answered him. "Everybody into the canoe." Hurriedly, they righted the canoe, and Madison and Eleanor climbed in. Jim grabbed the short rope they'd tied to the stem post on the bow and pulled them along. The oars had floated along with the current, headed in the same direction as the backpacks, and when Jim reached the first of them, he scooped it up and tossed it back to Eleanor. The moaning cannibals were all around them now, emerging from nearly every yawning doorway and from behind every building. Eleanor turned around on her seat, scanning the ruins in utter dismay. Where had they all come from? The area had been completely deserted just moments before, and now they were everywhere. Had all this really stemmed from that one man moaning as he scaled the fence? Was such a thing possible? Briefly, a memory surfaced in her mind. She'd been a young patrol officer at the time, working nights in Houston's 5th Ward. One blisteringly hot summer night, while on routine patrol, she'd rounded a corner and seen a group of 3 teenagers arguing on the curb. Their voices were loud, but indistinct. She couldn't make out what was said, only the anger with which the words were yelled. Then suddenly, one of the boys had taken 2 lurching stagger steps backward, his hands flying up in front of his face. As he turned away, there was a flash and the sound of 3 gunshots. He stumbled into the street, bent over, and collapsed not 20 feet from her front bumper. The 2 boys on the curb stared at her, their eyes huge in the glare of her patrol car's spotlights. One of them raised his pistol at her, but the other was already turning to run. He grabbed his friend by the shirt and pulled him after him. By the time Eleanor got her car in park and scrambled out of it, the 2 were already gone. And the 3rd young man was dying. She knelt down next to him and tried to talk to him, but all he could do was gulp air like a fish out of water. He died right there, on the pavement, as she was calling for EMS and backup. But it was what happened afterwards that came to her mind now. For when she'd looked up from the dead boy's blood-spattered face, she'd seen that the sidewalks on both sides of the street were filling with people. They watched her, their expressions impassive, unmoved by the tragedy in front of them. And as her gaze shifted from one to the next, she thought, "It's the middle of the night. Where did all you folks come from? How did it happen? The street was deserted just a moment ago. Where did you all come from?" There was, she guessed, a certain magnetic quality to violence. People flocked to it like moths to a bare electric bulb. They fed off it somehow, even as it drained some vital quality from their souls and dulled their senses. Maybe that was what was happening here, she thought, as she watched the cannibals closing in on them. "Jim, get on the boat! Hurry!" The moaning crowd was getting ever closer. The man in the blue chambray shirt had made it over the chain-link fence, and was less than 30 feet away now. Close enough she could smell him. "Hurry!" she said again. But Jim had found the other oar and was already pulling himself into the canoe. He dropped down onto the seat, and without another word, he dug into the water with his oar, really stabbing at it. Eleanor joined him, and they moved off at a snail's pace, following the current. Ahead of them was what had been a wide 4-lane road. It was full of people now, all of them splashing as fast as they were able toward the little canoe. Eleanor saw a new U-shaped building off to their right. It looked to be 2 stories high, glass all the way around, encircled by a wraparound balcony. An office park, she thought. This part of town had been on the rebound before the storms. A lot of new development in the area. "Take us over there to the right," Eleanor said. "Where?" Jim asked, looking around at her. "Over there." "What are you thinking?" he asked her. "Look at the light poles. The water looks deeper over there. They'll have to swim to follow us." "Got it," he said. They paddled toward the building, but they were going across the current now, and their progress was slower. The cannibal in the blue chambray shirt was nearly on them now. Another 4 or 5 steps, and he'd be close enough to topple the boat. "Mommy!" Madison screamed, and flinched away from the man. Her movement set the canoe rocking wildly, and Eleanor had to grab her by the arm hard to settle the canoe. At the same time she raised her oar over her head and brought it down hard on the cannibal's outstretched hand. The oar connected with his knuckles with a crunch of bone, but the man never cried out. Instead, he turned slowly to Eleanor and tilted his bloody face to one side. Then, with his other hand, he reached out for her. Eleanor raised the oar again, but before she could bring it down, the man's head burst open, and bits of bone and skin and lumps of his scalp splattered onto the water beside him. Eleanor blinked at him. For a second, her mind wouldn't wrap around what had just happened. The cannibal, for his part, seemed unaware he'd just been killed. His face never changed expression. The bloody grimace that had turned his mouth into such an object of horror never relaxed. With no emotion of any kind, he slowly sank into the water, like a marionette whose strings had just been cut. Confused, Eleanor looked at Jim, but he was clearly as confused as she was. "What happened?" he said. Her gaze went past him, fixing on a figure who was standing on the wraparound balcony of the office park. He was waving at them, a rifle in his hands. "Is that?" Jim asked. "Yeah," Eleanor said, a smile creeping across her face as she took in the wiry country boy with a boony cap pushed high up on his forehead, away from his sunglasses. "That's Hank Gleason." Chapter 11. The water was deeper around the building, which Eleanor could see from a cream-colored granite wall near the entrance to the parking lot, was called the Meadow Lakes Business Park. Eleanor looked down as they entered the lake that had once been the building's parking lot, and though the water was a dark gray and cloudy with silt and debris, she could still see the ghosts of cars down there. She chanced to look behind her. The crowd that had been closing in on them was struggling with the deeper water. Many were drowning as they tried to follow them, but there were many more gathering beyond the entrance, maybe 100 total now, and their moans had become truly awful, rising to a deafening roar that seemed to echo off every building at once. "Why won't they leave us alone?" Madison screamed. "Leave us alone!" Eleanor turned back to her daughter and saw that Madison's face had turned an ashen white. Her eyes were wide, crazy-looking, shiny and bloodshot. Beads of sweat had popped out all over her face, and the green T-shirt she wore was dark and wet at the neck and underarms. Her expression was one of utter despair and rage and exhaustion. "Madison," Eleanor said. Her voice was firm, but not without compassion.
Baby, look at me.
Madison's gaze shifted from the drowning cannibals to Eleanor, and in that instant, Eleanor's heart broke.
Mom, what's wrong with them? Why are they like that?
Suddenly, Eleanor felt very tired. Her eyes had gone dry, and they hurt. It wasn't a needling pain, but the kind of soreness that came from too many hours of staying awake, heartsick with worry about life and family and the future. She pinched the bridge of her nose between her thumb and forefinger and let out a long, tired sigh.
They're desperate,
Eleanor said at last.
Desperate people do terrible things. Miss Hester wasn't desperate,
Madison countered. She had that defensive, challenging tone that all teenagers seem to fall back on when the world of grown-ups stops making sense.
She had us. We were family. We loved her. I loved her. Why did she change? Why did she turn into one of those crazy people?
Eleanor opened her mouth to answer, but closed it again. She had nothing, no answer that would do her daughter's question justice, and she knew it. There were times, she thought, when she got the teenager's point of view. It wasn't that long ago, for Christ's sake. But Madison was still looking at her with that look that was simultaneously defiant and wounded. And the truth was, Eleanor told herself, that she wasn't even sure she had been telling the truth when she called those cannibals over there desperate. Madison was right about that. Miss Hester hadn't been desperate. She'd been attacked by her grandson, attacked so badly that, for a second, Eleanor thought he had killed her. And then she became just like him. Had something similar happened for each of those people at the edge of the parking lot? Did they have a Bobby Hester somewhere behind them, a crazed loved one who attacked them and changed them? She just didn't know, but the possibility terrified her. They could be sitting at ground zero of an epidemic. Eleanor closed her eyes and tried to push the image of Miss Hester crawling across the floor of Madison's room out of her mind. But she couldn't. She could still hear Miss Hester's fingernails snapping as her claw-like hands gripped the carpet. She could still see the woman's face, blood-stained and twisted with an expression that wasn't quite rage, not quite pain, but something that was both of those things, and neither.
"Hey there, Sergeant Norton. How you doing?"
Eleanor glanced up at the balcony. Hank Gleason was up there, smiling down at them with that cool country boy swagger of his, smoking a cigarette, and a momentary blush rose up in Eleanor's cheeks. A 16-year-old memory surfaced along with it. It had happened before Madison was born, even before Jim had entered her life. She had gone to see the Twilight Saga Eclipse with two of her girlfriends from the department. They'd sat there in the darkened theater feeling stupid, feeling like the only adults in a room full of teeny boppers, until the werewolf, Jacob Black, made his first appearance. Jacob was leaning against the trunk of a car, no shirt to hide the view, six-pack abs shiny with a thin sheen of sweat, and the entire audience, 300 women in all, let out a collective, satisfied sigh. Eleanor and her girlfriends held Hank Gleason in similar esteem. Like Taylor Lautner, who had played Jacob in Eclipse, Hank was pure eye candy. But whereas Taylor Lautner, a.k.a. Shark Boy, was really just a child growing into a man's body, Hank was the real deal. He was a man in a god's body. He was a 6'4" monument to good genetics, for only perfect genes could account for a man who drank like an Irish poet and smoked like a barn on fire, and yet still managed to look like an underwear model. He'd been in the sun a lot these last 2 weeks, too. She could tell from the faint red glow of his skin, set off by the gold-rimmed aviator sunglasses and the OD green T-shirt he wore. The added color made him look even more delicious. Eleanor cleared her throat.
We're doing just fine, Hank. Thanks for the help back there.
He took a last drag on his cigarette and crushed it out beneath the toe of his boot.
Always happy to help out a lady in need,
he said, tipping his boonie cap jauntily at her. He looked over at Jim and said,
How about you, Mr. Norton? You doing okay?
Just great, thanks. Call me Jim. Hank's smile grew bigger, even warmer if that was possible. He had lovely teeth.
You got it, Jim. Call me Hank. And you, little lady, he said to Madison. How goes it?
Madison tried to smile, but couldn't muster a very convincing one. Hank's smile wavered a bit, but to his credit, he didn't push it.
Y'all had a rough ride, I guess, he said.
Yeah, Eleanor agreed. You could say that.
Well, we got it pretty well covered up here. Water's deep enough they can't get to us, and even if they did, we got the only stairs blocked off.
He pointed down the length of the building, where a large metal staircase was completely buried in a tangle of pipes and cables and all sorts of heavy debris. On the balcony above the stairs, Eleanor saw about 10 metal-hulled canoes.
I was watching when you guys first showed up, Hank went on. I saw you flip over and lose your backpacks. They're still stuck over there along that line of shrubs. I can help you get 'em back tomorrow morning if you want. In the meantime, we got a bunch of supplies up here if you guys want to spend the night.
Who's we?
Eleanor asked.
Me and about 30 old geezers from the Red Cross. Volunteers, you know. Good folks. They had a ton of supplies with them when I found 'em. Come on up.
Eleanor looked over at Jim. I don't see that we've got any other choice, he said.
Yeah, I agree. Madison, this would be a good chance for you to get some rest. I know you had a really crappy day.
Madison nodded. She looked up at Hank and was about to ask him how they were supposed to get up there, but he was already lowering a rope. Hank pulled them up by the rope one by one, and then helped them stow their canoe with the others. With the boat secured, he pointed them down the balcony.
We're this way. You guys hungry?
God, yes, Jim said. Jim was drenched in sweat, sunburned, exhausted. He had an arm around Madison's shoulder. His lips were cracked and pale, his face scruffy with a week's worth of whiskers. Eleanor looked at him, and then at Hank Gleason, who was walking next to him, resplendent in his testosterone-laden maleness. And there was no comparison. Jim was your standard American male, a little dopey-looking, soft around the middle, full of flaws. But Hank was the ideal. He was tall and lean, with muscles so hard you could bounce quarters off them. And yet, now that she had the two of them before her, Eleanor realized why she had fallen in love in the first place. Hank just bled into the background. For her, it was all about Jim. The sight of him hobbling along, sweaty, balding, kind of chubby, stiff from sitting in the canoe all day, but with his arm draped around their daughter, was enough to melt her inside. For her, that was real love.
What?
Jim said. He was looking at her, a hint of a laugh in his voice.
Nothing, she said. I'm hungry too.
Hank Gleason clapped his hands.
Outstanding. After a day of dodging zombies, I guess you guys are ready for some serious chow.
He spoke casually. There was even a breezy note of humor in what Hank had said. But it still sent a chill through Eleanor. They had been walking along the balcony, a long line of dark and empty office space to their left, and to their right, a misty sort of rain falling on the flooded city. The air had a briny ocean smell. Eleanor, who was beginning to sense the mother bitch of all headaches coming on, had been trailing along behind, trying to relax. But her mind rebelled to the idea of zombies, and she stopped in her tracks.
What did you say?
The others walked on a few steps, unaware that she was no longer following. Hank looked back at her over his shoulder and stopped walking too. He was still smiling, but the expression had lost some of its easy charm. He looked like a man just beginning to realize he'd said something wrong.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
You called those people zombies. Those cannibals.
Yeah?
Zombies? Like in the horror movies? The Walking Dead.
Well,
He trailed off, and abruptly he looked very uncomfortable. He glanced over at Jim, maybe for support, and Eleanor could see the Adam's apple working up and down in his throat.
well, I mean, he went on, they're not actually, dead, but, yeah, I mean, they're zombies. I mean, isn't that what you guys saw?
Of course not, you idiot,
Eleanor thought. Adonis though he may be, she'd never held any delusions about Hank Gleason's good genetics extending all the way up to his brain.
Zombies? Seriously? People are eating each other out there. People are dying. Miss Hester is dying. And you're making jokes about zombies? This shit is for real. But doesn't that one word make a lot of sense?
Asked a tentative voice in her head. Eleanor thought back to the horror movies she'd seen when she still watched garbage like that. Jim, of course, loved his horror movies. Always had. But Eleanor, who had seen real monsters, who, during her tour of duty and sex crimes, had seen more murdered children than any normal person should have to see, was unimpressed by Hollywood's trivial attempts at fear-making. Their monsters paled in comparison to the real-life horrors that walked the streets of every city in America and hunted its children like trophies. In her mind, zombies were nothing but harlequins, clowns in shabby makeup. They staggered around, pantomiming death, while cheesy music played on the soundtrack and bare-breasted bimbos titillated the teenage boys in the audience. From her youth she remembered the movie version of Max Brooks's World War Z and the TV series based on Robert Kirkman's The Walking Dead, and she remembered those grossing her out, but never scaring her. They were ridiculous. They were slow and stupid and little more than an excuse for a whole generation of angry-minded, disaffected youth to safely and sanely fantasize about killing loads of people. Zombies were wish fulfillment, nothing more.
But doesn't that one word make a lot of sense?
Repeated the faint, tentative voice in her head. Only now it was less tentative, gaining strength.
Doesn't it?
Eleanor glanced out across the water. A misting rain was still falling. The water coursed slowly as it pushed, finger-like, into the low places between the buildings, and here and there dark shapes moved at the edges of the parking lot, their moans echoing across the flood. She turned back to Hank. He was looking at her, that uncertain grin still on his face. Beside him, a head shorter and looking utterly bedraggled, Jim was also watching her. She stared back at Jim and wondered if his mind was having the same trouble linking up what they had seen with the word zombie and all it implied. It didn't seem so. He, and Madison beside him, looked unruffled by the use of the word. It had no power over them, not in the same way it did over her.
"But they're alive," she said. "Out there when I—"
She was about to say, "when I drowned that man over there," but the words wouldn't come. The memory of her own anger, and the look of disgust and worry and the fear she had seen on Jim's face afterward, crowded into her mind.
"They're not dead," she said.
"No," Frank said slowly. "No, they're alive all right."
"So how can they be zombies?"
"Well, I don't mean zombies like in Night of the Living Dead and stuff like that. You're right about them being alive. Those aren't corpses. But the rest of it fits, doesn't it?"
Again he looked at Jim, who nodded readily enough.
He does believe it, Eleanor thought. He and Madison, too. They're both buying this. You've seen the way they stagger around, the way they moan. You can't reason with them. They don't even seem to hear you. They don't seem to feel any pain. I watched one of them walking around with his intestines hanging out of his belly. And I mean they're, eating each other. What else could they be?
Yeah, she thought, remembering the look she had seen in Bobby Hester's eyes, and all that had come after that.
What else could they be? I don't know,
she said at last.
I just don't know.
Hank took them inside, where the Red Cross volunteers had set up a temporary shelter. There was no electrical power, of course, and the room was poorly lit by a single candle burning on a makeshift desk against the wall to the left of the door. Almost as soon as she entered, Eleanor recoiled, not only from the smell of 30 people who had been living together in close quarters without air conditioning, without bathing, without washing their clothes in days, but from the way their eyes had seemed to glow with a pale reflected light when they all turned as one to look at the new arrivals.
"It's all right," Hank said. "We don't bite."
She gave him a caustic look, but the poor man was too dumb to realize he'd made a poor choice of words. Jim and Madison didn't hesitate, though. They followed Hank inside and smiled and muttered thank you as he introduced them around. Eventually, Eleanor followed too. The glowing eyes she'd seen upon entering the room were gone now. They'd been replaced with worn, exhausted, but kind and smiling faces. Hank had been right out there on the balcony when he referred to these folks as geezers, Eleanor thought. Not a single one of the volunteers looked to be under 65. She spotted several older women playing bridge on an old army cot. The women smiled at her, and especially at Madison, and Eleanor pushed down renewed thoughts of the thing that Miss Hester had turned into. But, she realized, Miss Hester was another point in favor of Hank's theory that the cannibals out there were zombies. Their bites are contagious, just like in the movies. She shook the thought away, and instead turned to Hank.
"How did you find these people?" she asked.
He beamed at her.
"I just got lucky, I guess. Captain Shaw sent me out night before last to find anybody I could and bring 'em back to the EOC. These folks here, they was set up in the gym over at the Elgin T. Baker Elementary School. They had the place all ready for the refugees. Food, medical supplies, bunk beds, board games, you name it. They were ready."
"Well,"
said Eleanor, glancing around,
"where are the refugees?"
"Nobody ever showed,"
he said, and shrugged like it was no big deal.
"Who knows why? It's a shame, too, with all the supplies they had. I guess it's just another one of those screw-ups that always seem to happen during times like this, you know?"
"Yeah," she said. "Just another one of those screw-ups," she thought bitterly.
It made her wonder, when this was all said and done, just how much of the city's disaster mitigation efforts would be summed up by those words. They were living through the greatest natural disaster since the 1906 San Francisco earthquake, and yet, despite all their training, all their drills, and FEMA classes and grant money, they were bumbling around like idiots, humbled by the reality of nature.
"Hey, but it's all right,"
that voice inside her head said. Only now the voice was anything but tentative. It was full-on sarcastic, laced with meanness.
"It's just another one of those screw-ups, ain't that right?"
"Yeah," she thought, "that's right."
"Sarge," Hank said, "you okay?"
"Huh?"
Eleanor asked.
"Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I was just thinking." "Go on, you were saying?"
Yeah, well, so when I get to the school, the area around it is pretty much hip-deep in water. The neighborhood, I mean, all the houses and stuff. I'm motoring down this street in a ski boat, and at the end of it I see a playground and soccer goals. but the school itself is up on this hill, dry as a bone."
"How'd you find out there were people inside?" Eleanor asked.
"I knew something was up. I could smell those zombies, you know. You know the way those zombies stink?"
"You could smell them? You didn't hear them moaning?"
"Not at first. I heard 'em later, but the first thing I noticed was the smell. It's that setty and dead guy smell, like a really bad decomp. You smelled that before. You know what I mean."
Eleanor nodded.
"You ever smelled a body that's been rotting inside an apartment with no air conditioning in the middle of summer for 3 weeks?"
Hank asked Jim. Jim shook his head. He looked amused by Hank's easy manner, even as his nose wrinkled at the thought of a rotting corpse, and Eleanor realized that this was why Hank was so popular at work. Everybody loved him because he made them feel as if they were the center of the world.
"I remember this one time," Hank went on. "A bunch of years ago, I got this call for a suicide. I could smell it from the street when I pulled up, and I knew what I was going to find even before I got out of the car. You just get that feeling that it's going to be a bad one, you know? So my partner and I went up to the house and got inside, and there was this big, fat dude hanging from his bedroom ceiling. He'd been there long enough for the rope to stretch his neck out like one of those African tribes in the National Geographic, you know the ones?"
Jim nodded.
"The guy was so fat, the contract body removal guys had to hold him by the legs while the firefighters cut the rope up near the ceiling. Of course, he was bare-ass naked, too. Man, you should have seen it. When the body dropped, it sagged over the shoulder of one of the body removal guys like a bag of flour. And when that happened, all that decomp gas and the guy's rotten guts shot straight out of his ass. It sprayed the wall behind him, and, oh man, did it smell! You should have seen us, grown men, veteran cops and firefighters and morgue employees. We all went running out into the front yard. And, of course, it was a slow news night. Channel 13 was right there with a camera crew. They got a great shot of us puking our guts out."
Jim looked as if he couldn't make up his mind to laugh or vomit. Hank, of course, was laughing at his own story, his face turning red. His laughter was contagious, though, and Eleanor, despite everything on her mind, found herself laughing along with him.
"Cop humor," she thought. "God, we are a screwed-up bunch of folks."
"Anyway,"
Hank said, after the laughter had died down,
"I thought that was about the worst stink I'd ever smelled in my life. Until I ran into the zombies around that school, that is."
"They stank that bad, even outside?" Eleanor asked.
"Yes, ma'am. There was a lot of 'em."
"How many?"
"I'm not sure, ma'am. 200, maybe more. I circled round the corner of the building, and that's when I heard them moaning. I'd already dealt with a few of them, but I hadn't seen a group that big. They were beating on the walls outside the school's gym, really going at it. I bet they'd been at it for a while, too. A lot of their hands had started to bleed from beating on the walls."
"So what'd you do?" Jim asked.
"Well, I had my AR-15. I went up to the front of the boat and laid out a mess of magazines, and then I started yelling to get their attention. One by one, they turned around and came at me. After that, I just took it one shot at a time."
"And you said there were 200 or more of them?"
Eleanor asked, horrified by the implications.
"Yes, ma'am. There were bodies everywhere by the time I was done."
"What did you do then?"
"Well, I figured those zombies were after something inside that school. So I went inside and found these folks. We waited out the storm, and then this morning, when I couldn't get the EOC on the radio, I figured we needed to take matters into our own hands. These folks here already had those canoes you saw out there, and together we made our way here."
"What happened to your boat?" Jim asked.
"Lost during the storm."
"Where were you guys going to go?"
Eleanor asked.
Well, that's the thing, ma'am. I don't rightly know. I was kind of hoping you guys had heard something different. Maybe had some idea of what was going on.
Eleanor shook her head. No, I'm afraid not. I guess maybe we could double back to the EOC and see what's going on there.
I still don't understand why that's a good idea, Jim said. If you can't reach them on the radio, doesn't that mean they're in as much trouble as we are?
They probably are in trouble, Eleanor said. But it doesn't mean they aren't the best place to go for help. It just means their communications are offline. There could be any number of reasons for that. Plus, if there's going to be any sort of organized evacuation effort, it's going to be focused there. I think we'd be taking too big of a chance going anywhere else.
Jim didn't look as if he was convinced, but he didn't say anything more on the subject. He just frowned, then nodded reluctantly. Hank turned to face the rest of the room. The place smelled of unwashed bodies and filthy clothes. But the Red Cross volunteers had nonetheless done an adequate job of keeping the place neat. There were plenty of cots against the far wall, and the ones that weren't being used were smartly made. Off to the right they'd set up a long folding card table with a selection of MREs and cookies and bags of chips and bottled drinks. Madison was over there, Eleanor saw with a sense of relief, helping herself to some cookies. With everything else that had happened in the last 24 hours, at least her appetite was intact.
"Hey, everybody,"
Hank said to the room, and waited as the others quieted down and faced him.
"Looks like we're going to be heading out in the morning. We're going to try to get to the EOC over at the University of Houston campus. From there, hopefully we'll hook up with some folks who can get us evacuated."
This was greeted with a murmuring of relieved voices from around the room. Eleanor could see several of the volunteers actually letting out deep sighs and clapping each other on the back.
"But we need to head out early," Hank went on, "so get your stuff together tonight. I want to leave at first light."
Eleanor turned from Madison to Jim. He was staring back at her. That look of wearied exhaustion was back again.
"Are you sure this is what we need to do?" he asked. "I really don't see that we have any other choice."
"What if we just get in the canoe and head north? We're bound to reach safety sooner or later."
"But, Jim, you've seen those cannibals out there, those zombies. Whatever it is that's causing them to be the way they are, it's contagious. That means their numbers are going to be growing. You heard Hank. He faced down at least 200 of them. There are probably at least that many out there waiting for us. We'd never survive on our own. We need to group together if we're going to get through this. And that means going to the EOC. I don't see any other way."
Before he had a chance to answer, Hank put a hand on both their shoulders.
"I promised you guys some chow. What do you say? You hungry?"
Eleanor took an MRE from the table and a plastic gallon jug of water, and looked around the room for Madison. She found her sitting on the edge of a cot with no sheets, preparing her own MRE.
"You mind if I join you?"
Eleanor asked. Madison looked up at her with forced nonchalance and shrugged.
"It's a free country."
"Damn it," Eleanor thought, feeling the heat rising in her cheeks.
"Why is this always so hard?"
Times like this, she didn't feel like other moms. She'd watched other women handle their kids' attitudes in public with patience and self-control, even though it was obvious they were burning up inside. Eleanor figured she'd missed that part of the deal when they were handing out mothering skills, because at times like this, when she made an honest effort and Madison just tossed it back in her face, all she could think to do was to get mean. It infuriated her, both because her daughter was being a little shit and because she wasn't being enough of a grown-up to deal with it.
"Jesus," she thought, "why did parenting have to be so damn hard?"
But this had to be done. They had to talk. It couldn't go on like this. Eleanor knew that, and she suspected that Madison did too. So she sat down next to Madison and unpacked her MRE. The entree was beef enchilada in sauce, which wasn't great, but at least it wasn't chicken fettuccine. God, that stuff was awful. Beside her, Madison was filling her meal pouch bag with water. Eleanor watched appreciatively as her daughter activated the chemical heater and dropped it into the water, then folded over the top of the pouch and stuffed it into the entree carton. That done, she leaned the carton against the leg of the cot to keep the assembly properly inclined, then opened up her package of peanut butter and spread it on some crackers. "You know your way around an MRE," Eleanor said, genuinely impressed. "I've eaten a bunch over the last 2 weeks." Eleanor opened her mouth to tell Madison not to take that tone with her, but closed it again. That wasn't going to work here. It would just drive Madison farther away. She separated out her own MRE, prepared her own meal pouch assembly, and then tucked the instant coffee into the back pocket of her jeans. Her clothes were still wet, but there wasn't anything she could do about that. "Hey," she said to Madison, "what'd you get for dessert?" "Chocolate pudding." "Ah, you got the good one. I got banana pudding." "I don't like the banana pudding." "No, me either. I guess you won't switch with me then, huh?" Madison tossed her dessert pouch into Eleanor's lap. "Here, you can have mine. I'm not all that hungry anyway." "Baby, I was—" "Don't call me baby, Mom. I hate that." "Oh," Eleanor said. "Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Madison. What would you rather I call you?" "I don't care. Anything but baby. I'm not a kid." "Madison, come on. You're not even 13. As soon as she said it, Eleanor knew it was wrong. But she didn't get a chance to head off Madison's reaction, for in that moment, her daughter's face twisted out of shape as if she'd suddenly smelled something nasty. "I don't want to be reminded I'm a kid!" Madison nearly screamed at her. An older woman who'd been sitting on a nearby cot reading a David McCullough book looked up at them, caught Eleanor's eye, and quickly looked away again. Eleanor turned back to Madison, who was on her feet now, and said, "Madison, please, I'm sorry. That was a stupid thing for me to say." She patted a spot on the cot beside her. "Would you sit back down, please?" "Why?" "Please, Madison. I just want to talk." "About what?" Once again, Eleanor felt a hot rage flash across her skin. She was very close to losing it. The urge to grab Madison by the front of her blouse and pull her down onto the cot was almost overpowering. But instead of giving into it, she closed her eyes and pushed the anger away. After a few deep breaths, she opened her eyes again. Madison was looking at her hands on her hips, a twitch at the corner of her mouth that somehow knew better than to develop into the mocking sneer it had the potential to be. Eleanor almost asked her to sit down again, but told herself she had to pick her battles. "You're upset about what happened to Miss Hester." "I know. I am too." Eleanor patted the cot next to her. "Will you tell me how you're feeling? I'd like to know what's on your mind." For just the thinnest of moments, the hard veneer of resistance on Madison's expression wavered, giving Eleanor a glimpse of the wounded child underneath. Her heart filled with tenderness for her daughter then, and she thought, "Most of the time I don't understand her. Not anymore. She's grown into somebody who'd rather push me away than open up. There's a cold, whispering emptiness between us now. But right there, that's the little girl who used to sit with me on the couch and laugh when I tickled her and shiver with delight when I read her the Harry Potter books." But the thought was clipped off right there, for Madison's face suddenly hardened, and the old obstinacy floated back in. "Jesus Christ, Mom, what do you think this is? You act like we're living in some kind of sitcom. You think you're going to come over here and have a 3-minute little heart-to-heart with me, and that's going to be enough to make everything all better again? Well, it's not, Mom. This is real life. It sucks here. It fucking sucks." And with that, Madison spun on her heel and stormed off. Eleanor watched her go, dimly aware that most of the others had heard the outburst and were watching her out of the corner of their eyes. But Eleanor didn't care about that. The most important thing in the world to her was walking away, her hands balled into fists, her cheeks wet with tears. Eleanor felt as if a pit had opened up beneath her. The voice in her head that had spoken to her out on the balcony came back. "Go after her," it said. "Do something. Do some real parenting for a change." But all Eleanor could do was sit there, stricken, unaware of the tears falling down her own cheeks. Later, after the sun went down, Eleanor made the instant coffee from her back pocket and took it out to the balcony to watch the water and try to think about everything that had happened. The coffee was good and hot. She drank it black. The misting rain from earlier was gone now, and, looking up, she could see stars through the tattered remnants of gray clouds. Far off in the distance, to the south, she guessed, she could see a pale orange smear of a large fire burning just over the horizon. To the east, she could hear the hollow clap of rifle fire echoing off the floodwater. And all of this she took in absently, not really seeing any of it. Things were really, really bad. There was no denying that. The full weight of just how bad weighed heavily on her mind. Not only was the world as she knew it collapsing around her, not only did her daughter hate her guts for some mysterious reason that continued to elude her, not only were there zombies out there trying to eat them. As if all that wasn't enough, she was about to lead the only part of her life that still mattered into an uncertain future. She was gambling with her family's lives, and that made her heartsick. There were, in fact, so many problems pressing in upon her that she couldn't number them all. She couldn't pick them apart and deal with them individually, which was her usual way of attacking a difficult situation, for all those problems were interconnected, like a web. She closed her eyes and listened to the sound of the water lapping against the sides of the building, trying to impose a sense of peace on a mind that would have none of it. And that's when she heard the splashing. Her eyes flew open. All at once her body was tense, hairs standing up on end. She looked straight down over the edge of the balcony and saw a zombie moving along the ground floor wall, trying to find a way inside. The water was up to his chest, and she thought, "That can't be. They were drowning before." And then she saw why. Off in the distance, beyond the edge of the parking lot, the water was down. Cars that before had been up to their windows in water now appeared to be standing in shallow puddles. The water barely covered the bottom of the tires. More splashing off to her right caused her to turn around. She could see a large crowd of zombies wading through the parking lot toward the building. The glass doors slid open behind her, and she spun around, startled. Jim was standing there. "She's sleeping now," he said. "I think she cried herself to sleep. Maybe tomorrow she'll—" "Jim, we have to get out of here. Now." "What?" "There's no time, Jim. We have to go. Look!" She pointed toward the approaching zombie horde. "Oh, my God," he said. "What happened? How did they—" "Low tide," Eleanor said. "It's low tide."